Good day to all. Good morning, and welcome to the Health Conference 2.0. It's an absolute pleasure having you here. My name is Maxine, and I am your guide and host for this conference in Dubai 2024. Welcome to a gathering that promises to enrich, educate, and connect you with the best in the industry. We're setting a new standard this year by presenting an unparalleled roster of experts, innovators, and healthcare leaders who are set to transform your perspectives and inspire innovation. This has been made possible because of our partners, of course, our bronze sponsor, LifeSpin GmbH. Let's give them a huge round of applause for sponsoring this event. Yes. All right, I think, did everyone have some coffee? Did you have something to eat? Feeling still a bit sleepy? Yes? There's a lot of people in this room, okay? So we have to give a little bit more energy than that. I know it's the first session, but we'll get to know each other and we'll be friends by the end, I promise. Also, a special shout out to all of you in the room, our attendees, who are in the special space with me today. While you are here, let's make sure you engage with the Health 2.0 conference community using the hashtag Health2Conference and to share your journey. We are massive here on LinkedIn, so I hope you all have your profiles ready, yes, because we're going to be exchanging contact and we're going to be lifelong friends. Now prepare to engage, learn, and be inspired as we explore the future of healthcare together as we begin the first round of sessions. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our insightful panel to the stage as we discuss the urbanization and mental health. We're going to be examining the relationship between city living and psychological well-being. Our panelists will study the relationship between city living and psychological well-being, exploring how our urban environments influence our mental health. Stay tuned for a thought-provoking dialogue. Please welcome our session's moderator, Dr. Abik Moitra. If you are on the panel, the stairs on the stage is to my right, which is your left. So I'm also going to be welcoming Dr. Amish Purit. Yes? Purohit, my mistake. Francis, there you are. I didn't get a chance to speak to you earlier, so I have no idea how to pronounce your last name, and I wanted to save myself from embarrassment. All right, Francis. Yes, and Dr. Tanvir Hassan. There he is, round of applause. And lastly, Genevieve Lai, there she is, hello. Oh, yes, I'm not sure what this means. Give me a second. And I'd like to invite Sandra D. Smith as well. Very good. That is our entire panel. I'm going to be turning it over to Mr. Moitra. Have a good discussion.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to this conference, Health 2.0. I must take this opportunity to thank the organizers of Health 2.0, not only for organizing this particular conference, but introducing this very important topic of urbanization and its impact on mental health. Now, this is a very important topic and a lot of discussions are going on. Something that is impacting the entire population of 8.5 billion across the earth. So this is something that we begin with the day to day. I must also take this opportunity to thank everybody in this room, our colleagues for the day, who have made across oceans to ensure that this conference becomes successful. Maybe we should take an opportunity to thank each other and with a round of applause, and ourselves who have taken this effort to come here and be part of this conference. a round of applause, a like on the Instagram, a like on the Facebook, something we get appreciated with, results into release of something called a dopamine. Very important for our mental health. And mental health is the topic of discussion today in the light of the very, very important urbanization which is required for our economic growth. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the topic for discussion today, the urbanization and its impact on the mental health. Today, to discuss this particular topic, we have a very impactful and important panel here, which has not only practiced or been part of this subject discussion for many years, but is also a very transatlantic, transocean, coming from different countries, bringing different kind of experiences on the table. Before I go to introduce them, I must introduce myself, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Abhik Moitra. I'm director of a company called Healthians Research Center. We are based out of India. I'm also the founder and director of another company called HBG Medical Assistance, which is one of the largest medical assistance companies in India. Of course, Healthians is the largest home sample collection company and into laboratory business in India. I'm also the founding member of something called a Foundation of Healthcare and Wellness Promotion in India. With that, without wasting much time, I must come to introduce my panel, or rather, I'll be just naming, and you will just like to brief about yourself and a bit about the topic of what you think so that we can begin right away. To start with, if I may request, Francis, you to introduce yourself and then just your introduction about this whole topic, what you feel about it, the importance of this discussion today, please. You need to...
Thank you very much. Good morning. My name is Francis, and my last name is called IJsakkers. So it's a difficult pronunciation. I'm from the Netherlands, and I am not a specialist on this topic, but I am a mother of two girls, two daughters, and one of the daughters had to do mental issues. She had 3 times in her life anorexia. And I think, for myself, I'm a good mother. But apparently, she had some issues and didn't feel the opportunity to speak to me about it. I worked for over 40 years in healthcare environments, and I started my own business in 2009. I have a consultancy business in healthcare for interim management, for lean management, and I like to put some emphasis on the scientific publications. So I'm not an expert, but I can really read quite well. So I take you along later in the panel discussion. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Francis. A very important factor of discussion within the family about mental health. How often people discuss with each other the emotional or the kind of sentimental trauma people are going through. We are going to come back to it, but before that, let's also welcome Sandra Smith.
Good morning, I'm Dr. Sandra Smith. I am the Vice President for the Mental Health Resource of Texas. We do business as Via Hope, and I am here to talk specifically about lived experience and what that looks like currently as things are changing and evolving throughout globally, nationally for the United States, but also globally, and what it looks like to utilize one's lived experience when having conversations about things such as urbanization of mental health, and what it looks like to utilize those lived experience to help other people when it comes to trauma, secondary trauma, what it looks like to train people to properly utilize that lived experience. So that's something that we do, and it's something that we're really excited. I also do consulting for the last 15 years on reentry. As you know, the United States has the largest population of folk that are incarcerated. So we're looking to be able to help with the trauma surrounding that, to help individuals in their recidivism rates.
The lived experiences, of course, that is going to be the way forward if we have to tackle mental health crisis in times to come. We are going to talk about it a little more. If I may kindly welcome Jen, who has come all the way from Australia to enlighten us on this topic. Jen, a little bit of introduction.
Thank you. So it's lovely to be here. I have over 30 years experience in healthcare particularly, but I have transitioned from healthcare into education, specifically around healthcare. I've led initiatives around particular cohorts of young people, and specifically alcohol and drug and mental health in homelessness. And I'm the director and I'm the lead trainer of Soul Anchorage, and we specialise in holistic health and education. And I'm really excited to be able to talk about the intersection of health, the community and the education system, and explore collaborative solutions to find building better communities.
Thank you so much, Jen. And I was talking to Jen before the conference began, and she was enlightening me that in the Australian culture, in the Aborigine, suicides are one common way of living, and it's very much accepted. But suicides today is one of the bigger reasons for death across the world, and it is directly related to mental health. We are going to talk a little more. Jen is a deadly combination of education, mental health, training, etc., etc. I'm sure she's going to bring all this topic. Which brings me to the next one, Mr. Amish Purohit, who is the president of Arcos Health. Your introduction, sir, and your brief about the topic.
All right. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Boy, they still haven't had their coffee yet. Okay. Well, I'm Dr. Amish Purohit. As Abhinav said, I'm the president and chief medical officer for Arcos Health. It is a population health company that manages over 500,000 lives. I've been a practicing physician for many years and seen many patients who've suffered from mental health conditions that have impacted their physical health as well. And so without good mental health, you can't have good physical health. And hopefully I can shed light today on what digital technologies have done to mental health, and talk a little bit about how we as human beings have evolved over time, whether we've evolved to be able to adapt to stress and mental health, or we haven't. So we'll talk about that during this session as well.
Thank you so much, Dr. Purohit. Dr. Purohit, as the name suggests, you are also from India at some point of time, of course.
Yes, originally born in India, raised in the US.
And he spoke about the mental health and its impact on physical health. In Indian culture, as we spoke about the Australian culture, in Indian culture, it is said that health is not only about the physical health, it is also about the combination or the right balance between the physical health, the mental health, and the soul. And Dr. Amish actually brought in the fact how mental health is impacting the physical health. We are going to talk about it and the impact of the digital environment that we have. Next on the panel is Dr. Tanveer. Dr. Tanveer, a little bit of introduction about yourself and introductory lines, please.
Hello, everybody. Thank you so much for this opportunity, and I'm really glad to be a part of such a vibrant panelist. And today we'll be talking about mental health and all these issues. A little bit of background of myself. I'm a physician. I passed my med school from Bangladesh. Then I was in United States for almost 10 years. I was working in neuro-oncology for almost 4 years. After that, I started working in primary care settings, and it's been a long journey. And right now, we are developing a model which is value-based care model, and we are all familiar to that now. So I'm also founder of a health tech company, Icon. So what we're trying to do that how we can make a collaborative care model where primary care physicians can also play a significant role in terms of mental health. And one thing I would like to add here that I always used to believe that in our med school, in the anatomy dissection hall, there was a line that always reminds me that what the mind doesn't know, the eye cannot see. So I think at this stage, we really need to know more about mental health and we really need to destigmatize the mental health issues, and we need to talk more about it so we all understand the impact of mental health and how mental health and physical health are completely correlated and like playing significant role on each other. So yes, so that's about me, and we'll start the panel. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Tanveer. Absolutely, the mental health and the physical health are totally correlated. But you also hail from Bangladesh, which is one of the, or rather, one of the most densely populated countries in the world. Population, ladies and gentlemen. So when you talk about mental health, there is a lot of data on internet. They talk about the cause and the consequences of this data. But when you look into the internet, the causes of this mental health crisis the world is going through, you rarely find some substantiated reasons behind it. But what today we will discuss is the possible causes of this mental health crisis. Population, as we spoke about, Bangladesh, India, China, and many other countries, the world is witnessing a population explosion. In last 50 years, we have gone up to 8.6 billion from being 5.4 billion. It's an explosion. Francis, if I may ask, how this population explosion and the resultant migration that is happening from one country to another, or rather, if we put from the lesser developed areas, villages, towns, etc., to more developed urbanized cities, how this migration is impacting the mental health of these people, of the people who have been suffering. And it is estimated by WHO that in next 10 years, 1 out of every 4 people will be going through this crisis in some point of their lives. How population and the migration to urbanized countries, urbanized cities are impacting the mental health, if you may.
Thank you for asking. No pressure. It's a large question. As I said, I'm from the Netherlands, and that's in Europe. And over the last 2 years, we had a lot of migrants, especially from Ukraine, and therefore from all over the world. So small cities, large cities in the Netherlands are obligated to invite migrants. And I think we are a hospitality kind of people in the Netherlands, but it's nice to have them, but not in my backyard. And I think that's where it starts. So, on your question, I looked things up, and the 8.2 billion people nowadays will grow, and the prediction is over 10 billion people. I looked it up, and gladly our world is able to feed all those 10 billion people, because I think there it will start. Good nutrition. It's also good for your mental well-being. And then the UN gave a report, and from those 8.6 billion people, there are 280 million people, refugees around the world in 2022. So imagine, over 280 million people are not in their hometown, are not with their loved ones, are not with their own values, are not with their own food, are not with their own culture. So I think it's devastating at the moment. The UN also pointed out that there will be some ethical dilemmas, so as cultural, language, economics, racial, and even administrative barriers. So we have to bear in mind over 280 million people. And then I read a lovely report from Psychology Health, and I go one step further to the urbanization. And in 2023, there was 55% city living on Earth. That will be in 2050, 76%. So the cities are growing and growing and growing. And in the Netherlands, we have a small problem. Actually, it's a large problem. There are not enough houses. So my daughter, she has a good job. She can't afford to buy a house because there aren't homes to buy. I looked up for the Sustainable Development Goals from the United Nations. And one of the goals is making cities and human settlements inclusive, safe, resilient, and sustainable. I think it's a large goal. And for all the people who are here are listening, it's important to bear that in mind. So the large question you asked, how is it impacting mental health? It's only by imagining that you have to leave your home country, that you have to leave your home city, that you have to leave. That alone makes such an impact on your mental well-being. So that's my point of view on your first large question.
Thank you so much, Francis. The impact of leaving one's home, leaving one's country, leaving one's culture, and then trying to adjust into a different environment altogether does impact the mental health a lot. But what we are not thinking is there is a 280 million people who are getting impacted because of this, and the larger number, which is their families who they are not taking along with, the parents, sometimes children, sometimes spouses, brothers, sisters, etc. And they obviously are going to get impacted by when a loved one moves away. So the family system, the family value system as a movement to urbanization, more than often it is the young people who are going to the cities and living there, and the parents are left behind. Now this is going to impact their mental well-being also, which brings me to you, Sandra. Now we are seeing a changed family culture here because of this urbanization. The children are getting impacted. They are not getting to learn from their grandparents. The parents are giving less time to their children and less time to their parents. So there is a system which has gone wrong. How lived experiences, which is your expertise, is actually matching up with this whole scenario?
Yes, thank you. I think it's important to remember when we have these conversations, we talked a little bit about stigma. We talked a little bit about what it looks like from a statistical perspective of what is really going on in this world. What I would like to just bring us a little bit closer to when we talk about lived experience and we talk about urbanization and we talk about the family dynamics that is changing because of the impact of the trauma, it all kind of comes back to the full circle when it comes to the medical model that I can't be whole and I can't be well if I'm not mentally well. I cannot be able to put these things together and have a quality of life if there's all of these other things externally that are going on. And the world says that I am not okay if I'm hearing voices. It says that I'm not okay if I'm sometimes depressed. It says I'm not okay if I'm simply just tired from work. It says I'm not okay if I actually want to leave my children at daycare a little bit longer because I just need a mental break from working and parenting and just living life. So when we have individuals that have experienced what we consider traumatic events as a result of mental health challenges, what we don't do is stigmatize them. What we don't do is label them. What we don't do is say that you people have a problem. What we do is we say, can you help another person based on the simple fact that I've been there and I've done it myself. So imagine for a moment, if all of the people, and I don't know anybody, I do not know one person that at some point in their life have not experienced some level of trauma, whether they recognize it or not. They have experienced some level of trauma. They have lived through an event that has affected and impacted them tremendously. And if we can then take those individuals, put them in a training, put them through in environments where there are people that have had similar lived experience and train them how to do it, give them continuing education credits, give them updated trainings, give them, they don't become clinical people. That's left up to the people with those credentials to handle the therapy and the psychiatry, even the case management. We consider those clinical perspectives of mental health. But literally having me say, you know what, I was severely, not clinically, but depressed. So having people understand the difference in being really tired and really sad as opposed to being clinically diagnosed by a medical professional, it's very different. But if I can say to someone, based on my lived experience, I think you might actually want to go see a professional. I think you might actually want to have that. It's not a judgment. It's not a diagnosis. It's simply, there was a time in my life when, ... And being able to connect those dots. When we talk about urbanization and the mental health, we could talk about the overpopulation and we can talk about things, again, that statistics tell us. We can all Google that. You gotta, I'm sure you're already Googling the topic yourselves. But when we bring it home and we bring it into our families and we talk about intergenerational trauma and we talk about not having those conversations, which allows us to start to heal from those generational traumas, that's what's going to get us probably a little ahead of our facilitator, but that's what gets us to helping this. That's what gets us to having the conversation about what does it look like to start to heal from some of these things. I think we can all, again, agree on some of the causes, but what we at my organization and me personally is very passionate about is being able to start the healing and being able to have the conversations to begin the healing that nobody wants to talk about because traditionally those are just your crazy cousins. Those are the people that you don't talk to. They're just stay away from them. But no, they need to be embraced. And we need to have conversations because we need to understand what it looks like. And when we say peer support and we say lived experience, that's what we're talking about, is where can we find our place and our role in helping and partnering with the medical models to be able to give people a quality of life.
Thank you so much, Sandra. Quality of life. Those were your last words. You also talked about that depressed, but not clinically depressed, but only physically or tired or fatigued, or in simple words, overworked. As simple as that. Overworked, something that every person in the corporate world today talks about. And most of you sitting here is aspiring to be somebody in the corporate world, somebody in the whole system where you work. And urbanization has today become synonymous to corporatization. And when we are bringing up our children, say, you need to study more, you need to be successful in this life, we are only bringing them up to become one part of that corporate world or that fanciful world so that they can make a better living, they can live better, etc. We are training them to become rich. We are not training them to become peaceful. That's what brings me back to you, Jen, because you are from education. What would you have as comments to say about this? How should education and the resultant impact on making people more peaceful than rich can impact the times to come?
Thanks, Abhi. So I think that urbanisation and corporatisation has really impacted our education system really quite negatively. There actually is a lot of intense competition between schools themselves, and it creates a really high pressure environment for our young people, and it leads to a lot of anxiety and depression in our young people. Many teachers do not have training in behavioural management, and certainly not mental health support as part of a teaching curriculum, and that actually exacerbates our students' struggles in that system. Schools operate from a deficit model. We're focused on the shortcomings of our young people, not actually their strengths. And I think that this approach adds a lot to their stress, and they have a lot of feelings of inadequacy, and it really is straining their mental well-being. The priority at the moment in our education system is around academic achievement and financial success, absolutely, over personal fulfillment, and this perpetuates a cycle of stress and unhappiness, absolutely. This impact then extends to our families and our communities overall, and increased mental health issues among our students also affect our family relationships and our family dynamics. In Australia, there was a report in 2020, and it said there was an increase between 7 and 13% of violence against parents, where the young person is the perpetrator. 10% of police call-outs for domestic violence, the young person is the perpetrator against an adult or a family member. At one point in the city I live in, one of our regions, the police call-outs for family domestic violence, 80% of them were the result of a young person assaulting a parent. So I really think communities face so many challenges to support their young people, and the school system really does need a bit of an overhaul, and we'll talk about that next, I think. But I think we really need to consider the lack of teacher training and the impact that that actually has on our young people. And as parents are working more, there is a lot of responsibility on our schools to do a lot of the upbringing of our young people, and we're not fulfilling that obligation.
Thank you so much, Jen. Responsibility on how do we bring up our younger generation up. The resultant violence within the family against loved one is something it was not heard of before. Or are we hearing of it more these days? Because earlier the social media or the news media channels were not available. People today have more access to data and more access to social media, which brings me to Dr. Purohit. How do you think the social media, the OTT platform, the digital world, specifically when the children has gone during the COVID period online, they were far more exposed to online platforms during that period. How did that exposure to the whole set of digital world impacted the mental health of the upcoming generation?
Well, thank you for the question. And initially, when I think about it, it's like, well, all this digital health, information overload, it's causing so much stress in our society. But with everything, there's pros and cons. And so, obviously, with the rise of social media, we have an innate preference or need to belong. And so all our young people want a sense of belonging. And so when we look at Facebook, now personally I don't do a lot of social media or Instagram, but we have people that do Instagram. We're looking at TikTok. Everybody's looking, and they want to share what they're doing. They want to share what they're eating. And you know what they want in response for people that are looking at it? Did you like it? Did you get a heart? How many did you get, right? It gives them a sense of satisfaction. But one of the things that digital platforms has done is it's replaced in-person connections. You've got virtual connections that happen, and we all know the power of human touch is imperative. Every human being needs that in their life because it has so many benefits. And we found that in COVID, when people were isolated, they were on lockdown, they couldn't go and socially interact with others. In Arizona, where I live, even though there was a lockdown, people escaped and went to the local bars that were open, and they were spreading the disease. So when I think of digital health, obviously there are other downsides like cyberbullying that occurs amongst the youngsters. There's privacy issues as well, right? You're talking online, you're loading your information. What about if someone steals it? If I were to ask each one of you that I'm going to take your phone from you for the rest of the conference, you guys would say, hell no. It causes a lot of anxiety. And I guarantee when you wake up in the morning, one of the first 2 or 3 things that you do is you look at your phone. It's like, who texted me? What did I miss out on? What's the headlines? So we have now gotten so attached to the digital technologies that it's hard to put this stuff away. People have camps out there, retreats out there, well, they will take away your cell phones, your tablets, your computers, and it'll be a retreat for a week just so you can get away from the stimulation. But it's not very comfortable. Even I get up in the morning and I look at my phone. So I think, it puts a lot of pressure and stress on you, which can lead to mental health illnesses, especially stress, anxiety, and depression. However, if we look at digital health and the solutions that it provides, it also helps. How many people benefit from therapy? They can get online therapy. They can get telehealth consults, right? You can order food. You don't have to leave the house to order food. You can have groceries delivered to your house. You can order a ride off your phone. So the technology has provided a lot of convenience and access for us, which takes a little bit of the stress and pressure off of us. So to finally answer your question, I think it has worsened in some aspects mental health, but in other aspects it's also helped.
Thank you so much, Dr. Purohit. It has worsened in some aspects. One thing is for sure, we are sleeping less. Because before we go to sleep, we are just scrolling through reels and everything else, which is taking a lot of time out of our sleep. 7.5, 8 hours is something that improves our immunity. Am I right, Dr. Purohit?
That's correct. So the blue light that comes out of your cell phones, your tablets, interferes with your sleep, and a lot of people that are on their phones at night, they have a hard time sleeping, and so they get less sleep. And you need sleep, as you said, to recover and build your immunity.
So one thing is for sure, on the worse side, one very common impact of digital media is it is making us sleep less, which is also impacting everybody's mental health. But at the same time, Dr. Purohit did mention that it is also smoothing out a lot of aspects of our life. It is helping us have access to therapies which normally people can't have. But I am not sure if this is also happening to those people who have aged. And to the aged people, all the public policies across the globe are trying to help people live longer. They are making medicine far more accessible. We are bringing out a lot more type of medications where people can fight cancers, cardiac issues, neurodegenerative diseases, etc., so that people can live longer. But is living longer also equivalent to living healthy? Dr. Tanveer, is the increased age, are we increasing the suffering, or are we increasing only the age, or are we actually increasing healthy living?
Thank you, Dr. Avik. So here, I just want to start saying that life is a full cycle. So we start from early age and we age gradually. And it's actually, there are two words. One is life expectancy, and then is life expectations, right? So with age, I think with the advent of medical science and all, our life expectancy is increasing, and we are living longer. But what Dr. Avik was asking, that whether we are adding quality of life or not. So with age, we are seeing that a lot of these aging people, they're suffering significantly. And also, as Dr. Purohit just mentioned, the digital health and digitalization, everything. So sometimes there is a huge generational gap. So if you look at the millennials, baby boomers, Gen Z, so they talk different language, right? So even like the millennials cannot connect with the Gen Z. And if the older people, when they are talking to the younger generation, they're actually not at the same level. So I think it's significantly affecting the mental health for the aging people. But what we can do here? I think here we're talking about what is the best solution, right? So as I mentioned earlier, that we need to talk more about mental health. And there are a couple of things rather than medication. So when this older generation, they're suffering from depression or dementia or degenerative diseases, what they need, the only thing I think is that support, is that those kind words, someone beside them saying that it's okay. Because personally, I experience in family that when these older people, they're suffering from dementia, it's the surroundings, it takes a lot of toll on the surrounding people, the family, because the caregivers, they're also going through a lot because they're saying the same thing over and over again. And you are thinking that, like your words making sense to them, but not necessarily, because you are saying something, they're understanding something else. So the more the life expectancy is increasing, it's not always that the quality of life is increasing. But as I'm from New York, and what I saw that in different primary care settings, what we're trying to do right now is we are connecting these behavioral health counselors, the psychologist, the psychiatrist, and they're in a collaborative care model so that they're all on the same page. And because these patients, they're definitely seeing their primary care physicians, and the primary care physicians are actually connecting them with the behavioral health counselors. And it's actually, there is a way that now we are designing a tool that you actually can find your right counselor. So that it's important that whenever you are talking, they understand your language. They're from the same background, the cultural or same financial situation, so that they understand what you are talking about. So I think the model we are using in New York, that is creating significant impact on the older generation. And we are looking forward to going across the different states to see that whether this is the right model or not. And globally, I think as Dr. Avik mentioned that Bangladesh, when I was in Bangladesh, I saw that it's like the most densely populated country. And then when I went to New York, it's the most diverse population. So in these two settings, what I realized that it's very important to connect all those dots, because in the healthcare system, the dots are not connected, and especially among the clinical and mental health system. So if we can connect the dots, I think significantly we can reduce the burden of life expectancy and quality of health together.
Thank you so much, Dr. Tanveer. Having the psychological access during the treatment, giving more support, obviously everything comes at a cost. So there is one who is sick. When we talk of cancer, an old parent has gone through a chemotherapy. The cancer is supposed to come back, and it will come back at some point of time. And that it will come back far more impactful. So one, you are seeing your loved one dying in front of your eyes. You want them to live more. And while you are helping, you are only increasing the suffering of that person for a few extra days. And also going through an economical suffering, specifically in developing world like Bangladesh. You're coming from where 400,000 people are traveling across the border to get healthcare access. it is also making them suffer economically and mentally when they see people. So there is, a catch-22 situation we have all arrived at. We want people to live more, at the same time we cannot make them live healthy. Francis, you just spoke about the impact of immigration and family, how it impacted. Very shortly, because we are running short of time, is there any way to come out of this crisis? Can this be reversed? Is there a possibility of coming out of this epidemic called mental health issue?
Thanks again for this large question.
And
And
to
of
be
course-
answered very shortly.
Yes, I give a short answer. Of course, I looked it up. I think we all have to consider post-COVID surveys. There are, after COVID, when a lot of people are experience mental health issues, we can learn from that. There was a large survey in India on migrants post-COVID, and there were 4 topics. There was an impact on livelihoods, lifestyle, migration prospects, and gender aspects. And I think there is a quick solution, and that is lifestyle. Only when we look at the blue zones in the world, where people live longer, they have social connections, they eat a plant-based diet, they exercise a lot. So I think it's such a quick solution. It's only one solution. And I looked it again up. When you experience, I'm not saying you have to eat a plant-based diet, but the numbers say when you do, and it's a healthy plant-based diet, then you experience less anxiety and mental health issues. So, I'm not saying I could solve the migration problems, but I am inviting all of you to consider, first thing, pay attention, real attention to your neighbor. Pay real attention to a migrant. And then perhaps we can promote a little bit healthier diets. That was in short my answer.
Thank you so much, Francis. The Japanese way of living, that is what you were talking about. They live longer, yet they live healthy because of the 4 points. 1, they are more into physical activities. They take a lot of natural tea. They contribute a part of their earning into community service, and then mandatorily they spend at least 1.5 hours with families and friends. Am I right? That's the way of living you were talking about. Well, in urbanization, I am not sure how much this is possible because you spend so much time in traffic. We all experience it on an everyday basis. Sandra, with so much time spent on traffic, leaving us less time with our families and friends, what are your suggested coping mechanism with this crisis? Very quickly, please.
I would say call Via Hope, the mental health resource of Texas, and we can help individuals, again, start the healing process. That is it for me. It's very short. Allow people to be in a safe environment so that they can start having conversations that can lead to the healing of the trauma, which will enable folk, again, to have a quality of life.
Thank you so much, Sandra. Jen, if we go to experts like them who are going to help us, obviously you need money in your pocket because you need to pay a fee. So when you are educating your children to earn more money, they become far more ambitious, and then they are trying to work extra hard. Sandra talked about fatigue. Are we in a catch-22 situation here? Are we fighting mental crisis in future, or are we creating it far more with the help of modern education, which is, we are imparting to our children?
I think if we continue the way that we're going to exacerbate it significantly. I think the education system we're currently working with was created in the Industrial Revolution to train us to work in factories, and that's no longer relevant. I think schools can still be extremely competitive. I think if we incorporate mental health and well-being into our schools and into our teacher curriculums, it will make it have a significant impact. And realistically, if our young people are happy in their education and thriving, the schools themselves will thrive as a result of the student results. And we all know that if people do what they love, they will be successful and they will also be happy.
Thank you so much. Success and happiness is what we are looking forward to. Dr. Amish, we spoke about the impact of digital media on, but today it is digital media. In past, if you look at, there were famines, there were droughts, there were wars, there were displacement, there were floods. So there has been a reason for mental health crisis in times immemorial. So are we having more mental health cases now, or are we recognizing these numbers now? What is the scenario here?
Yeah, so I would say that, since the dawn of time, since humans have walked this earth, I'm sure that mental health has existed. Over time, I think we have become better at diagnosing mental health diseases. There's plenty of cultures in the world that historically would have attributed mental health disease to some type of possession or spirit. All these cultures have that. And now with the, and for a long time there's been a stigma around mental health. So people didn't go out and seek help because of that stigma. And now that that stigma is still there, but people are more open to acknowledging that they have a mental health disorder. I mean, you see this in the public spotlight as well, with athletes coming out and thanking their therapist after winning a championship. And so it's starting to become more normative, and that people are seeking help. And I think that it's our ability that we have gotten better at diagnosing and treating these conditions. Not that the incidence of mental health has increased. It's just that we are better at diagnosing it now.
Thank you so much. Last question to you, Dr. Tanveer. We are better at diagnosing it. We are better in accepting it. Is there a solution to this crisis which is beyond therapy or beyond medicine? Is there something that we can do to help this situation? Because otherwise it is only going to add more economical crisis. Very quickly.
Absolutely. Answering to that question, I'd like to mention value-based care. So when we are saying value-based care, what is the value? So when we are talking about value, one of the most important component is mental health. And when we're talking about health-seeking behavior, so right now the culture in the patients and the doctors is two points. One is it's more doctor-centric care in most of the places. And second thing is sickness-seeking behavior. So whenever, it's like I am definitely taking my car every 3 months for maintenance, but we are not thinking that health is also same like that. So why I'm not actually visiting healthcare facility or seeing a counselor or see a doctor regularly, right? So I think health-seeking behavior, especially mental health-seeking behavior from the part of the patients, to make them more proactive and enhance the patient engagement. And from the doctor's part, I think to address that this is patient-centric care rather than doctor-centric care. So from both part, the caregiver and the care receiver, if they can actually correlate to each other, I think these problems will be significantly reduced.
Thank you so much, Dr. Tanveer and the remaining panelists. The conclusive remarks is to solve any problem, first of all, we need to acknowledge that there is a problem, and the problem exists. There is no doubt. The numbers show them. Solution to this problem is multi-dimensional. One, the family support system needs to be there, the education support needs to be there, the lived experiences on the therapeutic and the medicinal support needs to be there. One of the research done, and that is my concluding because I did not get to say my own remarks, one of the research conducted in India in last 2 to 3 years' time, because being the most populous country today in the world has its own issues. But people who have been more closer to nature, more closer to the old value systems have far lesser mental issues. These days, more and more people are accessing Ayurveda, for that matter, wellness and preventive health care. They go there for simply to get off fatigue, get off mental depression. They do simple therapies like Shirodhara, Abhangam, etc., etc. And these people not only are living more healthily, living longer, and they are far less depressed or anxious. That, ladies and gentlemen, going back to the nature, going back to our roots, probably is one answer we can find today. And in different words, you all said the same thing. Thank you so much, dear panelists. Thank you so much, dear audiences. Unfortunately, we do not have the time to take questions, but over to you, madam.
Thank you so much.
Please.
Yes, indeed. A huge thank you to Mr. Moitra and our panelists. Thank you so much. If you could make your way this side to the stage. And if I can give my 2 cents on this discussion, because I found it very intriguing, is that it's very simple. We always one decision away from having a completely different life. It's your decision, whether it's less screen time or changing your diet. It is a simple decision that only you can make, and that will lead you to a completely different lifestyle, yeah? You can decide, all right, I'm gonna pack up my things, I'm gonna go live in another country. That'll change your life forever. All right, so moving on, continuing our journey of innovation, our next session, a keynote on pioneering deep health, building the metabolic digital twin for precision medicine. Our esteemed speaker and bronze sponsor, Dr. Ali Tanazli, CEO of Lifespin GmbH, will explore how creating digital metabolic twins has the potential to revolutionize precision medicine, thus enhancing patient care and medical accuracy. Please put your hands together for Dr. Tanazli. Thank you, sir. Yes, you have everything you need.
I think I need a.
You want a handheld?
Yeah, that's I think. Okay, thank you. Hello, good morning, everyone. It's a great pleasure being here again, like almost every month. Okay, so I'll be speaking about hopefully useful things. The purpose is not to talk about tech gimmicks. The purpose is about doing truly useful things. So I'll be speaking about deep health. We coined the term deep health because it's a combination of precision medicine, big data, data science, AI, and we are using a new clinical modality, and I will some interesting insights, and I'll be speaking about pizza. That's very important. Now, first, when I speak to physicians, I always like to talk about the stethoscope because physicians love this 150-year-old device. They still use it. The reason why the stethoscope is so powerful is it's disease agnostic and hypothesis free. You learn at med school how a healthy heart and a healthy lung sound like. That means you approach your patient, listen to the patient. If the patient sounds normal, all good. If the patient doesn't sound normal, then you need to do further testing, obviously. So the stethoscope is very popular because physicians can use it on every patient again and again. But it's very old technology and somehow doesn't feel right these days. So we are working basically on a stethoscope which is metabolomic, based on deep health. That's what I'll be talking about, because physicians are used to see disease and physicians are used to qualify if a treatment works or not. The same thing we do, but in a much more sophisticated and, let's say, precise, personalized fashion. So digital health is over for it's going on in the news for the past 15 years, I would say. Everyone has a different understanding of digital health. In some countries, just a digital insurance card is digital health. On the other extreme, you can speak about very sophisticated, let's say, methods which are truly digital. But important is that we get more and more people living on this planet, and we also have to acknowledge that more than half of the population does not have access to proper healthcare. People who have access to healthcare have to pay a lot, and the outcome, I would say, is mediocre in general. And we have to change that because the rate of chronic diseases, basically, we can summarize this as a non-communicable as non-communicable diseases, including cancer, is skyrocketing. So we have to do something about it. Otherwise, it will be quite, how shall I say, ugly scenario. The good news is we are in the age of technology convergence. Technology progress is happening faster than ever. You see here some of the first commercial electronics from HP from the 1960s. You see the emergence of microfluidics from the 1980s, 1990s. And then you see big data, which we are observing now for the past 20 years. Now, when you translate this into healthcare, what does that mean? It means it's the convergence of biology and data. Basically, healthcare in the very early days of humanity was actually highly personalized, but not really precise, I would say, and the access was somewhat exclusive. Then during the Renaissance, medicine became more of a scientific discipline, right? That's the foundation of the modern medicine, but still access was limited. Then after World War II, we have seen an industrialization and standardization of healthcare, which was great to make sure that we speak about apples and apples, that we compare apples to apples. But it's getting not really, how shall I say, it's not scalable really, and it's not sustainable. So we have to use new tools from data science to basically have a better accessible, better affordable healthcare. And AI can reduce costs in healthcare. That's very important. So it's not a gimmick. It's really about how to make better care available, accessible for more people. Now I'll be speaking about what we are doing at Lifespan. So we turn analog blood, basically the traditional blood sample, into digital blood. And when you digitize blood, you can interrogate blood with algorithms. Then you can do all the things which you typically do in a lab with in silico methods. And we are working basically on a proactive, precise, continuous healthcare for all. And we are basically a company based in Regensburg, Germany, and we are combining advanced measurement technologies with AI. And our positioning is basically we want to establish AI-based tools to improve healthcare provider efficiency and outcomes. And so basically, the mission is to drive a deep health approach to global healthcare by creating a digital twins based on metabolic profiles for prevention, diagnosis, and treatment. Now, let's speak about metabolism. So when we eat something, when we digest something, we have plenty of chemical reactions. That's what we call metabolism. And you study medicine or biochemistry, you learn all this. Metabolites are the small chemical molecules. And this basically, in its sum, is called the metabolome. What's interesting is, up to until last year, it was hard to hear the term metabolome in a clinical setting. Since last year, I hear more and more frequently that innovative healthcare systems are speaking about metabolomics. And I will show you now why it's important. When you look at the metabolome, you have basically information access, which enables you to use this information for prevention, diagnosis, and improvement of treatments. So basically, prevention is important to avoid the onset of disease. That's especially interesting for high-risk groups, which are elderly people, but not limited to. Diagnosis of complex diseases. For example, at the onset of neurological or oncological diseases, the symptoms are very unspecific. That's why physicians need typically half a year or more to diagnose a complex disease. But then you lose precious time. It's also very costly. Quality of life of the patient goes down. Treatment, and it doesn't need to be just the dramatic cancer case. All sort of treatments, at the end of the day, need to be personalized because you always want to know, does the medication you take really work on your body? Now, we are working basically on a health information system which is based on the combination of an advanced measurement technology called NMR and AI to transform metabolomics into an affordable tool to democratize precision medicine and enable population-wide screening. Just to do a level set of what metabolome and metabolism is, we all are now acquainted with genomics. So the genomics revolution taking place in the past 30 years, I would say, enlightened us quite a bit in healthcare. Now you hear quite a bit also about, and the genome just tells you what could happen, right? What may happen. When you look at the transcriptome, then you see of what should happen. You still don't know if it's really happening. When you look at the proteome, at the proteins, you see how much is happening of what, but still there is some ambiguity because in the case of proteins depends also where they exactly are in the cellular system. Ultimately, the real status of what is happening you can only get from the metabolome. It's basically a real-time health status mirror. This information you get from the metabolome, you can basically use now for preventative care, for disease diagnosis or monitoring and treatment. So basically, it's a continuum of use cases in healthcare. And what's really encouraging is that now leading innovative hospitals are recognizing this and are starting to establish metabolomics in the clinic complementary to genomics. Now, it's just a quick summary of what we are doing. So we basically have a cyber-physical system. We turn liquid blood, analog blood into digital blood, and then we basically use NMR to get hundreds of metabolites in a blood sample quantitatively. Then we match this with our proprietary digital biobank, where we have more than 230,000 patient profiles, and we have about 700 diseases. And then we basically do everything you would do in a traditional lab just in silico without the need for expensive chemical reagents. And what's really important is to get also this backing, I would say, from the scientific aspect. So basically, one of our board members, Jim Rothman, Nobel laureate 2013 medicine, he confirms our thesis that almost all diseases are linked to metabolism. That means when you have an analytical window into metabolism, then you basically have immediate access to the health status information. And right now we have about, in our database, 700 diseases based on ICD-10 codes. We have more than 230,000 patient profiles. And so basically, we use this now to generate the digital twin. We take the patient's blood, generate the digital twin of the patient, then we compare this against hundreds of thousands of people. So basically, if you ask me, what do we with the AI? We compare people, very basic. Here's a quick movie to show how we are actually operating. Do we have audio on the video?
Milliliters of blood and takes only one measurement for all tests. The NMR instrument is the interface between the physical and digital world. The patient's metabolic information is being captured in one single scan with radio frequencies and compared to billions of data points from individual metabolic profiles within moments. The sample partitioning for accessing biomarkers and performing health tests is based solely on algorithms. Lifespin. Take your health in your hands.
So as you've seen, the workflow is truly simple. You basically take a small blood sample, venous blood, that's very important, it's systemic blood, and then you digitize it in an NMR-equipped laboratory. Once the results are online, we process it in our cloud, where we basically do the entire processing, the digital twin generation with the combination of the patient's meta information. Then we do the automated in silico health assessment, and this takes only a couple of minutes, just as fast as software typically works, right? So then you get basically different types of health reports depending on the use cases you're addressing. So depending if you do treatment monitoring of a cancer patient, or differential diagnosis in neurology, or preventative care for elderly people, for example. Now you may ask, okay, sounds all great, but how accurate does it really work? Because when I speak about precision medicine system, then the most substantial foundation is that the measurements, the quantitative capture is really accurate, and that's what we have done. So we have done a round-robin testing with more than 500 clinical labs in Germany, and you see the red dot are our results, where basically, just as a summary, top performing, the quantitative measurement is basically extremely precise. So what we get is the physics. We don't need chemistry. That's the beauty of it. Physics is always precise. Chemistry has always some flaws based on diffusion and other effects. That's why we have this high precision, which is the prerequisite. But now let's jump gears and think about what do we do with that. So here you see what we call a health compass on different types of patient. You can obviously see that a healthy person has all the parameters quantitatively in the healthy range. That's all good, but you also see how kidney failure looks like, you see how obesity looks like, or stroke. Now let's dive into stroke, because here basically we enter the world of neurology, which is an extremely tough world, because, I mean, our system can differentiate, discriminate among different diseases. Now, to discriminate between healthy and stroke is very easy, right? Even a child can do that. So the AUC value is fairly high at 0.98. But then multiple sclerosis versus stroke, it's getting somewhat interesting. Again, we can differentiate it. And then migraine versus stroke, quite a few women who actually suffer from the stroke are being misdiagnosed with migraine, because physicians sometimes seem to have a stereotypical thinking. That's why it's very important to be able to differentiate migraine or to discriminate migraine from stroke. What's also interesting is Parkinson's disease from stroke. I was always wondering why my team has done the study with the Charité Hospital and looking at Parkinson versus stroke. Parkinson first year is very similar, just looks like stroke. It's very interesting. But we can see that actually it's really different. What exactly are we seeing? Don't worry, your eyes are perfectly fine. I just blur this for IP reasons. You see basically a list of metabolites which show a disease-specific change. This is the signature of disease, and we have these type of signatures for many, many diseases. But now let's go now to my favorite part. Now you've seen what we basically do with this system, and how much would you say does it cost to digitize one patient and to do all this analysis? Please throw some numbers. Shout it out. Any numbers? That's too ambitious, but it's the right ballpark. It's basically less than a pizza margarita, I totally agree. So that's a pizza I had in Hong Kong a few months ago, but it was really around this price. So basically, it cost about less than $10 to digitize one patient profile, and that's very important. And I'm always very open with the cost structure, because my point is not to make this into an extremely expensive method like liquid biopsy based on genomics. The objective here is to incorporate this as part of a triage solution in hospital practice. So my interest is not to sell a Rolls-Royce, my interest is to sell a Toyota. It should be affordable for everyone, that's very important. Now, our business model is basically to work with healthcare providers and laboratories. So basically, our business is to enable partner laboratories to obtain these patient samples in a digital format. We then generate the precision health information, and that's basically how we make our money. That's very important to be clear about the business model. It's basically about health information. Or here just easier to show, you have a healthcare partner which provides the blood or the raw data, then we turn this into digital blood, we generate the digital twin, deliver the health information to the healthcare partner and get paid for. The beauty of it is, once you have a patient sample digitized, you cannot only use it for one specific test. First of all, you can use it for the entire metabolome. That means you get a 360 degrees view of the patient's health. Second, you can look, is anything out of range? Is it perhaps a suspicion for cancer or neurological disease? Then you can dive deeper. That means once a patient sample is digitized, you can do as many tests as you want. It's just like an in-app purchase on your phone. And the beauty of it is it's over the cloud. It's basically software as a service. That's why I'm traveling quite a bit. I've been to many countries in the past months, basically identifying laboratory and hospital partners who share the vision and are ready to basically take on the new clinical modality. Now, you all know, I guess, Audi and BMW. So that's where we're coming from regionally. So we are based in Bavaria, and we have succeeded now to land quite a few partnerships in these locations, predominantly Asia Pacific. US is a bit an interesting topic because the FDA is very much hesitant with AI-based solutions. That's why we focus first on the Asia Pacific region. Now, it's important to understand what we are doing. What we have is basically a decision support system. And I just skip this slide and just go immediately to the outlook, because what we are aiming for is basically, as an end game, to build an omni-intelligent health system which can recognize disease. Right now, we have on our platform about 700 diseases. So we can recognize about 700 and diagnose quite a few already at a good level of accuracy compared to standard benchmarks in the clinic. We are constantly increasing our database and increase the data points. The data points are not just only concentration information, these are the correlations which are important to understand the biochemical pathways as a cause of disease. So our end game is basically to build a lifespan deep health AI, which is an omni-intelligent system, being able to recognize all types of diseases, all the rare diseases. Now, as you can also see, Metabolic is really taking on nicely. So we have seen the success of genomics, but now we have, I think, even faster adoption cycles in the clinic to basically mature and get commoditized. That's basically our objective here. And you all may be familiar with the company Grail. What Grail achieved in genomics is amazing, having software as a service as a new product category and having a pan-cancer test. We are basically aiming not only for a pan-cancer test, we're aiming for a pan-disease test, right? That means the populations we can speak to, given the cost structure and the scalability, is realistically achievable. It will take a couple of years, just as healthcare is, but we are extremely bullish about our outlook. The beauty of health information is it matters to everyone in all types of life settings. That's the beauty of it. That means ultimately health information is one of the most precious assets. Actually, health information is even more valuable than financial information. And if you take this in mind and think of our data play in healthcare, then basically you see clearly that we have basically a clear positioning when it comes to the data. It's really all about the data, because this then you can use downstream in different verticals. Just here's an overview of our numerous clinical partners, but thank you very much. It was a great pleasure to introduce you to Lifespin, and feel free to reach out to me. You can actually find my WhatsApp here, so you can just scan the QR code and reach out to me. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Tanazli. Thank you very much. All right, so how we doing? Are we okay? Are we still awake? Do we need another coffee? Yes? Are you still alive? Yes, we are alive. Thank you so much for responding. Yes, because when the doctor was here and he was asking for responses, I just heard crickets. So I need to know that you're still with me, yeah? So once again, thank you to Dr. Tanazli for sharing his expertise in such an important topic. So now we are going to pivot to an engaging conversation ahead with our next panel. So we are going to take a deep dive into the question of, are today's younger generation facing more depression and anxiety than those before them, which we're going to take a really nice deep dive into it. So we are setting the stage for a deep dive into that to explore these critical issues. So I would like to invite the moderator. If I could get some stage help, if you could come up for me 1 second. Someone to help me with the chairs very fast. I'd like to invite our moderator, Professor Catherine von Troyer. Yes, let's give Professor Catherine a round of applause. I just need a chair closer to me. Yes. All right, part of the panel, we have Dr. Mohita Shrivastava. Yes, I love saying that, Shrivastava. All right, yes, round of applause. She's making her way to the stage. Kunal Sharma, I met you earlier. Yes, I love this pink suit. You are making such a statement. I love it. Mohammed Rafiruddin, are you here? Yes, he's here. We were looking for you. Let's give him a round of applause as well. And lastly, Dr. Meghna Kambam. Yes? One more? All right, that's okay. There she is. Very nice. All right, so I'm going to hand over to Professor Catherine von Troyer. That's great. All right. Come on up. You waiting for the red carpet? I'll organize them. Yes, you can find your mics on the chairs. You just have to switch them on before using them. Huh?
So good morning, everyone. Welcome and thank you for being here today. I'm very excited to commence this discussion on our younger generations experiencing higher rates of depression and anxiety compared to previous generations. And this morning I would like to introduce our panellists. In fact, I'll ask them to introduce themselves and talk a little bit about what we all do. And then we've got some group discussion after that. So I'll hand over to Dr. Meghna Kambam. Thank you.
Hi, very good afternoon. I think, so I'm Dr. Meghna Kambam, and I'm from Care and Grow. We're an organization that works with 0 to 6 years early childhood development. We have a patented first in the world end-to-end ecosystem for development management for 0 to 6 years, the mental development. And I think today we are here to really discuss about the impact of various aspects in increasing the anxiety and depression levels in the today's children, especially the teenagers, and all of us are going to really talk about that. So my take on why, if you would like me to go ahead with it, I would do that. Yeah, please. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Good morning, everybody. Assalamu alaikum. Dubai. Okay, I'm very happy to be here. I'm Kunal Sharma. I'm from Bombay, and I'm lifestyle coach, health and fitness coach, and I'm in this line from the last 33 years. And I have seen a lot in my whole life because I teach physical, mental, physiological, different types of workouts, performance enhancement, the eyes exercise, simple proprioception workouts. There are so many things to learn in this line. Fitness is not only fitness, it's just a bold science. So today we are going to discuss about depression, anxiety, mental problems in youth, which is very, very important to discuss. And I'm very, very excited. We'll take a discussion step by step. So this was my introduction. I'll see you soon.
Yeah, hello, good morning, everyone. My name is Mohita. I'm Dr. Mohita Shrivastava, and I'm a neuroscientist and a neuropsychologist by profession. I'm also the founder of Cognitum program, This program is meant for cognitive rehabilitation and training of the issues related to cognition, cognitive control, and executive functions. And I'm also a passionate writer. I write many articles on topics related to brain, mind, and behavior. And I'm here to talk today on the topic anxiety and depression among the young generation, Gen Z and Gen Alpha. What are the causes and how is it happening in them? And is it true that the Gen Z or Gen Alpha is more prone to anxiety and depression these days? So I'll be sharing my thoughts over it. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. Hello, everybody. My name is Mohammed Sabauddin Rafiuddin. I'm the founder of Mohammed's Mental Health Campaign based in London in the United Kingdom, which is a campaign aimed at improving access to mental health services for disadvantaged communities, particularly ethnic minority communities, Asians, African, Middle Eastern communities across the world. And also I'm the founder of Mohammed's Mental Health Helpline, which is a global helpline aimed at providing expert support to people in their own native languages. So one of the problems that people have facing mental health difficulties from ethnic minorities is being able to communicate their problems in their own language. So to try and solve this, I created a helpline for everybody, but I get a lot of calls, me and my team get a lot of calls from young people and the youth of today, and we provide support in English, Urdu, Hindi, Punjabi, Yoruba, Hausa, Twi, Bangla, in a wide variety of languages to help people that are in distress, particularly young people who are in distress. Thank you.
Thank you, panelists. And I am, as I mentioned, Professor Catherine von Troyer. I'm from Melbourne in Victoria in Australia, and I'm the CEO and Provost of the Camilla Institute. And the Camilla Institute has a triple helix model where we train mental health professionals. We also conduct research which informs what we train, and we also provide mental health services through several clinics throughout Melbourne. So we're a not-for-profit and a charity organisation. So let's just set the scene here and let's talk about, is there actually a problem? Are younger generations in our different regions experiencing higher rates of depression and anxiety? So let's all just have our view from our regions. Megana, would you like to start?
I think there are the few contributing factors to this, and very apparent and very in the face one, like all of us know, is social media. And the best part of somebody's life is always projected in social media. And we as adults also really find it difficult to tell it apart from what is real life and what is not. And for teenagers, their world is around social media, on Instagram and everything, and where people project the best of their life. So I think that's kind of a standard that they hold about what their life should be, what their lifestyle should be, or like what is the economic status that they should place themselves in. I think that's something which is the complex of comparison is the first reason of the anxiety and this thing. And I think the second major part, like very recently we've seen the corporate CEOs of the major social media platforms answer this to the US Senate. So we've seen that more than 14% of the kids on social media today are getting bullied and harassed. And they did something that they would hold ransom to their parents and, extract and blackmail a lot of these things. And one part of it has been also child trafficking. So I think that's another factor that's also contributing. So the economic downtrend, now we see that the quality of life or the amount of earnings that a single person has versus what he was making with the same kind of education, with the same kind of qualifications. The amount of money and the quality of life the people would have about 10 years ago, it's drastically decreased right now. So there's a lot of struggle with the younger generations on the economic instability. I think I really feel that these are the real contributors to somebody in stress, and whatever that minor anxiety and depression is there is getting really amplified by these factors, and we all need to really create an ecosystem, deploy experts, easy access to mental health care, and we need to kind of create groups to cater to this. So, yeah.
Great.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Before I'll start my conversation on this topic, let's everybody join me and stand up, please. If you can. Thank you. So just shake your legs. So that just, now we are ready to understand now. Until we are not ready mentally and physically, you cannot absorb. So forget about depression, forget anxiety, forget mental disorder. We are not here. Just forget for some time. Now, breathe. You don't need to breathe in and breathe out from your nose. It's all right. So breathe. Now that is called life force, energy. If our breathing is like this, which is always 17 or 15 hours in a day, numbers, job, this, that, I'm running here, there, to search this, to find this, to pull this. The breathing is the life force. If we will not breathe in and breathe out, these are the basic core values of life. If we will not correct these things, forget about supplements, forget about medicines, forget about everything. The first thing we are forgetting, our children, youth, is forgetting breathing, peace, patience. You know, the mobility. They are sitting on the phone constantly. I have seen my clients, I'm training all over the world after COVID digitally. Everything is available now. On one place you put the camera, you are connecting to America, you're connecting to Australia, you're connecting to London, Dubai. I have seen people in the age of, forget about teenagers, people in the age of 30s, 35, 40s, they are constantly on phone, in trains. Husband and wife sitting in the restaurant and they are on the phone. They are eating dinner, they are on the phone. So breathing, please sit down if you can. Now, so breathing and mobility, these are the two things are very, very important. Forget about depression, anxiety, anything. The next thing is very, very important, which is called sleep. As our best doctors and experts already discussed about very short, they have given you the pointers about the sleep. But I want to dig little deeper than that. Sleep is so important to kill any kind of pathogen, to strengthen our immunity, okay? To beat age, to enhance focus. The focus I'm putting right now and I'm talking to you guys. So I'm attracting your attention. This is not only because by the way, my age is 52, okay? And I'm in this line from the last 32 years as I discussed already. The question is not that the age. The question is with the age, how fast you're moving. Your nervous system, your reflexes, your cognitive function, your absorption. So sleep is the key, is the best medication. If we are not sleeping on time, if we are killing circadian rhythm of the body, our clock, every cell has a clock. In our body, built up of billions of cells, everybody knows. It's not a rocket science which I'm discussing. It's a general core value of life. So each cell has a circadian rhythm, is a clock, okay? So now, when we are supposed to sleep and we are eating, and when we're supposed to get up, we are sleeping. Now, you're the best judge. You know what will happen to your brain, what will happen to the next future generation, because the world is growing so fast, and with the world, everybody is growing, everybody is in race. Where is the peace? Where is the stoppage? As a parent, this is our rule, discipline, whatever you say, our duty to strengthen our children, our youth, our students' lifestyle. You understand that? So sleep is the best medication. If you will not sleep for 3 days, you will change your blood glucose level. Immediately. Fasting blood glucose level is immediately changed. So as soon as the fasting blood glucose level change, you will not be able to think straight. You will start increasing your craving. And that's where the problem starts. This is the core. What time you sleep, you're the best judge. But I sleep, by the way, I sleep 7:30 in the evening and I get up at 2:45 in the morning. But people tell me, mad, all my clients also, because you have no life. But let me tell you, in short, every spiritual scripture, you take anything, it is written, after sunset, you should not eat. That is the first line I've said. Forget depression, anxiety, everything. That we'll discuss. We have a lot of points. I have 40 points to discuss here. We don't need. We need the core points. If you will not sleep before 10, let me tell you, in short again, your gallbladder will suffer, your liver will suffer, your kidneys will suffer, your pancreas will suffer, because they're supposed to do something else and they're doing something else. So what will happen? Chaos. Chaos. You will never recover mentally and physically. There is a filing system in the brain that is called non-REM cycle and REM cycle. If you know about the sleep cycle, rapid eye movement, non-rapid eye movement. So there is a first half, starting from 9:30 to around 12:30 is a non-rapid eye movement. Then 12:30 to 5 o'clock, it is a rapid eye movement. So there is a science, is an ancient science behind it. It is not like this, we made it like this. You know, this statement. It's written in scriptures. If we are not filing and recovering the system, you will not be able to retain your memory. You will not eliminate the garbage, which is nonsense memory. So definitely our brain will suffer, our body will suffer, our blood sugar will suffer. It's simple. So we will take it from there.
Thank you, Kunal.
Thank you, Kunal. Catherine, before I answer your question, I would like to thank Kunal for such a body and mind storming 2, 3 minutes, 5 minutes talk. So now, coming back to your question, yeah, I certainly believe that the younger generations are more prone to anxiety and depression these days. You can call it Gen Z or Gen Alpha. And I believe that there is multiple factors that are contributing to this, like as you, Meghna, and I have discussed about the social media, the technology, and Kunal, sleep also, the sleep cycle. That might be attributed to the excessive use of the social media and technology. And socioeconomic factors, trauma and adverse childhood experiences, of course, and changing social norms, rapidly changing social norms. We all are aware about that, LGBTQ and all that. But I would rather say that, to me, in my humble opinion, the most important factor that is contributing to anxiety and depression among Gen Z or Gen Alpha is pressure. Pressure to succeed and achieve at any cost. Pressure laid on them by their peers, by the educators, by the teachers, by the parents, by the society. So you have to get A+, you have to become a doctor, you have to become a scientist, you have to become a successful businessman. These all kind of things they have been listening since their childhood. The parents are comparing, the relatives are comparing, the friends are comparing. So, in fact, one of my articles had been published in Khalij Times here in Dubai, talks about the imposter syndrome. And another one is published in the Khaleej Times, which talks about the stress and pressure at workplace. And I believe that these kind of pressure from peers, from parents, from educators and teachers eventually lead to the development of imposter syndrome as well as anxiety and depression among the youngsters.
Thank you, Mohammed.
Thank you. Thank you to everyone for your amazing contribution. There's 2 points that I would like to make. The first point is that when we talk about mental health, we need to understand the concept of stigma. Mental health has been and still currently is heavily stigmatized. Previous generations were very reluctant to talk about mental health, anxiety, depression, psychosis, post-traumatic stress disorder, all of these illnesses. But what I've seen with the younger generation now is that they are much more open to talking about mental health compared to previous generations. So people that I'm speaking to, they will openly say, I'm going through a difficult time in my life, this is what's happened to me, this is what I'm going through. Whereas previously, generations which were older found it a little bit more difficult to go to the psychiatrist or go to the doctor and get themselves diagnosed for a mental health condition. So I think stigma, we still have a long way to go. Even amongst the youth, mental health is still heavily stigmatized. A lot of young people are reluctant to even talk about mental health. They're very reluctant to be labeled as being depressed or be labeled as having anxiety because of the fear of judgment from society, from their peers, from their work colleagues, and what society will think of them if they are labeled as being mentally ill. The second point that I'd like to make is on social media. 20 or 30 years ago, if somebody went on holiday or if they went to a restaurant or if they purchased a new car or new clothes, not that many people would know about it. Maybe a handful of people would know that this person went on holiday to this country or this person purchased this new car. Whereas now with social media, everything you're doing is publicized to the world at the click of a button. And young people now, more than the previous generation, are, susceptible to this because, they're seeing person X or person Y or person Z going on 3 holidays a year, buying a new car, buying nice clothes, and they're thinking, why is my life not like this? Why can't I go on 3 holidays a year? Why can't I buy the latest car, the latest clothes, the latest iPhone? And what I'm seeing with the younger generation is that, this illusion of a perfect lifestyle, which social media is broadcasting to the world, where people are looking at their peers, particularly these influencers that are on social media who portray themselves as having the perfect life. And young people, the reason why there's higher rates of depression and anxiety is because young people are comparing their lives to the other lives that they're seeing on social media, and they're thinking, I'm not, I haven't gone on 3 holidays this year, I haven't purchased a new car, a new house, I haven't got designer clothes. And that's why when they're comparing their lives to the lives of other people, they're feeling low about themselves and they're thinking, why is this person's life so amazing? But what they don't realize is that social media is just an illusion. It's not portraying their full life. Every person that you're seeing on social media is just broadcasting, the best aspects of their lives. They're not showing you about their struggles or the hard times that they've gone through. They're just showing you that I've just gone on this holiday, I had the best time of my life, it was so amazing, you guys are missing out. And so when we talk about mental health with young people, social media is playing such a pivotal and crucial role for the points that I mentioned before. And also the stigma, I can talk about it from a South Asian perspective, from a Pakistani or Indian or Bengali perspective, because even within the South Asian community, it's extremely difficult to talk about mental health. With English or with American families, they will sit at the dinner table and they will talk about how was your school, how was your day, how was your work. Oh, I'm going through a difficult time, this is what happened at work, this is what happened at school, this is what happened with my friends. But unfortunately, this is a huge problem that I'm personally trying to tackle myself in society with the South Asian community, to get people talking about mental health, get people talking about the struggles that they're facing. And this is not just aimed at young people and the younger generation, although this discussion is aimed at young people, but it's for everyone from ethnic minorities to start talking about mental health, to start speaking to their families, to their friends. it doesn't have to be that you go to a psychiatrist or you go to a therapist to talk about your problems. I just want to facilitate the conversation whereby people are talking about mental health, even to their friends or even to their family. So in my humble opinion, stigma and social media, they're two contributing factors to why the younger generation are facing an increase in depression and anxiety. Thank you.
Thank you, Mohammed. So, and my contribution from Australia, I guess, is that in a recent government report that was released in December 2023, so very recent, 1 in 7 people, youth, were reported to have had mental health concerns. Moreover, suicide is actually the leading cause of death among Australians aged between 15 to 24 years old, making up 36% of all deaths. It's quite a significant figure, isn't it? So if we're asking the question, is there a problem with youth mental health concerns? Yes, there is. And all these, the biopsychosocial model, I think, is being described by this panel in a very passionate way. So thank you for your insights from your regions. And I think Australia also shares some of all of the things that you've mentioned in terms of being problematic. One thing that was unique to us was that Melbourne, you may not know, we had one of the biggest lockdowns during COVID. I think we're one of the most locked down cities, and where we were very socially isolated, students were from each other. Some of the unintended consequences of that was huge amounts of university and school dropout, and really led by people's levels of depression and anxiety. So along with the youth also being in insecure and casual work and those economic pressures that also is shared with the panel. So one thing I take away from this discussion is while we're on different corners of the universe, you know, the idea of youth depression and anxiety being a problem is really ubiquitous. So it's really a common problem that we all share. But we don't want to stop the conversation here. We want to lift you up because I think we've all got some ideas also about what some solutions might be. So let's shift to, well, okay, this is a problem, but what are some of our solutions? So I've got some questions posed for the panellists. We might have to do a couple of shortcuts though, due to time. But I'd like to start off having a bit of a deep dive into some of our more nuanced experiences that we have. So one of the first questions is around the high rates of depression and anxiety that's experienced by Gen Z has had quite significant implications on cognitive health. And how do you think, Mahita, if I may ask this of you, sort of how do you think mental health issues can impact on the cognitive health of millennials?
Thank you for the question, Catherine. Before I proceed to answer this question, I would just like to share a very small incident, real life incident, that my son, he is around 7 years old, and one day he came to me. I was, as we discussed, I was a little tired, overwhelmed with work, so I was not paying attention to what he was saying to me. So the one question that he asked, Mama, why are you not listening to me? Why are you not answering my question? Are you depressed? I said, huh? Immediately, it rang the bell. I said, depressed? What is depressed? What do you understand by depression? He said, I don't know. My friend says when their mama is not, when their moms and dads are not talking, they're depressed. So I thought you're also depressed. You're not answering. You're not responding. He's a 7. He's going to be 7 next month. So, you know, I'm not talking about Gen Z here. I'm talking about Gen Alpha. The kids are so much so aware nowadays about the term anxiety and depression. They don't know the meaning, but they know something is wrong. If you say the word being depressed, or if you say something like being anxious, that's something wrong. So this is how the social media, as well as, you know, the technology is impacting their mind. So now coming to the question of how anxiety and depression, what do you think about the cognitive health? Does it impact? Yes, it does. There are multiple research evidences from years of research. They suggest that major depressive disorder and generalized anxiety disorder, GAD, which we call as GAD, they really affect the cognitive skills, cognitive abilities, and executive functioning. In fact, I have recently published one of the case studies, that is the treatment of generalized anxiety disorder using cognitive approach in terms of improvement of the cognitive functioning. And I also published 2 of the articles regarding brain fog and exercises to boost cognitive health. So definitely anxiety and depression does affect the cognitive health in terms of, first and foremost, impairment in concentration and focus. And this leads to basically decreased productivity and problems in attention. The next most important thing is memory, both working memory, short-term, long-term memories. So people often, they think, you don't even understand why it is happening to me. It's because of the brain fog, because you couldn't sleep well, because you were putting so much of your time on social media, browsing, WhatsApp, Instagram, LinkedIn, all that stuff. So memory problems, it happens, and especially the working memory does get affected. And you are unable to remember things or recall things. So this is one of the repercussions of anxiety and depression in terms of cognitive health. Another thing is executive functioning, like your decision-making abilities, your strategic planning, your abilities to organize something, your goal-directed behavior. These things are generally getting affected because of anxiety and depression. I would say that these are the aftermath of anxiety and depression, or the repercussions of anxiety and depression. And one thing that I would like to mention here, like we all have survived by the grace of God, the COVID era. And post-COVID, the post-COVID cognitive decline is very common. Brain fog, which we called as in a general term. Brain fog is mental fatigue. It's lack of, concentration, focus, attention, and impairment in memory, working memory. Working memory is mostly affected as compared to the long-term memory. So what happens, like when you go to a doctor, they will do your blood work, your everything, whether you are a diabetic or cholesterol, your other parameters, but they come out to be normal. Then what has happened? It's because of the brain fog, and this has been happening post-COVID, not only to Gen Z or Gen Alpha, but to all of us. So that is also one of the things, but the Gen Z and Gen Alpha is mostly getting affected because everybody once in their lifetime had suffered from COVID, but they are more prone to it because of the fact, lack of sleep, plus too much focus and concentration on gaming, PS5, gaming, digital, social media, digital technology, use of that, the overwhelming use of those things. So yes, it does affect cognitive health, and these are like executive functions, memory, focus, attention. These are really getting affected by anxiety and depression.
Okay, thank you. And I'd like to ask Kunal and I'll ask Mohammed about what strategies can younger individuals employ to cope with feelings of depression and anxiety, and please keep your response to a couple of minutes.
So there are, at least in my notebook, 40 types of strategies. So I'm not going to cover each of them, but as I discussed earlier, the sleep is the first and the last most important component in our life, which is creating a hell of problems. Now the next point, please don't mind, I'm going to mention very frankly, transparently, what we eat. You know what we eat. Everybody, I saw it outside in the morning, the buffet was there. Every plate I have seen. How many refined carbohydrate foods, high sugary foods, artificial, things, processed foods, we are consuming every day. Our children are consuming every day. It is mind-boggling. I'm telling you, These things we are creating. It is not done by any company or any kind of promotion or anything, because what we eat, our children, everybody sees, they start eating. If somebody has a kid around, as she mentioned, 7 years old, right? It is very difficult to control them. If they ask a phone, if you don't give them, they will go out of the order. If they want a muffin, they want a muffin only. So these are the small, things in life which we are lacking as a parent. I have seen whenever I don't have time to go to malls because I'm constantly busy online with my sessions, but whenever I go, sometimes I have to buy. Otherwise, as we mentioned, everything is available online, so it's a very nice thing, but sometimes it's a very bad thing for people who do not move only. You got my point? Because as a trainer, as a coach, wellness coach, I train myself almost every day, 45 minutes, not 2 hours. I'm not against marathon races. That is the extra stress people are putting. Okay? Yeah. So these are the small pointers which I want to mention, and we'll take the discussion further. Thank you.
Mohammed, thank you.
Thank you. You mentioned statistics. There's one statistic that I wanted to share as well, which is really crucial to this discussion. In the United Kingdom, they recently released a statistic that 74% of all suicides in the UK are carried out by men. And this is a huge problem, not just in the United Kingdom, but all over the world. Young men are finding it difficult to talk about their mental health problems. So 74%, that's 7 out of 10 of all suicides in the United Kingdom are carried out by men. And this, when I read this statistic, I was really shocked that there is little help available for young men who are going through distress, which is why I launched my helpline to try and help them and give them someone that they could speak to at a time of difficulty and mental distress. But answering your question in terms of what strategies, sleep is very important. I think one of the most important strategy that I would give advice to is exercise. Because, we talked about the role of physical health and the relationship between physical health and mental health. And this is something which, not that many people understand, the link between your mind and your body. If you can take time out every day just to exercise, even if it's just going for a walk, going for a run, going for a jog, that will improve your cognitive functions, your mental clarity, your thought process, your concentration, and it helps you, have a more fulfilling and a happier outlook on life as well. It allows you to be more grateful, and gratitude is the next point that I would give advice to, that you should always try and find something that you're grateful for, even if it's the smallest thing, because that will help you every single day. Just find 1 or 2 things that today I'm grateful for this, today I'm grateful for this. As well as sleep, eating the right foods, exercising, and the most important thing that I would say is having a support network around you that you can just speak to. Whether it's family, whether it's friends. If you feel the need to go to a therapist, then don't be reluctant in approaching a therapist or approaching a psychiatrist and saying that these are the difficulties that I'm facing. Whether it's young people, whether it's old people, whatever your age, whatever your background, race, ethnicity, religion, mental health affects everybody. And the phone calls that I receive on my helpline that me and my team deal with is from people in Asia, people in Africa, people in Indonesia, England, America, and it's such a universal problem that we're facing that the names are different. The names might be, Mohammed or Rakesh or something else, but the problem is exactly the same. So whichever country they're in, they're going through exactly the same struggles, they're going through exactly the same problems, they're affected by the same problems wherever in the world they are. So my advice would be sleep, exercise, and a support network around you where you can talk about your problems, what you're going through, your challenges, and having someone there that can just listen to your problems. That's that's the advice that I would give.
Great, thank you. And what are some of the preventative measures that can be taken to promote better mental health of younger generations? So, Madonna?
Very quickly, I think with already what we are doing, we really feel that first the policy should move in a direction of scalable and universally replicatable solutions. So cheaper tech-based solutions to get the whole ecosystem together. There are individual practitioners and everybody's doing their best, but I think we need everybody on one ecosystem, and it should be very affordably made available for parents to really get support, for students to really get support in discretion. There are these platforms which are coming up today, but the power of cloud is still not used in this sector or for these issues. So just like how we're working with 50,000 kids in India today, harnessing the power of technology and putting the screening tests and then giving the interventions individually for families as a customized plan on the application. And then providing the access to experts as well. All of this should come together in a very one platform which is affordable to everybody, accessible to everybody in discretion. So I think the policymakers should move towards this. Entrepreneurs like us, doctors like me, entrepreneurs like me, how we have made a step, everybody in all of the world, they should come together. There are individual wonderful experts like you and a lot of people on this panel. We really wish that through harnessing the technology, we can put everybody together, give a sustainable solution to everybody. And I call on the people in the audience as well, everywhere in the world, to really do that to end this problem.
Thank you. And Mahita, would you like to add to that?
Yeah, I would rather say that prevention is always better than cure. So I would like to emphasize on two important factors, which is creating awareness and educating them, right? In the form of small sessions, in the form of online talks, in the form of small movies. But educate your kids, educate your teens, and tell them that if these are the symptoms that you're facing, or is there something which is bothering you, you should just come and seek the support or tell us. We should not, because as Kunal and Mohammed have rightly said that, in South Asian countries, still talking about the mental health issues is still a sort of stigma. Though people are opening up a lot, there are, I'm from India, so I would talk about India. People are opening a lot about it. They are open to talk about it. But still, in the society, if for example, if in their board exams, the kid has not scored 90 plus or something like that, even if the kid is quite intelligent, it's just the bad day or the bad paper that he couldn't solve or something had happened, but the pressure created by the parents or the peers is going to, bother him a lot, him or her a lot. So that's what I'm trying to tell, that the prevention is always better than cure, and you should create awareness, and you should tell your kids whenever something is wrong or bothering, just come to us. We will help you to seek support if we are not the therapists or we are not the counselors. And second thing I will say, teach them resilience and coping skills. Coping skills in the form of cognitive training, in the form of emotional intelligence, mindfulness-based approaches, and so that they can better cope with the adversities and the emotional challenges that they're going through.
Thank you. And I might also add to this question as well, and just mention that I think the earlier that we can intervene, the better. With mothers and babies, with our families, with our communities, we need to have more courageous conversations with each other and with others. And I know that in the literature we often talk about intergenerational trauma, and it doesn't take much for that to be exacerbated. And I like to think about how can we create intergenerational improvements in mental health and the conversations. And I think we've had a very holistic conversation here with the panellists. And I see a lot of hope too. Like we talked about solutions. IT and social media can be a problem, but it can be a solution too. I do see youth sharing a lot of love over, their apps and their conversations that they have with other people. When things cross the line and become really negative, that's when we need to step in and have some courageous conversations. And as older people, we need to role model what that looks like. So So I think those aspects are really important. I have a lot of hope for the future. I think there's a lot of intervention programs at the Kay Miller Institute. We provide free mental health counselling, and we also have programs that have been running for early childcare workers and teachers for some time that have quite a strong evidence base now. But I'd like to ask the other panellists too, just very briefly, just a quick 60-second overview in closing. You know, what do you hope for in the future?
Would you like me to start? Yeah. So one thing that I would like to say is that my vision for the future in terms of mental health is that I want mental illness to be viewed and spoken about by society the same way physical illness is. So for example, if a person has bad eyesight, they'll go to an optician, problems with their teeth, they'll go to a dentist. The same way, if they're having any problems with their mind, I don't want them to have any reluctance to go to see a doctor about their mental health. So your question, what is my vision for the future in terms of mental health? You know, I hope and I pray for a future where mental health is viewed in exactly the same light as physical health and physical illness. That's my vision for the future.
Thank you. Nita?
Yeah, I would also say the same thing. I second that, you know, people should be speaking about it open-heartedly and open-mindedly, and they should, and across the globe. It's not only about the Western countries, because they're already, you know, quite open about it, and the mental health practices are very, very well acknowledged in the Western countries. But my vision is also that in terms of mental health, the people should be open-minded to discuss, to get the therapeutics and management of it effectively. And I would rather say that always try to balance the cognitive abilities as well as the emotional intelligence. That would create an overall mental balance among the Gen Z.
Thank you. Kunal?
Yeah, thank you. I would say we have to teach our kids, our students, if we are teachers in a school, anywhere, wherever we can give this information, gratitude. We are not, we don't do that kind of training in our children. We are not thankful what we are getting in this fast-paced, high-technology lifestyle. The speed is too much, but the question is, gratitude is zero. If I have seen in my country, I'm talking about only my country in India, I have seen children are using 1 lakh rupee phone, okay? 1 lakh rupee phone, they use it and they throw it like this in front of me. And I'm using simple phone, it's on my desk, it's just an Android phone. It is not impossible for me to buy. It's just how much money I want to spend, I can spend. But the question is that the values have gone. So first, very important thing, gratitude is very, very important to create a great mental health.
Thank
and
you.
to beat the depression and anxiety.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you. Emigana?
So, sticking to the earlier point that we have made, I think we should refrain from going for picking up. I mean, like we are waiting for people to get to us for help, right? So I think we should go one step ahead and really create something that universally screens people who have this and create a methodology that automatically filters and brings them to the experts. And I really think that that's a game changer, because wonderful people like you are already working, and we really wish that as entrepreneurs we create a system to universally screen people in a sustainable manner at their homes, at their schools, wherever they're available, without coming to the clinic, and then catch those, you know, borderline and cases to really take help. And we need to build that system. And that's, I think, is the sustainable solution. Thank you. Use technology for it, of course.
Yeah. So thank you. So we've had some good solutions and some certain hope with the future, and I think conferences like this are great because it's part of where we can start sharing our thoughts and making connections to have that global intervention. And I would like to thank our very passionate group of panellists so much for joining us today. And thank you for being part of the audience. It's been wonderful. So thank you kindly. Thanks.
Thank you.
A big thank you indeed to our experts for this deeply insightful conversation. I believe we have gained more nuanced perspective on the mental health challenges confronting today's young people. I love the suit still. I love it. Such a statement. All right. Thank you, ladies. Thank you so much. Thank you, Professor. All right. So all right, firstly, just raise a hand. Just raise a hand. Let me know that you're still awake. You're still here. Now change. You now both. Wave. All right, good to know. We're all still here. Fantastic. So now it is the moment that we've all been waiting for. Yes, that's why a lot of you are here. We now like to move on to our recognition session. The Health 2.0 conference takes pride in acknowledging those who have played pivotal roles in the healthcare and wellness sectors. So if you are one of our awardees, yes, what's going to happen is I am going to announce your name. You're going to make your way to this side of the stage. You come up, you receive your award, you take a nice photograph. If you'd like to say a few words, there will be a mic on standby for you. And once that's done, you can exit the same way that you have entered. Does it all make sense? Because there's a lot of you, yeah? So firstly, I would like to call onto the stage Dr. Ali Tanazli of Lifespin GmbH, our bronze sponsor. We extend our gratitude and appreciation for the significant part you played. And of course, I need the person who will be presenting all of these awards, Mr. Jan Ozarski. Yes, I hope I said that right, Ozarski. All right, creative strategist and partner at Lens That. Our beautiful assistant on stage as well. Yes, smile. We extend our sincerest gratitude to our Lifespin for their invaluable contributions. Now, of course, Mr. Jan is going to be staying with me on stage the whole time, so I hope you've stretched your legs. All right, and we are ready, and he will be doing the honors. So now we move on to our first award of the Health Conference 2.0 Outstanding Leadership Award, Dr. Anita Stalin. Dr. Anita Stalin is the CEO of LSS, International Certification Academy, and one of the directors of the International Lean Six Sigma Institute in Cambridge, England. Yes, with over 20 years of professional experience, she's also associated as the Chief Transformation Consultant with the Reshape Executive Coaching for Healthcare in Washington, D.C. Yeah, it's a nice heavy box, yeah? You're so welcome. Up next, Dr. Begum Akaya for Outstanding Leadership Award. Miss B. Akaya is a psychiatrist, physiotherapist, and visionary entrepreneur. In addition to her clinical practice, Dr. Akaya is the visionary founder and CEO of a pioneering medical psychotherapist. Inspired by her own experience of relocating to Germany, she established this venture to assist fellow healthcare professionals from abroad in navigating the complexities of starting a new chapter in the country. Thank you so much, Doctor. Up next, I just received this, so if I say your name wrong, I apologize from my heart. Demagorg. Gorge. I'm very sorry. All right. Also, Outstanding Leadership Award is a registered dietitian and personal trainer with pentagram of health and hails from Croatia. That's why I can't say it. With a profound passion for health, wellness, and holistic living, has emerged as a prominent figure in the field, inspiring individuals to transform their lives through a balanced approach to nutrition and physical activity. I need to know how to say this name. Domagoj. There you go. I got it. Thank you. See, I learned stuff too. Domagoj. Up next, we have Dr. Sumana Talakokala. Yes, some of these names are really hard. Dr. Samana is a distinguished senior gynecologist at SLG Hospitals, brings a wealth of expertise and compassion to the realm of women's health. Her proficiency extends across the spectrum of gynecological concerns, and she's also dedicated to empowering women through informed healthcare decisions. Hello. Yes, congratulations. Dr. Sumana. Up next, we have Dr. Fadhila Nasser. Dr. Fadhila is the director of the nursing department at the Royal Commission Hospital. She is passionate about patient care, providing support and advocacy to all patients within the community, and has excellent leadership management skills and experience in academic research and teaching, which include prioritizing organization, communication, and planning effectively. You're so welcome. Dr. Fadhila. Very nice. Congratulations. Dr. Karen Elizabeth Medina Lopez, again, for Outstanding Leadership Award. Yes, you can keep the applause going. I think I'm loud enough. Dr. Karen Medina currently holds the esteemed International Healthcare Improvement Advisor position and is an active World Health Organization Quality Improvement Task Team member. Additionally, she serves as an International Surveyor of Accreditation Canada, HSO, and assumes the role of Healthcare Education Improvement Advisor for Equal. Congratulations. Up next, Farzana Siraj for, again, Outstanding Leadership Award. Faraza Siraj is a holistic health coach, yoga therapist, acupuncturist, nutrition coach, and the founder of Orange Ray Alternative Medicine Clinic in Chennai, India. An exponent of Layanga Yoga, she has imbibed from the lineage of yoga. She specializes in treating chronic musculoskeletal pain and lifestyle disorders to create holistic health and wellness. Thank you so much and congratulations. Up next to the lady who I cannot say your last name, Mrs. Francis, again for Outstanding Leadership Award. Francis is a senior professional with a rich background in healthcare management. Her journey in healthcare management started in 1983, and she founded Francis for Your Practice in 2009, an organization and consultancy firm catering to the healthcare sector in the Netherlands. Over the years, she has undertaken diverse assignments ranging from scientific publications and supporting 35 other publications. How you doing, Jan? You all right? Yes, all right. Congratulations, Francis. All right, up next, I have Iona Maria Papakandaraki. Again, for Outstanding Leadership Award, Iona Papakandaraki stands out as a distinguished professional in the realm of health tech and is a senior product manager at MVP Factory, a trailblazer in the health tech arena. Iona also co-founded Third Nature Health, where she played a pivotal role in developing and launching health-focused products. Her vision for Third Nature, an educational platform encouraging women in navigating their hormonal health journey, reflects a deep commitment in leveraging technology for positive healthcare outcomes. Please.
Hi, thank you. Thank you for this honor, first of all. I would especially like to thank my daughter. She came all the way from home to see her mother getting an award. And I think, yeah, it sets a nice example for the female leaders of the next generation.
Oh, come on up, sweetie. Come on.
As an engineer myself, I always thought of using research to change the world. And as a product manager, I have the chance to do that, developing various products, and specifically health products, because you literally change people's lives. So from building improvement systems for hospitals to applications for health management, MVP Factory and Ness Engineering, as a global company, we can help you, enterprises and entrepreneurships, to revolutionize the health tech landscape. So thank you so much again for this honor and for the warm welcome.
Thank you. Up next, Jason Corning for Outstanding Leadership Award. Mr. Jason Corning is a passionate and dedicated entrepreneur, founder and CEO of two companies, Three Monkeys Communication and Mirazu Corporation. He focuses on removing communication barriers for individuals with disabilities through keynote speaking, corporate training, coaching, and accessibility consulting. With a commitment to inclusivity, he aims to hire and retain employees with disabilities and develop a fully accessible application for the deaf and blind community.
I just want to say this is a wonderful honor to be able to come here and be a part of this community. The goals, assisting people with disabilities, actually be a part of businesses and be able to just have that diversity. And I really look forward to the community expanding and us working together. So thank you again for this honor.
Inspirational indeed. Up next, for our next Outstanding Leadership Award, Javier Florin. Over the past decade, Javier Florin has dedicated his career to assisting pharma and biotech companies in the transformation of their communications. As the CEO of 3D for Science, a scientific communication and medical animation company, his mission is to disrupt marketing communications through the application of visual technologies, offering compelling storytelling, educational content, and cutting-edge immersive technologies. Congratulations, Javier. Up next, we have Ksenia Saskina. I'm sure I said that wrong, I'm 100%, but I know I got your first name right, Ksenia. Ksenia is the CEO of Vibe Caring, and she exhibits a steadfast commitment to continuous education within a global mentorship network. Notably, she played a pivotal role in the development of healthcare voice assistant, embraced by over 1 million customers across various medical organizations. In collaboration with her previous team, her visionary leadership and dedication to innovation continues to drive Vibe Caring towards new heights of success in the healthcare industry. Thanks, Ksenia. Up next for Outstanding Leadership Award is Kunal Sharma. I know this name. I know the suit. Mr. Kunal, health and lifestyle coach and the proprietor at Kunal Projects Management Services, has over 30 years in health and fitness, is an acclaimed international lifestyle coach. Oh, yes, please. Holding numerous certifications and a black belt in ACCS. He was the first ever representative from India to compete in the International King of Sports Heats. Held in the UK, he has been featured as the fitness expert in Times Wellness DVDs Transform, Burn It, Unbeatable, Jumpstart 1 and 2, Tata Sky Activity Fitness Programs, etc., etc., etc. That's what it says in my notes, etc., etc. I like
It's
this
on?
guy.
Yeah. All right, guys, so this is a beautiful get-together. I have a great time here. I'm really enjoying with you guys. But the thing is, what is the takeaway? The takeaway is we have to focus our mental health here, as well as physical health. They both are equally important. All right? So keep working on your goals, on your children's goal, if you're a teacher, students' goals. So keep working on it, and please take care of your food. Okay? Refined carbs, processed foods. Life is very simple. You can achieve whatever you want. Only the focus is gut and brain access. Have a great day.
Fantastic. Yes, you can take it. It's really hot up here. But thank you. I feel very, very honored wearing this pink jacket. Thank you. All right, up next for Outstanding Leadership Award is Dr. Mohammed Farkan. Dr. Mohammed Farkan holds a pivotal role as a senior research fellow in the National University of Singapore's Yong Lu Lin School of Medicine and lead data scientist in the National University Health System. In these capacities, he helms the Innovation Data Science Lab and spearheads groundbreaking projects in AI, particularly in clinical-grade machine learning model deployments. His past research endeavors span across various domains, including cancer science, AI in mass spectrometry imaging, radiomics, and medical data analytics. Dr. Mohammed? Dr. Mohammed's not here? All right, we'll give him a round of applause anyway. I think that was pretty important. Up next, we have Dr. Nahed Balala. Yes, all right. Dr. Nahed Balala, MBBCH, MRCS, Arab Board General Surgery Specialization, and European Board of Breast Surgery, is a consultant breast surgeon at Sheikh Shakhbut Medical City and clinical assistant professor at Gulf Medical University and Khalifa University. With more than 15 years of experience, Dr. Balala has leadership experience in educational and clinical practice and is actively involved in teaching, course designing, and researching in her field with distinguished publications and a series of conference organizations. You're welcome. Up next, we have Dr. Osman Rafi Uz-Zaman. Again, for Outstanding Leadership Award. Dr. Osman, Director of Operations at Burjeel Farha, has carved a niche for himself as a seasoned healthcare leader with a profound commitment to enhance patient care, optimizing hospital operations, and driving organizational success. Armed with both an MBBS degree and an MBA, with a decade of experience, he possesses a unique blend of medical acumen and business proficiency that enable him to seamlessly bridge the realms of medical and strategic management. Thank you, Dr. Osman. Up next, Prem Iyengar. Again, for Outstanding Leadership Award, Prem is the Associate Director of Technology for Life Science Practices at Accenture. It's a renowned thought leader with 20 years of experience in the life sciences industry. His experience spans from the pharma value chain and medical device R&D. Focused on digital transformations, he is significantly advanced in pharma and medical device sector, especially in R&D, clinical, and manufacturing. You're very welcome. Up next for Outstanding Leadership Award, Rita Shorjian. Rita Shorjian is the Commercial Director of AbbVie Biopharmaceuticals GmbH, has more than 19 years of experience of overall professional experience in the pharmaceutical industry, 14 of which the Abbott and AbbVie. She's had the opportunity to co-chair with Global WLA Committee, as well as the WLA Global Co-Chair International. Her previous roles and experience include Associate Commercial Director of the EEMEA, RINOC AD, Business Unit Director of Gulf Countries, a specialty in HCV and Oncology, Business Unit Director of Immunology, Levant and Egypt, Market Access Head, Near East and Northwest Africa, Business Unit Manager, Specialty and Oncology Near the East, and National Sales Manager. You're so welcome. You're welcome. Reading everyone's qualifications, I feel very underqualified. But that's why we're here, to acknowledge all your amazing achievements. Up next, a lady that we've seen on stage before, Dr. Sandra Smith. For Outstanding Leadership Award, Dr. Sandra Smith is the Vice President of Via Hope, which is the mental health resource of Texas, USA. She has vast experiences in higher education administration with an unwavering commitment to the highest mental health and re-entry standards to support and encourage today's youth and adults. Dr. Smith is also a Shamsa Gaines Center trainee and how being trauma-informed improves the criminal justice system responses. She is a published author on her true life story entitled Choices. Thank you, Dr. Smith. Up next for Outstanding Leadership Award, Somaya. I have no idea how to say this last name. Somaya Sepradarnazep. Yes? No? Where are you? You have to bear with me. I received this like 5 minutes before coming on here. Do we have Somaya here? President of Plasma Company? No? All right, we'll skip that one. Up next, again for Outstanding Leadership Award, Yamin Abdulaziz. Are you here? Associate Marketing Director of Gilead Sciences. Not here? Yes, no? Outside, they sneak in a coffee. All right, we can come back to that one. We can come back to that one, yeah? All right, up next for Outstanding Organization Award, Ayman Saeed Abu Hamda. Fantastic. OnMed LLC is a prominent medical research and publishing group located in Dubai, the UAE. Specializing in healthcare services, it offers biostatistical analysis, manuscript writing and editing, and journal publication. With Ayman Saeed as its CEO, its commitment to ongoing development ensures accessibility for professionals at all career levels. Thank you, sir. Now, a different award for the Health 2.0 Conference Visionary Award. Mr. George Lee, who is the CEO of the Mind Synergy PTE Ltd. George Lee? Not in the room? Also sneak in a coffee or sneak in a sandwich? All right, we can come back to that one if we have to. Up next, again, for the Health 2.0 Conference Visionary Award, Dr. Amish Purohit. I know him. Yes, he's also graced the stage before. Dr. Amish, MD, MBA, MHA, FAAFP, FACHE, is also serving as the President and Chief Medical Officer at Arcos Health. He is a highly accomplished physician, executive, and a business leader with over 25 years in diverse healthcare operations, experienced in commercial, medical care, Medi-Aid, and TRICARE business markets. You're very welcome. I'd like to welcome back to the stage Dr. Ali Tanazli, again for a Health Conference Visionary Award. Dr. Ali Tanazli is the CEO of Lifespin and has more than 15 years in Fortune 100 corporate strategy and entrepreneurship for Sony and HP. Dr. Tanazli has a deep background in the science and business of biomedicine and healthcare, as well as technologies convergence between digital consumer technologies and healthcare. He has done extensive work in the field of molecular biology, of aging, and nanobiotechnology, and has authored about 20 publications during his academic career. That is outstanding. Yes, of course, sir.
So thank you very much. Great having you all here.
All right, who's next?
But actually, my ambition is not to do vision. My ambition is to do real stuff. So basically, we are doing the best to turn high-tech into useful reality in a couple of years.
I want to
Thank
highlight
you.
a couple of points that you have tabled.
Thank you, sir.
I don't have a question, but those are very critical points that I've highlighted that the audience take
Up
away,
next,
and
for a Health 2.0 Conference Visionary Award is Francis Ikanemo. Dr. Francis is an extraordinary figure in the health and wellness industry. Not only is he a medical doctor, but also the founder and CEO of Happiness Doctor. An international best-selling author on Amazon #1, international best-selling book critic, and internationally award-winning transformational speaker through his work promoting public and mental health awareness. Dr. Ikanemo's mission in life is to make the world a better place for us all. I vote Dr. Francis for president.
That's an extremely important point. I love that takeaway, and I love
of the world. That's all he wants. He wants us to have a better place. Of course,
you need to balance when to slow down.
Thank you so much for this award. First of all, this award is not for me. It's for the patients, the survivors of depression, anxiety. This award is for you guys, for all the work that you do that nobody knows about. This award is for somebody right now, suffering, having depression, don't know what to do. This award is for him. This award is for her. And this award is for the pioneers here today speaking about mental health care. This award is for them. And lastly, I cannot be here today without my parents who supported me to be here. And for me, also being a mental health survivor, I say to my God, to the mentors, to the patients who helped me through. And lastly, to the woman here, I thank you so much for all your help you've given to me. Thank you so much, everybody.
I feel like we're getting some crossover from another conference room. I do apologize for that. I can see my tech team like scrambling, so I'm sure they are on it. On to our next Health 2.0 Conference Visionary Award. I'd like to welcome to the stage Dr. Sweta Sneha. Dr. Sweta Sneha, founder, executive director, and professor at the State University of KSU, is the visionary leader and architect of healthcare management and informatics, the HMI. She collaborates with ecosystem of global experts in industry, academia, technology, healthcare, and government to develop innovative, scalable solutions. Yes, of course.
Thank you to Health 2.0. I don't know if Tarun is in the room, but thank you for this opportunity. This is an amazing audience. I love the diversity in the room. I love the number of women entrepreneurs. I love the people of color. I love how Dubai has been extremely welcoming. This is my first visit to Dubai, and it's been a long journey to be here with all of you today to share the vision of how healthcare and technology is going to be more and more central to the practice and delivery of healthcare in 21st century than it has ever been. I'm really happy that it's been an international collaboration and a dialogue that's going to take us forward. Thanks again. It's been an honor.
Thank you, Doctor. Up next, for our next Health 2.0 Conference Visionaries Award, Tanvir Hassan. Tanvir Hassan, the founder and CEO of AIHCon, is the dynamic figure in the forefront of healthcare innovation, combining clinical expertise, research prowess, and strategic business leadership. His remarkable journey spans a diverse range of roles, from hands-on clinical practice to impactful medical research, expert healthcare consultancy, and effective practice management. Thank you, Tanvir. For our next Health 2.0 Conference Visionaries Award, Yuki Kamiya. Yuki Kamiya, are you in the room? No? All right, so we are going to be moving on to our Health 2.0 Conference Outstanding Leadership Award. I'd like to welcome Abik Moitra back to the stage. Abik is the director of the Healthians Research Center, which is engaged in patient assistance not only in India but all over the world. He's also the president and founder of HBG Medical Assistant, a top name in the medical travel industry of India. In addition to this, he has been an author and wrote a thriller in the year 2022. His next book is due September this year. We're trying to find the award. So until then, is there anything you would like to say?
Thank you so much, Health 2.0. It's a great privilege and honor to be here on the stage receiving this award. In the previous versions of yours, I have also received an award, so it's kind of nostalgic to me. Thank you.
Double winner, double. Yes, winner, chicken dinner. It should be in the slot 2 pile of awards. We found it, yay! There we go, photo up. It took a while, but we got there in the end. You're so welcome. I know, right? It gets addicting. Gets very addictive. All right, so for our next Outstanding Leadership Award, I'd like to welcome to the stage Mr. Andre Rafson. Are you in the room, Andre? Everyone's sneaking off to lunch. All right, let's move on. For our next Outstanding Leadership Award here at Health 2.0 Conference. That's it? The slot is done? Okay. So we're wrapping up. Yemen, yes, I've got that one. Is Yemen Abdel Aziz back in the room? There he is. All right. Yaman Abdelaziz, Associate Marketing Director of Gilead Sciences, has been driving force in several pharmaceutical organizations in the Middle East markets. During his 20-year journey, Yaman spent transformative years in MUP, Hikima, and Nycomed, developing and executing end-to-end sales and marketing strategies, leading complex regional operations, and overseeing market access and distribution in the markets. That's it. Would you like to say something?
Thank you for this great opportunity. To be honest, I didn't know that I received this award. I was outside, so that's why I missed the first one. But my friends told me that I need to come back, so I think this is my first time to attend this conference. I'm based in Dubai, and Dubai have been always, the hub of this kind of innovation and this kind of conferences, to see all people from all around the world. I met people today from different countries and different regions. So I'm very, very pleased for my award today, and my efforts, in healthcare have been, awarded. So thank you so much for the conference, and very happy to connect with you all. Thank you.
All right, just give me a second. We're just trying to find another award that we missed. Someone went sneaking off for something to eat. Dr. Dinesh Bhavishkar, are you here in the room? Dr. Dinesh? Dr. Dinesh Bhavishkar is a distinguished radiologist and visionary leader. He seamlessly blended the realms of medical expertise and healthcare innovation through his career. Dr. Bhavishkar embarked on his journey in radiology, honing his diagnostic skills and earning accolades for his precision and commitment to patient care. As the thought leader, Dr. Bhavishkar has also actively contributed to academic discourse, presenting, publishing numerous articles in the evolving landscape of radiology, AI, and healthcare. Thank you. All right, I would like you to all put your hands together for Mr. Yun. He's been an absolute pleasure helping me here on stage. Thank you, thank you. All right, are we hungry? All right, stand by. I'm almost done. Congratulations to all the awardees. We are excited to see what you achieve next. It is officially break time. Relish in your lunch and explore the delightful offerings we've arranged for you. And remember, if you are taking photos, I need you to hashtag health2conf. Yes, I need you to do that, because we're going to be finding all your hashtags, and we're going to be doing all the publications. And while you're networking, don't miss a chance to step into the future with us. Swing into the 2.0 conferences exhibit booth next to our registration desk to get an inside scoop on the sessions we have waiting for you at our next edition. Reach out to Jatin Sidhu, our representative from the 2.0 conferences, to secure your spot. We will convene back here at 1:30. But be sure to return promptly, as we have a surprise waiting for you. So enjoy your lunch, and I'll see you at 1:30.
have that. Huh? Yeah. Huh? gooien. Okay. Moet u daar kijken? Moet u naar jou kijken? Doe maar aan. Oh baby. Doe maar aan. Perfect. Yes, 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 yes. Oh boy. Yeah, man. Yeah, it's a good day. En Usha zou heel blij zijn, want ze hebben foto's om te gebruiken. Ja. Ja, oké, fantastisch. Ja.
All right, we are back in session. I am over here in the back. If you hear my voice and don't see me, hello, hello, hello. If you've forgotten my name, that's okay. I'll reintroduce myself. My name is Maxine, and I am your guide and your host through the Health 2.0 conferences. Now, I bet you all wondering, what is this incredible surprise that I have for you? Well, the surprise is that you are going to make new friends and new colleagues right now. So I need everybody to stand up on their feet. I know we just ate. Walking around helps with digestion, yes? Everyone on your feet, and you're going to be walking to the nearest person to you. You're going to be walking to the nearest person to you. Come on. We have to engage. We're in the healthcare industry. We used to being in people's personal spaces, all right? And I need you to have your mobile with you. I need you to have your phone with you. Because what we're going to be doing, firstly, we're going to be exchanging LinkedIn IDs. Yes? Because it's going to be the start of a brand new, beautiful, professional friendship. Yes? So you find each other on LinkedIn. You're going to be taking a selfie of the two of you together, and then I need you to tag health2conf. All right? Just health, the number 2, and then CONF. Hashtag that. So if you're deep in conversation, you don't have to listen to everything I'm saying, because I'm sure you've heard it all before. Have you found a friend? Yes? Very good, very good. You can follow me on LinkedIn if you like. Now, during this amazing interaction that we are creating, I want you to think of a really interesting, weird fact about yourself. Now, I don't want this to be professional. I want you to give that person a weird fact about yourself. Something that maybe you don't find weird or strange, but the rest of the world does. You know, in Japan, they don't allow you to have shoes in the house. But in Western cultures, this is very acceptable. It's not disrespectful, but in Japanese culture, it is. Maybe you really don't like a specific kind of food that you always recommend to your patients. I want to find really strange and odd things that you can tell about yourself to your new business friend. So we are also very multicultural and very diverse. And as healthcare professionals, we are always aware of these things. And I need you to keep that in mind as well. I'm seeing a lot of smiles, a lot of giggles. I love it. Hi. All right, how are you?
Doing good, thank you.
Very, very good. What is your name?
Minerva Kalada.
Minerva. It's very nice to meet you. And what is your specialty in the healthcare world?
I'm a physician. I own my own urgent care. Actually, I'm the chief medical officer for our county.
Lovely. That is very overqualified. I love it. Now, I need you to tell me a very strange fact about yourself. Someone that you don't usually tell people, but when you tell people, it's going to shock them just a little.
Well, I do speak 5 languages, and And then I have been actually in different cultures. I come from a missionary family, and I traveled to almost the world, and I did a lot of missions in Africa, which is a place I loved.
Very nice. And where are you originally from?
Actually, I'm from near San Diego, but I come from Greek roots, and my parents actually settled in North Africa, and then I traveled to USA very young. I went to UCLA Medical School, and then I did set up my practice, and have been there since that time.
That is very, very fascinating. Well, thank you, Minerva, for taking the time to chat to me. All right, let's see what is happening over here. Hello, hello.
Hello.
Hi, what's your name?
My name is Stephanie Bush.
Hi, Stephanie Bush. How are you doing?
Doing very well, thank you.
All right, and who's your new friend?
My new friend is Arun Castro.
Very nice. And where are you from, Arun?
London.
London, fantastic. All right, now what is the weird fact that you have learned about each other?
Stephanie makes soap out of goat milk.
Soap making out of goat milk in your spare time, yes? Or is that your profession? I'm just kidding. Icebreakers, icebreakers. All right, and your weird fact or something that people don't know about you?
I was a tour guide on the buses in London.
Wow, direction, career change. Okay, interesting. I love it. I love it. I love listening to people's stories. Absolutely love it. All right. I love this networking going on. Let's see who else I can pick on. Let's pick on these people. Hello.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm good.
Good. What's your name?
I'm Colonel Madhumita.
Very nice to meet you. And you are?
Hi, this is Marcelino.
Very nice. All right. So you guys are LinkedIn buddies? Yes?
We just got connected now.
Amazing. So did you get to the part of finding out something weird and strange about each other?
We are two are from very different sector. I'm from health background. I'm a nurse basically. Yeah, working in a cancer hospital. And he's from...
Executive Director, yeah, Mental Telehealth Services.
All right, okay, but this is all boring business stuff. I want to know maybe you collect something that's really interesting, or maybe you have a nice hobby that people just don't know about. Do you have something like that?
Hobby? Yeah, I like traveling. I love traveling. Right. And I love meeting new people, you know. I like making friendship.
All right, so what was the last country you visited?
I went to London in December. My daughter got, she graduated, so I went for her convocation.
Congratulations, proud mama. All right, something interesting about you.
Well, I was a professional karate player once before.
Whoa, karate player, Kunal. Where's Kunal? He's also got a black belt. Yes, Kunal's got a black belt. I might get you guys on stage to show us some moves. Okay, so I'm going to give you all about 2 more minutes, and then I'm going to ask you to find your seats once again so that we can continue with our next keynote speaker. Susan, are you in the room? Susan? There she is. All right, my lovely ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to be asking you to make your way back to your tables and take a seat. I know we've just made friends with incredible people, and we all have such fascinating stories to tell. But it's my job to try keep the schedule on time. Now, for those of you who are familiar with Conference 2.0, our upcoming editions in the USA are calling your name. But you will need to act fast. Speaking slots and exhibit spaces are being snapped up quicker than the friendship that you just made in this room. So can you picture diving into those connections and conversations all over again, but in a more exciting locations, like the US?
It's his birthday today, so we have to announce that as well and just have everyone wish him a very happy birthday. All right. Okay. So let me just figure this out. This award. She's not on my list. I looked for her name on all 11 pages. I'll let you know. Or else I'll give you my phone. You just have to announce that. I have you on WhatsApp. Just send it to me on WhatsApp. I can read it off the WhatsApp. If that's okay. If not, then I'll use your phone. Bio for her, what you have to do.
Tanazli. Ladies and gentlemen and doctors of the Health 2.0 conferences, I'm going to ask you to take your seats, make your way back to your tables. And Dr. Tanazli, are you in the room? Dr. Tanazli? Dr. Ali Tanazli? If you are in the room, please make your way to the stage. Dr. Ali Tanazli, he's been on the stage a few times. Maybe he's outside grabbing a cup of coffee. All right, so we can't exactly start without Dr. Ali Tanazli, so we'll just give him a few moments, yeah? Until he gets here, I'm going to pick on some people. Hello, sir. How are you?
Good, very good.
Very good. What's your name?
Gopi Krishna Santanam.
I'm not even going to try and... GK. That's gangsta. I like that. I like that. All right, Mr. GK, did you meet someone interesting during your networking session?
Good question. Everybody is very interesting here.
So more than one?
More than everybody is very interesting. We can't quantify that actually.
All right, now of the people that you met, what was the most interesting fun fact that you learned about someone, or did you not get that far in the conversation?
Everybody is into innovation. That's really energetic, fantastic, fantabulous to see actually, because every part of the world, new things are happening, and it is for the development of mankind, healthy living, and also it sends a good signal that people are getting stronger. There is going to be a lot of energy for the people to accept and to live healthy.
I agree with you. That's why we all here. We all here to improve people's lives. We all here for health and wellness. So, yes, thank you very much for that. How are you, sir?
I'm doing great. How about yourself?
I'm very well, thank you. No one ever asks me. Thanks. What's your name?
Utkarsh.
Utkarsh. Hey, I got that right. All right, and what is your profession?
I'm the founder of Black Leo MedTech. We're an investment group that specializes in acquiring pharmaceutical companies.
All right, pharmaceuticals. All right, now did you meet anyone in our networking session?
Oh yeah, many people, yes.
All right, fantastic. So did you get to the part of learning a fun fact about someone?
Well, I only shared a few of mine.
Go on, tell us. Tell us more. Maybe you have like a weird hobby or something that others find interesting.
Well, I met this dentist here. And
the dentist?
Yes.
Yes? It's all right.
No, you'll get to it, don't worry. So I just told her that I was in the midst of acquiring a dental care chain in India right before COVID. That was February 2020. And so the next month, there was no revenue, there was nothing to buy. So everything went crashing down.
Oh, how we miss COVID, right? How we miss it.
Yeah, I mean.
All right, but this is all very businessy. I'm trying to break the ice here. Does anyone collect anything a little bit odd? Maybe you collect stamps. Maybe you collect coins. Anything like that. Maybe you have, yes, all right, I got hands up there. I've met martial artists. They're pretty cool. Black belts and martial artists in their spare time. That's cool. All right, you had your hand up. Introduce yourself, please.
My name is Urmi. I'm from India, Bombay. And I am a fitness and a wellness expert, teaching since 13 years. And I have my original philosophy of training and living, which is called kinetic living. And I combine fitness with self-awareness and inner child healing together. And what I collect is really for my inner child, which is socks. Yeah, anywhere I go.
All right, so show me the socks you're wearing today.
I'm wearing boots actually.
Okay. Okay, they just slip-ons. I thought they were like really funky socks, you know, with like cartoon characters and stuff.
I have that, but I wear those for my workouts. Okay. Yeah.
Good. All right, and I see a little bit of promotion here.
Oh, no, I was.
Yeah? Here's her book.
Yeah, I just published the book.
Yes, she's just published it. Let's give Umri a round of applause. All right, so we've got a sock collector. Anyone else that has something interesting? Too shy, maybe? Everyone just work. All right, well, thank you so much for all your valuable input. Oh, what is this? What is this? What is this? Knitting at a conference. Knitting at a conference. Tell me, what are you knitting?
It's a washcloth.
A washcloth. Very simple. Just a washcloth. It's beautiful. I cannot knit, so I appreciate that. Yeah, just hold it up. You know, we knit at conferences because why not? It helps you focus. Less screen time. Yes? Less screen time. No more screen dependency syndrome. Fantastic. All right, Dr. Tanazli, are you in the room? Oh my goodness, round of applause for Dr. Tanazli. All right. Because I feel this conference, yes, we all here for business, but every now and then, something fun comes along. Because a little birdie told me that Dr. Tanazli has a birthday today. Yay! Yes or no? Yes, he acts surprised. He's like, what, me? No. He doesn't have birthdays. He doesn't age. He doesn't age. Yes? Well, your skin is lovely.
I turned 46.
46 years old. Lovely. All right, so we're gonna sing a little bit of a up-tempo version of Happy Birthday, okay? Because we're not boring. We're trying to innovate and make things a little more happening, yeah? So the same words, don't panic. The words are the same, don't panic. We're just gonna keep it a little up-tempo, and when we say the name, Dr. Tanazli. Yes? All right, so this is the part where you get a little bit awkward and you don't know what to do. So all I'm going to ask you to do is stand here and smile. Yes? Everybody, 1, 2, 3. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Dr. Tanazli. Happy birthday to you. Congratulations, sir. Thank you so much. You can stay on stage with me. I don't mind.
No, I'm fine.
No, he's fine. You know, I'm gonna go off on a little bit of a tangent. I saw the photos of me behind this, and I look about that small. So I'm not gonna do that anymore. All right, so it is time for our next speaker, and we have to get back into the learning mode, but first we need to, hold on, I just remembered. Do you remember when in the awards ceremony when there were a few people, like, they went out for coffee and stuff? Yes? So who is, Jan is back. Yes, I was looking for you earlier. Jan is back. Yes, he's gonna just give out this one award and then we'll go back to our regular scheduled programming. So I'd like to welcome to the stage Dr. Tabala. Dr. Tabala is an orthopedic surgeon at Meteor 24/7 Hospital, Abu Dhabi. She specializes in dealing with sports injuries and arthroscopy of the knee and shoulder and is proficient in dealing with orthopedic trauma and general orthopedics. So please put your hands together for Dr. Batala. All right, photographer is standing by. Jan wants to nick your award. No, I'm kidding. Yes, in front of the water station. Big smiles and another round of applause for Dr. Batala. And thank you, yes. And thank you so much, Jan, for being on standby. Oh, of course, please, please.
Thank you for the award. So my first name is Dr. Shravanti. Okay.
Shravanti.
Yeah, I'm Dr. Shravanti Battala. So I work as an orthopedic surgeon in Bujil Holdings. So I'm here to congratulate everybody who got the award, and I want to congratulate all the women entrepreneurs. Kudos to you with all the responsibilities of the families and entering into the entrepreneurship and leading in all the specialities. I'm also one among them. So I'm one of the rare breed of female orthopedic surgeon. So currently only 3 orthopedic surgeons are there in entire UAE who are females. So I'm first in them. And I welcome all the orthopedic surgeons or females who want to enter into surgical branches. So I want to guide them, and I want to create a platform for them who need a guidance. And many of women, they have inhibitions to go into orthopedic branch and also surgical specialties. So they have many inhibitions like how to compete and how to deal with that, and a lot of physical and mental abilities are required to cope up with the challenges in all of these branches. So I really welcome all of them. I want to be like pioneer or guidance or any other way. If I can help any of them who want to venture into surgical branches, I always welcome them. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Doctor. Don't forget your award. All right, thank you so much. I would like us to go back into our training and learning mode. And of course, we've had lunch, so we've got all the energy. Everything's back, everything's normal. I even feel a bit more chipper and more relaxed. So our next keynote speaker is the adaptability. Safety is all about making sure the workplace not only just physically safe, but also mentally supportive. It's about helping everyone feel ready and resilient no matter what changes or challenges come their way. Our next keynote session is adaptability safety, ensuring psychological resilience in the workplace. Our speaker, Ms. Suzanne Al-Kahnem, Section Head of Organizational Resilience and Business Continuity at Environment Agency in Abu Dhabi, will talk about how we can make this happen while sharing some practical tips on building a work environment where everyone feels equipped to tackle stress and change. Please welcome to the stage Ms. Suzanne Al-Kahnem.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope everybody's wide awake right after lunch, and I promise I won't bore you to death. So my name is Suzanne Al-Ghanem. I've been working in, I've been working in various lines of work, and one of them focuses on health and safety, business continuity, organizational resilience, and so on and so on. So basically, before we get into the topic itself, this topic is so near and dear to me, because I was just just remembering the past where my mother was, God rest her soul, Allah yarhamha sakan al-Jannah. She was an advocate for psychological well-being. She was a clinical psychologist who actually believed in the mental well-being of everyone, no matter what age, from junior age, from minor ages to adult to senior citizens. So basically, psychological well-being is highly important in each of our lives. This is where I'm going to be covering within the topic today, and I really hope that you all benefit from today's session. So this is actually our agenda for today. To start it off, I work in the Environment Agency of Abu Dhabi, which was established originally in 1996, previously named Aruda. where we focus on protecting and preserving the environment in the Emirate of Abu Dhabi as part of the UAE. And our main vision, in accordance to the UAE vision of 2030, that we focus on ensuring a healthy, well-protected, and sustainable environment that enhances the quality of life. I work under the Emergency Safety and Business Continuity Office, where we basically have 3 sections. One of them, which is the Environmental Emergency and Crisis section, the Occupational Health and Safety section, and the Organizational Resilience and Business Continuity section, in which I'm actually heading. So before we get into the topic itself, it's really important to focus on this specific topic. And let's dive into first about resilience. How do we define resilience? So according to the American Psychological Association, resilience is defined as the process and outcome of successfully adapting to difficult or challenging life experiences, especially through mental, emotional, and behavioral flexibility and adjustment to external and internal demands. So I have a question for all of you, but I'd like you to think about it throughout today's session. Is psychological well-being being impacted during the day-to-day life, or is it being impacted during a crisis or a disaster? Just think about it for a minute. So hopefully this session will help to have a better understanding of how to answer this question. So let's dive into how do we define the psychological and physical well-being. The psychological well-being is a state of mind where an individual has the ability and the capability to develop their potential, work productivity, and cope with the normal stresses of life. While physical well-being is the stability to maintain a healthy quality of life that allows us to get the most out of our daily activities without undue fatigue or physical stress. Now, as you can see, psychological well-being and physical well-being are interconnected with the other. One cannot live without the other. So why is it important for us as leaders, organizations, parents, individuals, to focus on the psychological well-being and physical well-being? Because our colleagues are people, and they deal with anxiety, and because they also deal with depression. They are always under a lot of stress. They do deal with a lot of health issues, and they have a passion to grow within their organization, to build their career, and they do want to strengthen their relationships, and they do deal with financial difficulties. And by the end of the day, we all have to go back to our families, which is why it is important to stress the psychological well-being. What are the implications that might impact or reflect the psychological well-being in a very negative way? There are 5 types of changes that might impact the individual. 1, it could be a personal or individual change. 2, before we go into the second one, the personal individual change, that person can be going through anything in his and her life. This could be outside of the workplace, this could be during the workplace, so that's an implication. The second is cultural. We all have dealt with it. We all come from different backgrounds. We all come from different cultural backgrounds where we are always constantly judged. We are judged in our personal life, we're judged between families, we're judged within society, we're even judged within our organization and the bigger organizations, whether in the country or outside of the country. Of course, another change that can implicate the impact itself, unplanned or unpredictable events. This could be something personal, or it could be professional, or it's something that's uncontrolled. Remedial change. Remedial change is basically when there's an immediate change, we have to find an immediate solution to have it like resolved as soon as possible. And the last change is, we all deal with it, organizational and or societal change. We've all have gone through this. So what are the solutions? One of the many solutions is to stress and raise awareness. And because it is everybody's responsibility, and the law says so, it's an opportunity to change the cultural perception, and especially for the decision makers, for the leaders and the individuals and our colleagues around us. It is an opportunity to be more proactive, and it helps protect people's safety and well-being in the workplace, and it helps to keep people up to date with the latest information. One of those information that we've all have been dealing with, and if we go back to COVID-19. COVID-19 was an unplanned event. Nobody expected it. Not the UAE, not any country in the world. However, we had to deal with it together. But nobody talks about the psychological well-being. Nobody talks about, okay, how the individual was going through, the family members, the children, the senior citizens. Nobody actually talked about it throughout the COVID-19. The whole point of the COVID-19 that was mostly highlighted is response, 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 keeping people safe. But what about people's mental or psychological well-being? This is something that we all learned the hard way throughout the 3 years. It is very, very important to actually highlight and look after the well-being of your colleagues, your staff, and your family members, whoever it is. Another solution, which is enhancing capacity building and preparedness, to make sure that your organization, your employees are well prepared. It is important to enhance the capabilities, educating top management, any core teams, representative, employees, so practically everybody in your organization. This actually helps to ensure organizational resilience during a crisis. And of course, it ensures preparedness. It helps to ensure and enhance emergency response plans, ensuring availability of resources, priority response. This is my favorite. This is something that I can read it from the back of my hand. The priority response, which is known as PAIR, people, environment, assets, and reputation, and conducting regular testing and exercises to validate the plans and to make sure people are very responsive. So what is the ideal sustainable work environment that you can offer for your colleagues and your employees, or you can advise, in your workplace, and you could even implement it even at home or to a friend? Make sure to have a sustainable office. Make sure to ensure, encouraging positivity within your employees. Create a safe space. Promote safety awareness. Implement best ergonomic practices. Build an understanding and be supportive. Go eco-friendly. Try to apply motivation and recognition. And of course, this also incorporates ensuring compliance and continuous improvement. Because in order to, from my perspective, in order for us to protect the environment, we have to look after our colleagues, our employees. And this feeds into the corporate governance. It's a mandatory requirement. Include recognitions. It is linked with many, many, many practices. And it enhances reputation, strengthens brands of your organizations, and it must be continuously maintained. We cannot make a promise that we will take care of the well-being or the psychological well-being of our colleagues, just today, and then forget about it tomorrow. We have to lead by example. So what are the steps to build the resiliency of maintaining or ensuring psychological well-being in the workplace? Keep an open mind. Be positive, avoid negativity, and stop stressing. If you stress, others will stress around you. For every individual, if you basically be positive, people around you will be more positive and vice versa. Accept the change and move forward. Take it as a challenge. Sometimes not a lot of people, especially from your colleagues or your friends or family, not a lot of people have these tools to implement it. Sometimes it's actually our responsibility as individuals to help a person out. Proceed to assess and analyze the situation, get all the information as much as possible. Have that ability to identify and prepare options. As individuals and as leaders in our organizations, we are required to give these solutions. Take immediate action, be responsible, reflect by conducting gap analysis. This is my favorite sentence. Learn and remember to breathe. Sometimes we all deal with a lot of situations where we are under a lot of pressure and a lot of stress, and we're dealing with negative people or in a toxic environment. Remember to always take a step back and just breathe. It's not the end of the world, because you've done your best. Ensure continual improvement and repeat the cycle. Make sure you share your experience with others. Aim to achieve excellence and best practices. Sometimes kind words can actually save a life. You never know what your colleague, your friend, or even a stranger is actually going through. Sometimes words have meanings, especially in the workplace, which is why we always stress to our organization and many organizations to focus on the psychological well-being, of the individuals. Again, it could be, doesn't necessarily have to be in the workplace, it could be anybody. People actually need to be motivated. This is just a sample of what we've actually implemented over the years. And we've won many, many, many awards on a local level, on a federal level, on a GCC level, and on an international level. Recently, last year, we have actually, as an environment agency, we have won Best Practices of Business Continuity and coming in second place of Best Government Implementation in the Emirate of Abu Dhabi. And we have basically received an award as the Best Business Resilience, within the GCC. So this is something that we're very proud of. And going back to the psychological well-being, when you're positive and you encourage people around you, and you motivate people and you lead by example, this is something that can make people more positive, become more productive, find a reason, they'll be able to find a reason to continue rather than going downhill. Our strengths are our top management support. We try to obtain resources as much as possible. Sometimes these resources, they may be tangible, but when it comes in the case of psychological well-being, it's also intangible. Our strategic priorities: implementing change management and continuous improvement. Our lessons learned is that it is important to conduct proper planning and risk assessment, conduct testing and exercises to validate these plans, importance of employee participation and training, and conducting constant awareness. Sometimes you have to be like a broken record. When someone's annoyed that they don't want to hear it, you have to keep repeating and repeating and repeating and repeating again and again and again and again until they basically they start thinking about it, just like watching the commercials. Integration with existing systems and processes, communication and collaboration with stakeholders. And our future challenges, and I believe everybody will be facing these future challenges, it's organizational adaptability. We have dealt with a lot of change because of COVID, because of many risks, starting from COVID that have impacted us globally, to cyber attack, which is ongoing, to supply chain, and there's going to be many, many, many more. So we should be able to learn to adapt. Organizational resilience, where it's our duty to ensure resiliency in our organizations, to ensure the survival, not just of our organization, but number one, the priority, our colleagues, our employees. And of course, future forecasting. That's all I have. Thank you so much. I do apologize. I'm always looking at the slide. I barely even looked at the timer, and we basically have around almost 7.5 minutes. If you guys have any questions for me, I welcome it. Nobody? Is it because of lunch? Did I bore you to death? Hope not. Hopefully, I'm just joking. Well, thank you so much. Oh, yes, there you go. I apologize. I can barely see because the light is like literally just slapping my eyes right now. Yeah. Can you repeat? Because I cannot hear you. Sorry.
There's a microphone in the middle of the room. Yes.
Do you want this mic? Oh.
I'm not sure if it's on, but yeah, no.
All right, awesome.
So my question was, in your 5 pillars of the psychological effects,
yep.
Where do you place diversity, equity, inclusion when you talk about both the cultural aspect and, I don't remember each and every one of them, but yeah, the personal individual. So, because diversity, equity, inclusion is one of those very important topics that is on a lot of people's lips nowadays.
Yeah.
And of course it affects the psychological as well, physical well-being immensely. So you have a few words on that?
Definitely. Thank you so much for your question. For diversity, it feeds into both the individual, in three key areas. The individual, the cultural, and both the organizational and societal. We all work in a diverse culture within our organization, and we do need to take care, not just focusing on, like, for example, Arabic speakers, English speakers. There are employees who don't speak neither Arabic or English. We need to consider other nationalities where basically we want to be able to communicate and convey the message. You know, sometimes, like, you know, some individuals, maybe they might be educated, some might not be educated, which basically this is one of the many things that COVID-19 has taught us, that we need to be transparent. We need to be able to communicate clearly to everyone. I hope I was able to answer your question. Thank you. Anybody else? If no one has any questions, thank you so much. I'll be around. If you want to reach out to me, I can be found on LinkedIn. And I believe you guys will be providing the presentations to all the attendees, correct?
I'm not 100% sure on that.
I
but
hope so.
If it is available, yes. It'll be done through a QR code, I'm sure.
All right, wonderful. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you so much, Susan. Thank you for sharing such interesting insights on your subject. I must say, Susan caught me a little bit off guard. I was like running around the room. But anyway, we are ready to take on the next panel discussion. And this is, we are going to be taking a journey into the future of personal health and wellness, where every step we take and every beat of our heart can be tracked and optimized. So for the panel, it's called Wearable Technology and Quantified Self, empowering individuals in the monitoring and improving their health. So, moderating this panel discussion is Utkarsh Chourisya. I'm going to try this again. Utkarsh Chourisya. Yes? Very good. You can come up onto the stage because you're going to be on that far end of the stage. That is our moderator. He's the founder of Black Leo Med Tech. Then our panelists is Dr. GK. Yes? I'm going to try to say his name. Krishna. Yeah, I got it. I'm getting there. By the end of it, I'm going to know everyone's names by heart. I'm going to be here with you for the whole 3 days. All right, so he is the co-founder and CEO of Essentia Research and Development Solutions. We have Dr. Shweta Sneha. This lady has also been on the stage before. Founder and executive director of the Kennesaw State University, KSU. I met this lovely gentleman personally, Yamin Abdelaziz, if we can have him onto the stage as well. There he is. And this is your panel. All right, so everyone has microphones? Everyone's got microphones? Please, educate us. The stage is yours.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Utkarsh Chaurasia. I'm the co-founder of Black Leo MedTech Private Limited. We're an investment group that specializes in acquiring pharmaceutical companies in India. I'm also on the board of a company called WeCare Network. We specialize in healthcare staffing in the US. I would like to start with introductions of every panelist before we begin. So, Dr. Krishna, please take it away.
Good afternoon, everybody. Yes, it's audible? Yeah. Okay. I'm a doctorate. I'm not a doctor. In the midst of everyone, might be a fit person, I believe, maybe after the conversation. I'm a doctorate in management and information system, but I have a profound, and I'm fond of healthcare. And the other side of my research is in agriculture, where I feel food is very important for us to live, and that is a basic one which makes us to live healthy. So I have a combined PhD in healthcare and also in agriculture. We do a lot of research in IoT, wearable technologies. We also do IoT and prosthetics, which can be managed from a remote. We also do a lot of data mining and data analytics with patient information system for US. We are manufacturers of remote prosthetics management, which we have sold to a lot of Middle East and also to US. We are right now working for Alzheimer patients with IoT, where we are trying to understand the behavioral patterns. Senior care living. This is in a nutshell about our experiences in healthcare. Thank you.
Dr. Shweta.
Hi, my name is Shweta Sneha. I think you've heard it before. I am the founder and executive director of healthcare management and informatics at Kennesaw State University in Atlanta, US. How many of you have been to Atlanta? Well, let's change that. I have been in technology and healthcare for a little over 2 decades. And I must say that the prevalence of technology and in healthcare has come a long way, and we are only at the beginning. This is just scratching the surface of where we will be in the next decade or so. So with that, I'll pass the mic over to Yamin.
Thank you, Dr. Swet. So actually, my name is Yamin Abdelaziz. I'm the Associate Marketing Director for Gilead Sciences. I'm based here in Dubai. I'd like to welcome everyone who just came for the first time to Dubai. To be honest, for all my life in healthcare, I've been dedicated to patients, dedicated to empowering patients, and recently, the digital evolution actually, made me think about how to empower patient more, how to use the digital technology and wearable devices in order to enhance the healthcare and in order to enhance the self-care of patients. And when I heard about this conference and about this particular topic, I was very excited to be upon my colleagues in the panel discussion to talk more and to give some value and some more information about this topic.
Thank you for the introductions, guys. I would begin with a simple question to you, Dr. Shweta. Why did you even choose to join this panel today? Why do you think this is a relevant topic today?
Great question. Is Dubai the answer? No. Well, of course, Dubai is one of the answers, but the bigger answer is the fact that this Health 2.0 is one of the most diverse platforms that really brings the international community together. And to talk about wearables in healthcare, of course, one of the most exciting things for me to do because I live it every single day. So I work a lot at the intersection of academia and industry, and to really understand some of the larger 21st century healthcare challenges with delivery and practice. So if you think about wearables in healthcare, well, let's just throw some stats out there. So how many of you have heard of this term called graying of the globe? Okay, so for the first time in human history, we are sitting at the juncture where most of the Western Hemisphere is graying faster than they can even sustain themselves. So for the first time in human history, there is a big proportion of the population across the globe that is seeing an upside-down pyramid, where we have people who are aging, who are at the higher end of the pyramid, and then we have younger people who can support their healthcare needs at the lower end of the pyramid. So with that, the biggest dilemma, because also the people on that end of the pyramid, so if we are aging, they also have multiple chronic conditions, which is really a representation of where a lot of the US health costs are. So we see an exponential rise in healthcare costs. We see a rising population. We see a smaller percentage of people who can support their healthcare needs. Of course, technology has to play a role, and that's not a luxury anymore. That's really a necessity. So this is really exciting to me, and I've been at the harbinger of this, and I would continue to push the envelope on this. So really excited to be here with you.
So you're speaking from experience?
Of course I am, yes.
All right, well, talked about the past, now about the future. How do you see metaverse impacting healthcare?
Yeah, no, that's a great question. So when we think of metaverse, we think of really a mix of various technologies coming together. So we think of augmented reality, we think of mixed realities, we think of AI. So one of the keynotes, Lifespin, was talking about how you can take digitized blood and begin to map people with it. So that's based on again, collecting a whole lot of data, doing some really, really complex machine learning, and then mapping the digital twins out of it, and then being able to see how those individuals can be predisposed to certain conditions and being more responsive. So instead of being reactive, which is what healthcare has been for the longest time, you can actually be a little bit more proactive on how you can handle diseases. So metaverse really holds the key to improving access, to improving equity, and to taking healthcare across boundaries that is not limited by geographical distinctions. So essentially, if there is a person across the globe who has a certain condition that a physician on the other side of the globe is able to see, they are not going to be required to travel across 7 oceans and to reach there while they're also suffering through maybe an ailment. There can be technologies, there can be twins, there could be virtual realities where they could be assessed and there could be diagnostics and treatments that would start before they have to transfer all across the globe. So the accessibility, equity, educational opportunities, the technologies that support it, it's all here, and we will see more and more of that being a central role in the delivery and practice of healthcare. So exciting times for all of us ahead.
Well, I was going to ask you about how metaverse is going to impact patient care outcomes. I guess you already covered that, but if you like, please go ahead.
Sure. So just think of an example. So for instance, one of the things that we are working on is this chronic condition called diabetes. How many of you know of somebody or are going through diabetes yourselves? So that's a large proportion. So diabetes is one of the highest proportion of diseases that's all across the globe, right? And it's also supposed to be the mother of all other chronic conditions. So, if we're currently working on a project that's funded federally and also through some individual projects, and we're looking at creating a way to monitor diabetes that is not invasive. So for decades, the one way to monitor diabetes is pretty invasive. It's through needles, it's through lancets, and A, that's invasive, B, it's not sustainable. So can we, not everybody across the globe is going to be able to afford needles and lancets to be able to monitor their diabetes every single day. Plus there are people with dexterity issues who are not going to be able to continue doing it. So we are basically playing with this, playing with AI, playing with existing data sets, and coming up with a solution that is going to be sustainable, that will allow people who are in that biggest bracket, 60 and older, to be able to monitor their diabetes so that we can actually begin to see improvement in outcomes in a more sustainable way.
Well, that's good to hear.
Thanks.
So, a quick question for you, Doctor, if you don't mind.
Not at all.
All right, so what challenges do you see to integrate metaverse into healthcare or patient care outcomes? Full integration.
Yeah, no, of course. Well, and we have to take baby steps towards it. So right now, metaverse is not open, so it's still kind of proprietary in a lot of ways. We would like for it to be open, for it to really have an impact and to improve access and equity. One of the biggest challenges is associated with technology and the availability of it across the globe, networking and bandwidth. So some of the technological challenges, but also the payer side. Who's going to be able to pay for all of this? So we haven't come up with policies that's going to sustain the growth forward. So those are some of the things that I'm looking at
Right,
right now.
that's good to hear. Over to you, Dr. Gopi Krishna. I want to ask you, you're a research guy, so I'm not going to ask you a simple question. What I'm going to ask you is, have you seen any efficiencies in the system with wearables, or do you find any evidences of it actually working, or is it just pie in the sky bullshit?
Really a tricky question to answer. Before all this, I would like to start with probably a disclaimer or two statement. One is something, may I request everybody to raise their hands. Can I please all of you,
Everyone.
raise your hands. I request you to still raise your hands. Thank you so much for making you do this exercise. Thank you. So this is one, I'll come back to this story. Another one is, we all know what we want. Even the doctors know, the patients know, I as a patient, I as a diabetic, everybody knows what we want. But to be very sad, in general, I'm not pointing out, we are only doing a sick care. We are not doing a preventive care or health care. Most of the practices are treating the disease. That is only a significant part of it, not treating the human or a living or a life, but we call it life science, right? This is something which we have to understand before we get into any topic. Since we have forgotten our basics, standards, the living methodologies, these ancillary topics, these gadgets play a vital role. And one more thing, in spite of having these kind of wearable technologies, how many of us are consciously using the information with the limited knowledge of ours, and with this information, how are we governing, how are we making ourselves comfortable and healthier? Can I again ask you to raise your hands, including me? I am not good at it. So I see somebody maybe raising bigger. I am so happy. So coming to the point right now. See, the first question I asked to raise up the hands is, first, when I asked to raise up a hand, people had doubts. You raised up your hand to show up that since I asked you to raise up, but nobody did to your best of raising up. This is our main problem, where every other third party is coming into our life. We know what we have to do and what time we have to do. and what we require. Our body is one very good interceptor, and it speaks to us. I know doctors will acknowledge this. Every part of our body tells, hey, your leg is not in good condition, or your heart is not in good condition, your stomach or your liver. It tells us, but we don't lend our ears as we do in our office or in our house for our wife or children or to our mother. That is the first part. That's the same. In spite of us having a wearable like watch, a CGM device, a ring, anything, it tells us the right point of time where we are going wrong and what is our problem. This has become a socio-economic prestige for us to wear a costlier smartwatch. I have seen it. Many people, it is something I wear. I wear an iWatch, which is of latest one, but what it tells, I have never seen. I've seen the time, I've seen the images of it. I'm fixing up the desktop, something like that. So now coming back to this point is, all these things when we are connecting to it, there is a huge impact which the wearables convey to us. There is also a long-term perspectivity attached to these wearables. First point is that this helps us tell at right point of time that there is a problem to the limitedness of the technology what we have right now. This tells us to do a physical activity first of all. The increased physical activity, which is very key one for us to follow up, because normally most of us, we don't sweat first of all. The physical activity is to make all our joints free, make us sweat some point of time, so that we get rid of all bad things. Like we take bath every day, this is very important for us also to know, but even I was standing in the sun for some time, but I myself came in because we are not used to it. Whatever is good for us, we are trying to ignore. That is one bad thing. I hope everybody accepts this, including myself. I'm not commenting anybody. And these wearables tells us about the chronic disease management. I think diabetes is now classified into a chronic disease management because it is, most of the people right now, majority of us in the hall fall into that category because of this stupid numbering system. It was earlier 80, 110, now it has gone to, okay fine, 120, 140 is also fine, 140, 180 is also fine. So it's the number which we are actually shifting because of the increasing possibility and for the clinical trials. And the one which has become a diabetic, right now many of them say it is irreversible, but it is not irreversible to my knowledge. It is only our habit which we have to change. If it is not going to be irreversible, then there is no need for these kind of wearables or no need for these treatments. But we are not understanding the same. So chronic disease management is this, the BP, blood pressure. Our watch tells us where we stand at any point of time. How many of us are listening to it? No, right? There is also a behavioral pattern which these things is, when the kind of activity we perform, when we drive, when we are working, when we are also preparing some confidential document, when we are physically working, when we are playing with the children, when we are having a conversation. So everything is recorded. So these wearables play a vital role, and it tracks most of our activity, and it also tells about the improving outcomes also. So what we have to do. These wearables, there are supplements like these kind of CGM devices and other stuff helps us. Remote health monitoring system also. Remote health doesn't mean that we have to be plugged with all the wires, always monitored, but the CGM devices, the rings, which always tells the vital information and sends them. So it is for the elderly care. It can also be for the patient who are having the chronic diseases. These are first investigations which helps us to know where we stand. So when we are consciously following all this information, whatever we have been given, I think we will be able to we will be able to live a best life. So this is the first step of a preventive healthcare system. So we don't come into the category of sick healthcare. I hope everybody agrees to this, right?
Well, I hope they do.
So this is a simple way of living with which we are blessed. The technology is blessed for us. But how we are intercepting a technology, that is very important. So it means to say that even though I am given a water bottle or a meal, when somebody comes and takes and gives it into my hand, then only I will eat it, means then that's never possible for us. So when we have these kind of technology, these kind of programs, these kind of gadgets, better use it. Don't see it as a pride of wearing it or a socio-economic status. Most of us feel it as a socio-economic status.
Now, speaking of socio-economic status, how do you see that impacting wearable technologies in healthcare?
Well, the disparity in living, if we take about urban and the rural area, there is a huge difference. People are not even aware of their vitals, or not even aware of such kind of devices are available of different capabilities, different prices. So there is imbalance in handling these problems. And the awareness of education, even though it is given to elderly parents in rural area, they are not able to read those things and understand what is criticality, what is liveliness for them. So there are so many things where, like also the availability or integration with healthcare systems, with the insurance companies, and most of it, like we are all in a very good corporate world, right? We all speak about consciousness, well-being, very good standard of living, and we are all blessed with a corporate, right? Every employee in our corporate has a smartwatch, right? How many corporates look after the values of the employee smartwatch and give them a well-being? This is also one of the factors which imbalance. We always tell them, you should not overwork, don't overstress. But there is something which alerts your employees that he is overstressed. There is no interconnectivity. Corporates are not looking at it. In educational institutions, I'm sure in India everybody knows IIT, Indian Institute of Technology, which is a premier institute. It is very sad. Students of successful colors, successful marks, they are committing suicides. And the reason behind this? Stress. We don't know what is stress.
So, Dr. Krishna, speaking of integration and managing, and also basically formulating these information into data through wearables, I'm going to ask Yaman here to add to his perspective, because him being in Dubai, may see, like you mentioned about IIT, I'm sure he would be able to share much more of his perspective on how those things look like on this side of the world. Yaman?
Thank you, Utkarsh. So basically, I was telling that I'm very passionate about this kind of digitalization and wearable devices. And in order to understand, the integration and the history, let's kind of go back 200 years ago. So just to visualize the healthcare system at that time in the 19th century and before. So it was a home-based thing. And if any patient kind of needs any kind of therapy, he was using homeopathy or herbal medications, and doctors were coming to visit the patients at home, and hospitals was made only for critical and severe cases. And with the, like in the 20th centuries and the 21st century, when the healthcare evolves, what happened is that this healthcare moved from home-based into hospital-based. And in 2020, when COVID hits and the pandemic arises, what happened is that this accelerated the shifting in paradigm of decentralized approach from the hospital to more of remote kind of healthcare, and the technology is being accelerated. So now the future is called Hospital 3.0, which is kind of accelerating remote healthcare, accelerating virtual consultation, accelerating the connection between the hospitals and home care. And where here comes the importance of wearable devices, because they serve as the connection between hospital-centric and home-centric, and the patient is in the middle, and the patient is getting the benefit for self-care at the end. And let me tell you that the wearable market is not small. Like we're talking about in 2021, the wearable devices market passed the 16 billion worldwide, and it's continuing to grow to even be doubled in 2026 to reach $30 billion. And let me, reflect on what Dr. Sweta mentioned about the diabetes, because a lot of therapy area we can kind of imply wearable devices. And diabetes was one of them, and you touched base on it, in a very good manner. And even I was having a chat with my friends here from Netherlands and UK, and they're telling me that remotely now they can manage the patient even with no devices. So second thing I want to talk about, and Ms. Suzanne Al-Ghanem talked about it today, which is psychological well-being or mental health. And this is something I'm very passionate about. And there was a session into the day morning, and I think it was very, very interesting about mental health. So for mental health, imagine a patient having anxiety or depression, going to his psychiatrist after 1 month of a visit, and the first question of the psychiatrist to the patient is, how's your mood in the last month? For me, this is a very challenging question. Guys, my mood changes, like in one day, how many times? I'll tell you what happened with me yesterday. So I wake up, I find an email from my manager that he needs a report today. That was a very stressful condition and a stressful mood. And then after 2 hours, I received the credit card statements that my wife did a very nice shopping last month. Thanks for Dubai and online shopping. So can you imagine my mood? And then, at the end of the day, I went with my daughter to her horse riding session. And to be honest, she was extremely well, and my mood was really very elevated. So this is one day, 3 moods. It's impossible to track the mood of a patient, of an anxiety patient, in 1 month. And here comes the importance of wearable devices and remote monitoring of the patients.
Well, speaking of monitoring the health of patients, how far are we from a full integration between wearables as everyday devices and healthcare management devices that are implemented specifically for patient care outcomes?
Okay. That's a good question. We talked about metaverse, we talk about AI, we talk about, digital world. However, in wearable technology, we are mid-stage. We are not very early, we're not very advanced. But there is a lot of challenges in order for full integration into the healthcare systems. So the first challenge, in my opinion, is the accuracy of the data. So not all wearables bring, accurate data. And even the data's coming, are they quality data that the healthcare physician or the doctors can do a profound clinical decisions on this data? That's a challenge. And another challenge is the data privacy. So we are now living in iCloud and servers and metaverse, and all our data is being on servers nowadays. But the question is, does the personal and medical records of the patients secured? They are safe, they are protected? I don't know. I don't have the answer, to be honest. That's a very big answer to answer. Third thing is the cost. So wearables are not very expensive, they are not very cheap. We talked about it today. So in order to expand to all the patients, I think not all the segments can afford this kind of wearables. And the last challenge I see for the integration healthcare system is the infrastructure itself. So we all live in different countries, and all the countries that we live in, governments are investing in building hospitals, building infrastructure. However, not all the infrastructures are ready to integrate to those kind of digitalization and wearable technologies. So that's also a challenge. Some of the countries are overcoming this and others are not overcoming this.
All right, thank you so much, Yamin. I would like to take this time to shift your focus from what's happening today to what's going to happen in the future. Because we're all talking about watches, we're talking about many different devices that we see every day. Most of you guys are wearing them. Well, let me tell you some interesting facts about this thing that might shock you, or might not shock you. There are, between 2002 and 2024, there are 13,000 patents that were filed by many different companies that were specifically for wearable devices. And most of them were filed in the last 5 years. That's just a statement to showcase that this is the beginning of a new age into integrating devices with your daily life. And it's just a beginning. And an interesting thing about that, it is not coming from healthcare companies. As we've seen with Apple and many different companies, the biggest patent holder, the most patents held by a company for wearable devices is not Medtronic. It's actually Apple. Then comes Samsung. Then comes Sony. Then comes Alphabet. And you don't see Medtronic on top. But here's the thing. There's a company called, a very small company called PatSnaps, just valued over, a little over $2 billion, a sort of a unicorn. Now, what they do is they do a very extensive research on patents, and they rank them. If I were to guess about a healthcare or patient care outcome related wearable device, I would assume the patent would be held by Boston Scientific, Medtronic, or the likes. But guess what? Their patent was ranked number 4. All that to say, ladies and gentlemen, is the future is not in the hands of healthcare companies as it is in the tech companies. And like all the other panelists over here mentioned, there's a good possibility of, or intervention of many technology companies like we've seen with the metaverse and all the companies that I've listed over here. So all that to say, ladies and gentlemen, is it's a very unpredictable time, and in the near future, it's only going to get much, much more complicated than it is today. Now that brings me to a different point of view, which is diminishing the line between wearable and implantable. Like, for example, Medtronic. The patent I was talking about was essentially to help with neurophysiological issues. And it was a combination of an implanted device and a wearable antenna. Now, that sounds very exciting and very complicated, but it's not. I mean, the procedures that they've, you guys can look it up yourself. It's very simple. I know that it's not in the market yet, and probably not going to be for a while now. But as soon as it hits the market, there will be a moment of disruption. There will be a moment where these devices will stop becoming devices that you just buy to track your health, and more or less would be mandatory for you if you decide to take care of your own health. If you don't, well, that's your problem. But all that to say, ladies and gentlemen, is the future is in implantable and wearable devices, and before you know it, you won't be able to tell the difference between one and the other. That's all we had to say, and now we are open for questions. Please go ahead. Yes.
Yes, please.
No. It's not on.
It's not audible.
Yeah? Okay.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone. And thank you for that insightful discussion. Since morning, we've been part of this whole conference, and it's obviously every panel discussion is always insightful. Now, I just have a question. Now, I'm coming from a pharma background. I'm running my own pharma company here. And wearables and implantables, and this is something the future, we all are wearing something or the other every other day. There's a fine gap here because how I am seeing it, but you all can correct me if I'm wrong in this, and how we can bridge that gap. We all have wearable devices, which we are talking, and the 3 panelists gave very insightful information about it. We have the Apple Watch, simple. We have the heart rate monitors, we have the BP apps and that, and everything, and soon there are devices which monitor your glucose level also once you wear it. Now, how that information just gets only up to the patient or the person who's wearing it. Now, the gap is if that can be moved to his or her healthcare provider immediately with, bridging it, that is what needs to be done, and that's where your cloud-based system and those things have to come into, and this we need on a more rampant basis to come out faster. I know people who are diabetic, I know people who have high cholesterol or who have hypertensive, and their blood pressure can, needs to be monitored on a very regular basis in spite of being on a chronic medication doses. But then if that is getting directly to the healthcare provider and the provider is getting a pattern on a monthly basis and seeing and trying to improvise the health, is that gap already bridged, or where are we with that? Thank you.
So I would take the first stab at that. So have you heard of this thing called physician and provider burnout? So you just mentioned a percentage of the different wearables that are out there, right? If we were to, and I know your question is more about how could we connect all of the data that's being constantly collected on chronic conditions, diabetes for instance, and then transfer it to the providers for decision making, correct? I would argue that you would not want that data to constantly be moving from the patient to the provider, because think about the kind of data that's being collected on a minute-by-minute basis. The cognitive overload with that is not something that we can sustain. So what we are working on is essentially a smart system that is going to be personalized. So for instance, we talked about diabetes quite a bit today. So if it is diabetes, and if it is personalized, then there can be a threshold that can be created for each individual based on how your readings are on an even keel. So if you look at the bell curve, what is your even keel versus person Y's or Z's? And then let's take that threshold and put it into the wearable or the device or the sensor that's capturing that specific data set, and then only inform and only get the provider involved and the extended caregiving team if there is a consistent disruption from that even keel. Otherwise, this is not going to be sustainable. So have you heard of, so there is this community in Florida, it's called Smart Tech, and it's really created for the aging population. And these are smart homes that have sensors on the bed that will, monitor the overnight water gain, just because that could be fatal in some instances. There are smart mirrors, there are smart prescription bottles and the others. But that data that's constantly being collected, there are floors that have sensors on it that will basically, be able to differentiate on people walking versus people falling, and then get the caregiving team involved as and when needed. I think the key is as and when needed, not constant movement of data. Okay. Right. Correct. Absolutely, 100% agreed. Yeah, yeah. Right, no, of course. So essentially what we are working on is clinical decision support systems, and they do exist right now as well, but how can we create it a little bit more holistically? So it's not a snapshot of one day or 1 month, it's a snapshot of how you live your life, and how can that data be captured in a way that your clinician, so for instance, your clinician, if like Yamin mentioned, if they're looking at your psychological or your cognitive disparament, they're not looking at one day. They should be able to look at holistically a longitudinal view of how you have been feeling over this month or this year, and how is that changing suddenly. So if there's a drastic change that's happening, I don't know, in the month of November, then that's a problem. So we should be able to capture outliers and be able to respond to it. And that's really where we are headed. And hopefully we'll be there soon.
Yeah, let me just comment in here. You're coming from pharma kind of background. I'm also from pharma background. And in 2020, the UAE, sent an astronaut to Mars. And at that time, I knew a new terminology called aerospace medicine. I'm not sure you guys know what's aerospace medicine or not. So aerospace medicine is understanding and management of healthcare in extreme condition. So it's like the astronaut is going there for 2, 3, 6, 9 months, and we are managing his healthcare remotely. So, and then I find that we are doing this for astronauts for this kind of months, as Dr. Sweta mentioned. So this can be done on Earth, incorporating those wearables, within our healthcare. It should be easier than the guy, standing, in the space for 6, 9 months. So I totally agree with you.
To add one more point to her question in a different way is, one more question or one more opinion which can be, even though there is a huge advancement in technology, we are able to mitigate, we are able to point out each and every instance of a human being, why there is a lot of gap and why there is no connectivity. That is also one of the ambiguities which we face. Why there is no continuous connectivity from start to the end? Why are we not able to take a decision of it? First thing is that it is all numbers and data. And data is something which is very stupid, with which we can't come up to any conclusion. When the data is converted as an information, how the data is converted as an information from these variables is patterns and behaviors. The continual appearance, the occurrence of an instance, at how many times or what kind of a pattern this happens. These are some vital points with which we can come to before the clinical conclusion. We'll be able to arrive at some information. This information has to be collated with a clinical approval. Most of the countries, there is a barrier or there is a middleman, which we call it as hospitals or clinicals, who has to approve that this is a problem. Even though we have Apple Watch itself says that we don't detect heart attack, right? This is something which we have to understand. It only says there is a problem. That is an occurrence at that point of time. Maybe it happens at that point of time. After that, he or she is very good. So we can't interpret that particular point of data as it's going to happen. It is occurrence at that point of time. It is not a continual activity. So when something happens continuously, or there is a pattern of it, or there is a behavioral change, this can be studied, this can be extrapolated, and theoretically or clinically it can be assessed. Once it is clinically accepted, then it goes to the insurance companies wherein the connectivity happens. So even in the entire world, we are still in the tip of an iceberg. We are only trying to understand. Whatever research advancement happens, we are only collating information. We are only trying to educate ourselves. All the pharma companies, research companies, everybody from different sources. And one more thing which we have to understand is there is a serious difference in the value from sensor to sensor and manufacturer to manufacturer. We have a CGM device. CGM device tells one value. When you take a machine, a traditional machine or when we go to a lab and take insulin or a glucose test, there is a different value. We always have a differences, negligible portion of it. So these parities plays a major role in accepting these data. So we are still thriving out. We are still not concluding that this is a factor with which I can authenticate or I can do these kind of insurance sector. So we are not coming to that point still now. That is a barrier. Technology is one which helps us to mitigate the problem or understand, or it alerts us. It is not governing us. It is not going to give us any remedy at this point of time because we are still working. Everybody is working. There is a difference in the manufacturing. There is a difference in one more thing is that electronic devices like these life management diseases are difficult to calibrate. Calibration plays a major role in all these things. So it is very difficult to calibrate. When we don't know how to calibrate it, then it's $1 million question. So one example which we have studied with the CGMs is when we have a CGM on our hand, when we do a lot of physical activity, CGM at the end of its life cycle, the glucose CGM gives a desperate, disruptive information of data. I myself have sensed with 100 patients. So how to calibrate it? It is a very stupid way. Even I have practiced it. I've read it in so many articles from a leading provider. You have to go to the CGM admin portal, take a manual test of your glucose, input that value as a number manually 2-3 times, then this device will calibrate it, meeting the nearest point of the data. This is called calibration. How many of us can accept this as a calibration? We can't, right? Pharma company will not accept. Physicians will not accept, correct? And when we take, if you see in tier 2 cities or tier 2 countries, the lab test result itself differs. We are using the same source, but why it differs? So there is a lot of descriptive data, descriptive analytics which is still happening. So even though we are very curious to integrate all this stuff, there are a lot of barriers in each and every step. Who will authenticate this data? Who will take the responsibility that this data is perfect to take a decision making about a patient? I will not. Even the manufacturer will not. Right? So we all say that it's an instance which is happening. So that is the limitation where we are now. I hope this answers the basic problem and understanding the technology. I am not blaming the technology. Technology is evolving. It is a continuous way, it is a continuous study, it is a continuous evolution till we arrive at a strategic formula to take a decision. Even though we have hundreds of patents, patent of an Apple is different from patent of a Samsung for the same glucose. For the BP, Samsung's patent is different, Apple's patent is different. Why? So we are evolving. We are evolving, and the irony is diseases are more brilliant. It is advancing 10 times more than what we invent.
Dr. Krishna, I hate to stop you. We're running out of time here.
Yeah, sure. Okay.
So
thank you.
To summarize it, essentially we're evolving and it's a process. No one's ready to take the blame for inefficiencies. So as a result, it's very difficult for anyone to move forward with it. But as we go along, I'm sure technology and many companies would actually come up with a solution, or essentially keep it fully transparent to the point where there's nothing to hide anymore. So either or, I'm sure something will come along. I'm not sure if we have time for another question, but
I think we should take one more question, because he's been standing
quick one
there
if you don't mind.
for so long.
To your point that you made earlier,
yes.
You know, how companies are having more companies that are producing more devices and more technology out there won't necessarily solve the problem. And to your point, Dr. Krishna, you know, Samsung or Apple or let's say a CGM monitor itself is going to measure a lot of these different metrics in a niche market. Your Apple Watch is going to measure your heart rate, your CGM is going to monitor your glucose, and there are a lot of holes that need to be filled in by technology. At what point is a responsibility more on the system as opposed to the patient themselves and their affordability to purchase one problem or purchase one solution? They buy an Apple Watch for $350, and then, you know, a year later a new model comes out. They also need to buy the CGM monitor. They also need to purchase another piece of technology or this application or subscribe to their provider's system to be able to afford something else. So with the divergence and with more technology coming out, are we closing the gap in terms of solving our problems, or are we making it a bit more diverse?
Well, we're doing existential questions now, it seems.
No, actually, it is a fantastic question which we are bound to answer. We are trying to come zero in the point of conclusion. Actually, we are still zeroing the problem. Actually, we are understanding the problem. The affordability plays a major role which we can do, but no physician will tell you have to buy this device to prevent yourself. It is our consciousness, for our benefit, for our healthy living, we are buying it. It is a preventive methodology. Of course, these plays a major role in giving us a data and information. These are playing a major role. It's one layer with which we are getting advanced decision-making information, with which we have to still work progressively to come to that conclusion.
And also, the payer industry really has to play a big role in it, because you wouldn't want the onus to land on the patients. Because at the end of the day, at least for most of the Western world, the payer industry right now, for instance, Medicare is really bleeding because of the way we are mismanaging chronic conditions. So if we say, for instance, we are saying that all of these wearables, they hold the key for preventive and more responsive, less reactive, then the of course, the patient outcomes will improve, the efficiency will improve, but so will be the strain on the payers, right? So the payer industry does need to take some ownership and come to the table in having these discussions forward. And we are really at the beginning of it, so there are no policies that define where we will all end up. And right now, all the stakeholders, pharma, obviously, pharma has to play a role in it. Clinical trials go through that. Payers, providers, patients are at the center of it. But I really don't think we should ask the patients to take ownership of it. Right now, that's how it's playing out. But the payer industry really has to come to the table in a big way for that.
Okay, well, in the interest of saving time, any further questions can be taken care of off stage. Thank you for your time, everyone.
Thank you, experts, for such an amazing discussion, and I trust everyone found valuable insights to take away from this discussion. Thank you very much. All right, ladies, gentlemen, and doctors in the room, we will be moving forward with another panel discussion. This time, it is healthcare policy and regulatory frameworks, encouraging innovation for affordable cancer treatments. In a world where every medical breakthrough holds a promise of hope, our panelists will unravel the dynamic interplay between policy, regulation, and the search for accessible cancer treatments. It's not just in a discussion. This is an interactive exploration where your insights and questions will shape the conversation. Our moderator is Dr. Yanfeng Wang, if he can make his way to the stage. Yes, a round of applause. And also joining the panel, we have Minerva Kalada, MD. She's just made her way onto the stage. Also, Josh Forst, Tushar Shrivastava, that's it, and Dr. Gabriele Soldini. That is your panel. Thank you very much, Doctor. Stage is yours.
So why don't we knock a little bit, make sure it's working? Okay, you're not on? No.
Is it?
Okay. Okay, so here we are. Masa Ulunor is me, Alex Wang. Good afternoon. My name is Alex Wang. And buenas tardes, mi nombre Alex Wang. Today we have a great panel. So before we start, I would like our panelists to introduce themselves. Maybe start from Josh. Can people hear him, or we need to fix the microphone?
Is this one working?
Yeah.
There we go.
Okay.
How's everybody doing? I'm here from the great state of New Jersey. It's a long ways away. Been a broker for several years, doing both health insurance for individuals, small groups, Medicare, and Medicaid. So a wide array of clients that I deal with on a regular basis. So I've gotten to see a lot of things from different perspectives, depending on the type of programs they're in, as well as the income brackets they're in. So I've got a nice contrast to share.
Yeah. Thank you, Josh. Next, we have a panelist from Italy, please.
Hi, everybody. I'm Dr. Soldini Gabriele. I'm a consultant in general surgery.
in a private hospital in Italy that is affiliated with the public system. So it's between the two systems, the two way of treatment. I treat cancer every day, gastrointestinal cancer, especially colorectal cancer.
Thank you. Next, we have a CMO from hospital.
Hello, this is Minerva Calada, MD. I'm actually an ER physician. I used to be a pathologist, and also I'm the Chief Medical Officer for our county medical group. I also am a past adjunct professor for UCSD of Medicine and a past clinical instructor at UCLA. Also, I have been a medical consultant for the California Medical Board.
Yeah. Thank you. Finally, we have an expert from London.
Hello, everyone. This is Tushar. I'm CEO of Connect HUR, and this is a field I work in is the health economics and outcome research. Maybe you're hearing for the first time, but we're going to talk about in that later on as well. And nice to see you all.
Yeah. Thank you, all the panelists. So today we have a great lineup. And also, based on my experience for many years, for your information, when I first went to graduate school at UPenn, I was in neuroscience program to read people behavior. The way to look at the panel, are they going to give you a straight answer or they're going to hold back a little bit? Look at their leg formation. When they are parallel, they give you honest answer. When they cross, they are not, they are holding something back, okay? So pay attention to their leg languages. So what I want to say today, oh, by the way, I am from Stanford University. I am their full-time employee of the business development director for School of Medicine. So I'm very impressed with the panel because we have the first-hand information people from the chief medical people of the hospitals. We have people from HEOR, which are very important aspect to look into health economics. And also we have people speaking on behalf of the insurance, okay? So today, this will be a very rich, knowledge-rich panel. So let's start the first aspect, because we are talking about the cancer treatment. With so many new technology and innovation emerge, and also the cost on the other side, we have to concern. The regulation also within a lot of things with the innovation aspect. So it's very helpful for every panelist to give your prospect just in high-level overview. What is your open statement by looking into this topic? So in this way, I think we will start with the lady, the CMO, please.
Well, I think it is actually important talking about what's new in cancer. And there are many advances, especially using the CAR T cell. It's a great innovation. The problem with it is kind of like health industry or insurances are not covering most of it. Being the chief medical officer, we have many patients that we have to plead to the insurance to cover such a situation. The CAR T cell therapy is actually a way of instigating the T cell to be permanently after injection to fight, to instigate the immune system of the body to fight the cancer cell. Your T cell is the memory cell of your body. So you have T cell and B cell. The T cell is the memory cell that basically is like the radar that identifies the cancer cell. By sensitizing that initially, it makes it more informed of recognizing the cancer and continue to instigate or educate or like help the immune system to fight the cancer cell on a chronic basis. But I would leave it up to most of the people who know about the insurance and the coverage, and it's really very difficult to have.
Thank you very much. We are going to talk more in detail for the next round of the questions. Thank you so much. So next, I would like to look into Tushar. By the way, you are the expert of HEOR health economic outcome research, which have been very popular and useful for the past 10 years. And by the way, when I first heard that one 10 years ago, I mistaken that one as HERO, hero. So Tushar, I may refer you as Tushar the hero. So what is your angle on this aspect?
Okay, thanks. Yeah, so just a brief about HER, Health Economics Outcome Research. So we, like HER, as a HER professional, we work as a bridge between payers, patients, manufacturers, and we try to demonstrate the value of the healthcare technology from manufacturer perspective alongside if payers are, investing in that particular healthcare technology, then are they first of all, the question number one arises that if it is affordable, and if it is affordable, then is it value for money? And when I say value for money, it is not only about costing side of the thing, it is also about long-term effectiveness of that particular healthcare technology, and again, thinking in the sense of quantity of life alongside quality of life. And one of the key tools which we use as an HER professional as quality adjusted life year is kind of a mix of quantity and quality of life. So that's kind of the tools which we use, and for this particular topic, I think this is very important because it's all about innovation. Innovation will go on, like in the cancer therapy, like a lot of innovations, immunotherapies there, targeted therapy there, CAR T-cell therapy, as Linda mentioned, that is also there. But it's becoming unaffordable day by day. And since we're talking about affordability as well here, so we also have to understand that affordability, like there's a simple answer of it, like why we are having that, high cost drugs, like at the first place, why we should have that, like lower down the cost, we should be good enough, right? But we have to understand that it is not possible. From pharmaceutical perspective, it is like there are a lot going on in R&D, and like ideally, like as a statistics perspective, then 1 out of 10 trials are going from phase 1 to phase 3, and then it is reaching to the patients, and it is showing efficacy, it is showing safety, etc. But so there are a lot of money going in, and as a pharma, they have to understand and they have to be inspired to do more and more in R&D, and for that they need some return as well. But yeah, I agree that there are some barrier also we have to think about, and it should be more or less depends on what value that particular healthcare technology is bringing in on the table.
Yeah, thank you, Tushar. So Josh, when I first met you, I feel safe and confident without knowing your insurance. Just look at how strong you are. You as a muscle man look like a bouncer, okay? So what is your angle on this topic?
Well, from a broker's perspective, it's quite interesting. I say the biggest things that I run into with my clients is the barrier to entry. A lot of clients that have to go through these therapies and different treatments have a lot of issues with billing. They'll get massive bills in the mail because they never received the prior authorization. So a lot of times, hidden costs that are coming to them in the mail that simply could have been rectified with doctors doing the prior authorizations. But I mean, truthfully, if they need these types of treatments, that shouldn't be happening. And then accessibility is an issue as well. Whether they're in rural parts of the country and they have to drive, 40, 50 miles to the nearest doctor, and then they go there and they're like, hey, I didn't even like this one. Yeah. Or they're in underserved communities and they don't have the best quality of care. Those are two of the biggest hurdles I see happening there. And then, of course, the different types of treatments and the prescriptions they have to deal with. And depending on what types of programs they select, I think a lot of these should remove, the barrier to the cost of these drugs. Because I've seen, for example, like Mark Cuban with that leukemia drug, he removed the pharmacy benefit manager for one of the drugs, that leukemia drug, and it went from $3,000 down to $54 just by using that. So creating some competition there to remove, the middleman that's running up those costs.
Very good point. I already heard some points already echo for what Marit mentioned from different part of the patient journey. So finally, I believe your hospital may be the oldest one in the whole European region. I haven't had a chance to talk to you yet, and I'm just curious, is your hospital include patients like Medici family or Michelangelo, those kind of famous people in case, But what is your angle from Italy, or you are more knowledgeable than other people about the European system? Just in a kind of brief language, how do you approach this topic?
With the innovative, I think in Italy it is quite different. We have a strong public health system, and the patients don't have to pay for the treatment.
Yeah.
Our problem is the waiting list, because we have a priority for cancer, but for some kind of cancer, we have to wait.
Yeah.
And the private system, the private way is good to become all quickly, and the patients can choose the surgeon, choose the place of the treatment, and choose the time of the treatment. I think this is the real plus of the private system.
Ah, very good point. By the way, I like you a lot. If I don't like you, I will invite a panelist from France or Spain, because those are the natural enemy argue against you on soccer. So they will argue you to the bone, okay? So thank you for all the panelists. So we are going to use one of the latest progress of the cancer treatment. Most of the people, I assume, heard about the CAR T, which is a chimera antigen receptor treatment, one type of the new therapy treatment specifically used for cancer. By the way, for people in the room, if you haven't heard about this, raise your hand. I will briefly explain to that. Anybody haven't heard CAR T? Okay, so just in very brief language, because I happen to be cell molecular major for training in PhD, CAR T refer to, if you want to treat the cancer, you use a genetic method to modify the antigen-specific receptor that can be used for target on the cancer antigen, so that your cell will be converted as a weapon to go after those kind of cancer cells, okay? Essentially, they are using your own resource, your own cell, by modify your genetic molecule so that they are going to go against the cancer. And that is one of the latest development over the past few years, already makes some impact for both sides of the Atlantic, I would say, okay? So here the issue for CAR T is getting approved for some cancer indication, including some difficult leukemia, lymphoma to start with. Solid cancer maybe a little bit after, okay? It shows very good efficacy. I wouldn't say it's one-time treatment. You give one shot and that's all. It's not a kind of genetic correction stuff. But it shows a lot of promise. It indeed can avoid a lot of complications. You do not need to be in medication for the whole life long, hopefully. But the price tag can be anywhere between $500,000 to $1 million, okay? So by saying that, we are facing a cost. There is innovation. We need to consider affordability and sustainability, which is why Josh is here, can speak from the insurance side. By saying that, I want our panelists to use CAR T as an example. We wanted probably more and more different types of the cancer will also benefit from the new treatment. However, with the price tag is so high, what is your take on that? So we still start from the patient side. Maybe Mervyn, you're the one who interact with the patient directly. You take the first step on this part.
Well, I would say actually the involvement of the patient, basically, there are many patients, like you mentioned, are on waiting list. But I would say because like we are the first people to discover such therapy, it has been getting better. So I would say that there are many people have been informed about it. And many, it has been used also for kids for lymphoma, and it has been used for leukemias. And so there is a lot of people are well informed about it. And in the same time, there are more cancer patients are really more inclined to be kind of using the therapy. When a cancer patient is very desperate, and any new type of trial, they will go for it. And I know that there are two patients I know, in fact, that there are several societies, like there was different people that they donated the money to help them. And so there are many agencies, like I know Scripps Hospital in San Diego area, that they have many programs that they help several patients that I have been acquainted with. So it's getting better. I wouldn't say it's totally blocked. It's definitely getting better.
Right. By the way, just for my knowledge, CAR T treatments are still the outpatient treatment, right?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
My question is, in order to implement CAR T treatment to the patient will be in the outpatient setting. Is that correct?
Yes, there are several of them that they are an outpatient. And there is, in San Diego in particular, Scripps Hospital and UCSD, they have a lot of programs for outpatient treatment.
Yeah, and it sounds like a lot of testing before and after genetic marker or cell indicator need to go back to the university
just
centers.
to match, to be able that they are going to be in a successful trial for that. We actually do also have a big program in Southern California in which that we have one of the most well-known cancer treatment area that they opened recently. And they have many cases that they come from everywhere.
Yeah.
We have lots of cases, actually, our area in particular, we have biggest number of lymphoma and leukemia.
Yeah.
So
that sounds very encouraging. We already heard your area for a lot of practice is a kind of pioneer of the new wave. Okay, we are glad to hear that. Yeah.
Yes.
So maybe we switch to Italy. What's going on, and are there a lot of CAR T treatments start ongoing?
Sorry, can you repeat?
So for your country, Italy, is CAR T a new thing, or CAR T is in trial, or CAR T already start to implement to some cases?
The problem is the time of diagnosis and the kind of treatment. The time of diagnosis is really a problem nowadays, because if I'm a patient, I have to do a TC scan with public health system. I have to wait 2 months or 3 months to do a TC scan. Yeah. And this is a problem because we have a lot of delay of diagnosis. And the second problem is the kind of treatment. For cancer, we have a multidisciplinary approach. The way of treatment is defined by oncologists, surgeon, radiologists, and all the discipline. But not every place can do the same treatment.
Yeah.
One example, we can perform surgery by open surgery, laparoscopic surgery, or robotic surgery.
Yeah.
Not all hospitals have a robotic surgery. And it depends on public system and some private hospital that don't have enough money to pay the robotic surgery. So in this kind of setting, a place of insurance can sustain this hospital. But only public system is quite difficult nowadays.
Yeah. Because you mentioned robot, I happen to know the most popular and a lot of people say is the best robot brand is Da Vinci. So the best medical robot is Italian, right? Okay. So we also need to come down to the outcome, because we put in so much effort investing in new technology like CAR T. So there must be pharmaceutical company, biotech company, or potential client consult with you to share without disclosing detail with the client. So what is feeling from the HEOR aspect when you look at the CAR T?
Yeah, definitely. So from HEOR perspective, so within HEOR, what we talk about the value demonstration, value of that particular CAR T therapy, in this particular case, CAR T therapy. And we have to think about not from the short-term perspective, we also have to think about from the long-term perspective. Yes, it is unaffordable at the moment. Yes, it is costing huge amount. And again, but it is at the start of the therapy. Like at the start of therapy, this amount is totally going into the treatment of the patient. But if you have to think about the long term, and we also have to think about what patients are requiring, like patients' goal is that with these, like they can access these innovative technology with, with not too much pressure on their pocket in terms of out-of-pocket, like the co-payment, if there is a multiple private plus public healthcare system, or if it is a public healthcare system, then public healthcare system already reimburse that particular, treatment and therapy. So we have to optimize all of these together, and we have to think about from the long-term perspective, and even on the safety side of the thing. From manufacturer perspective, from pharma perspective, if those CAR T therapies are not going out and not getting reimbursed and not getting payment for those things, what is their inspiration to do more research and development in this space? So that is another challenge in this case. From payers' perspective, they also want to understand that, okay, if they are ready to put the money in for this CAR T therapy, is it, first of all, is it affordable? And if it is affordable, then is it like a value for money? Like for them, their goal is to maximize the healthcare of the whole nation or whole region, depends on what are the target group and target places. So in this case, I believe from payers' perspective, from a regulatory perspective, we have to think about a lot of alternative payment modeling approach. It's not just straightforward fee-for-service approach, which is quite common in the public healthcare system, where post-consumption of the drug and post-consumption therapy, payment is getting to the manufacturer. It is also about like fee-for-service is an alternative of, say, you can say that it's a volume-based healthcare, like where the number of CAR T therapy going on, and then the reimbursement is going on for those particular, the pharmaceutical companies and the manufacturer. So it should be around the direction of a value-based healthcare, where we are also talking about the clinical efficacy, we are also talking about long-term effectiveness, we are also talking about safety and quality of life, and taking all together to come up with the conclusion that, okay, if this particular therapy is value for money, or is it basically, it is efficacious, like it has shown that it can increase the patient's life year, it can increase the patient's quality of life, but are we ready to put the money in for that particular therapy?
Yeah, by saying that, there are different portfolio of innovation for the similar or the same indication ongoing. For example, this year at JP Morgan conference in January, the hottest topic, including the cancer treatment, is antibody conjugate, those kind of treatment, which potentially can be much cheaper and show very good efficacy for some. So have people asked you to compare the CAR T and the antibody antigen in the HEOR level, which one seem to be more affordable or more sustainable?
Yeah, definitely. Like if we go to compare CAR T with the therapies which you mentioned, like the cheaper one, like it's an with equal efficacy, or maybe a bit of lower or a bit of higher, then CAR T is never coming out to be the cost effective, right? In that sense of a long-term perspective, like it can never be the cost effective. But we also have to think about that, okay, then how the safety profile looks like, how the quality of life perspective looks like. So for those particular drugs, say for example, if it is a chemotherapy, which may be lower cost, which does not have that much of a burden in the sense of teaching hospitals as well, like how to care about that and how to provide that particular chemotherapy to the patients, because it is already there from so long. So it turns out to be that how much we are considering the additional factors in, like what CAR T is bringing in this perspective, how much the waste, the resources which are there and which may be getting wasted overall. So there's one statistics, which is a very big statistics in this sense, like which is from IOM, that in the world right now, including all the disease area, around 750 billion waste cost goes in just because of the inefficiency, because of the wasteful resources. So which means that how we are managing that particular element, because overall burden on the healthcare system, it's a small element which will turn out to be the total cost, and we have to optimize that total cost, not only the therapy cost.
Very good point. We are getting into detail. By saying in the detail, in American, the saying is devil in the details. And from my understanding, in fact, the detail in business, that's a number, that's a money, So somebody need to pay for that. Josh have a lot of knowledge in insurance. So what is the initial or the current reaction when insurance hear, oh, we can treat this indication with CAR T, but here the financial you're looking at. So what is your feedback from the insurance, their opinion?
Yeah, we haven't had anyone get approved for any of that type of therapy.
Not a single insurance company officially.
Not a single insurance carrier in the U.S. has approved that for
That's
at least
why
my clients.
including commercial insurance company and also including government Medicare, Medicaid, I assume,
Correct.
right? So do you get the impression whether they speak that one loudly or they do not just implicate, they think the price tag, they need to wait a little bit to see how far the price tag can go?
It's interesting. I think some cost transparency is going to put that to rest. Being able to let the consumers see what these therapies and procedures actually cost, and then what's being passed along to them is really going to put that to bed. So once we can actually figure out what does this actually cost, we can come up with cheaper alternatives and create some more competition to really drive down that price to make it affordable for the consumers.
Yeah, it sounds like the insurance, they are relatively reasonable and try to balance different kind of cost and benefit, including patient family, their advocate. Obviously, they are very loud screaming for that, okay? On the other side, you are looking for to share what is HEOR look like, different kind of opinion, whether there's a better option to bargain for or wait a little bit for conjugate coming up, right? Or you're looking at Biden government or whoever take charge of FDA to see what kind of policy and also look after your own financial, right? Very interesting. So by saying that, CAR T is a very good example. So the topic today is affordable, or in certain way is sustainable. We want to cure the patient. CAR T start with smaller segment of cancer, but cancer is a large disease. Eventually, cell therapy probably can cover, I wouldn't say all of them, but probably most of them, but with price tag so high. The innovation, not only R&D, manufacture, commercialization, but also regulatory, they have important thing. FDA approval can be very long, can be very expensive. So there are different type of innovation. So based on the panelists, I want to encourage you to think about, is there a few places in the whole journey of the drug developed to the market that the agency, the stakeholders, the R&D, they can do better so that by the end, if not all, but most of the patients, they can afford it and can take advantage of that. By saying that, I'm not going to point out which one, so which panelists want to come up, hear the idea, they could do better there so that we will be in much better position to do that. So do you have that statement, any panelists?
Well, could you repeat your question? I'm sorry, I lost
That's $1 million question. We may have a word, 1 million. If that's not in dollar, it's going to be Japanese yuan or Korean yuan. Okay.
I'll just leave it up to questions. I think that we have a lot of development in knowing cancer and developing a lot of treatment for cancer. I would say aside from that, stem cell therapy, it has been actually, I would say that there's a lot of centers in San Diego area that Mayo Clinic even opened there. And then I can't remember, I think time of Bush have stopped these studies. Then the time of Obama, it came back to the market. And so we do have a lot of therapy and answers for breast cancers, for all type of lymphomas and leukemias. And I think the market is open, and despite of the fact that the cancer therapy is very expensive, but there are affordability, and we see a lot of insurance company, when it comes to see a patient that there's a hope he could survive, they are helpful. Thank you. Any questions?
Yeah. Well, the panelists come up to with their inspiration. The audience can ask a question at the end, or you can raise your hand and say, here's the thought. I think we could try this to make things more sustainable. So feel free, please go ahead. You knock a little bit to see whether we can hear you.
Yeah, so we actually, I think we all something we are doing which can find out at earlier stage itself or prevent to the cancer? Because we have seen after COVID, lots of cases are increasing about the cancer. So is there any specific reason? So there are two questions in this. One is, are we doing something for prevention of cancer? Second is there any specific reason after COVID incidents, the cancer cases are increasing a lot?
Well, actually, I could answer that to you. There's a lot of recognition as physicians is preventive measures, you know, in all types of cancer. For example, breast cancer, there's a lot of education to the patient how to go and do self-examination. A patient or a person have to go routinely do tests to identify if there is indication he or she has cancer. That has been implemented for years in the United States. And actually now health insurance, they go into medical society and just see if those doctors are doing those simple preventive measures to find out if they are finding cancers early in their stages. So it's not like it has not been happening, it has been happening. Now, the second part of your question is why cancer is increasing. And it is definitely very obvious. What we eat, what we put in our body is one of the main factors. Had anybody pointed out, is that the main factor? The answer, we don't. But there are many studies nowadays talking about the bottled water, for example. I remember my daughter when she was going to UC San Diego, and she was going to go for medicine program, and the dean of the school was having a study about the bottled water that they use some kind of particles like similar preservatives, similar to, I can't remember the particles that they use that, you know, it preserves your tissues. But then the bottled water companies have fought him and he couldn't continue with his program. Nowadays, they're talking so much about it, that the bottled water is not as safe as we all think. And there are many incidents that talked about also some kind of like the shelf, the food on the shelves. I mean, a lot of people are not investigating that. And I remember an incident years ago, like dog food caused blindness, you know, and when they discovered that is the material they put to preserve the food to stay long enough on the shelf have caused that blindness in dogs. So definitely what we put on our body, we are not pinpointing it because of the industry of preserving the food. Years ago, we went to the market, you know, we have the food fresh, we slaughter the animal, we have different methods of eating. Now, we depend on everything is put in plastic or in the freezer. What do you expect? Of course, that the daily split of the cells in your body are not nurtured in the normal way that God hath taught us. You see, that's a simple answer to you.
So how COVID is impacting there? After COVID, is there any specific reason? Only food or water, or COVID has also some impact on the body?
Well, I wouldn't say COVID. COVID is actually a virus, but when it attacked the immune system. And I would say immune system is the first system that if you hit it, you end up with cancer easy. So have COVID caused big dramatic change in human. There's no doubt about it. But have it caused anything has to do with us being more susceptible to cancer? Well, I didn't see any new studies, but for sure there is something going on.
Yeah, very good point. And thank you for the question, because I think you open the door for a bigger scope of discussion, because just take cancer by itself. There are genetic factor, there are environmental factor, and we also have a panelist who cannot come today because he happened to have a flu. And that's Andre. He is in early cancer diagnosis business, so the prevention diagnosis part is also part of the picture play into HEOR and the insurance consideration, population health. By the way, UAE is doing great in the genome and population health, digital health, okay? So the scope is very rich. So thank you for that question. Thank you. Yeah. So for the panelists, I want to challenge your mind among the journey to develop the whole thing. Oh, sorry.
Yes.
Of course.
This question is for Josh Forst in reference to cancer care in the U.S. How can we make it more accessible to everyone, including Medicare, Medicaid?
It's a great question. We've seen the most success with having more telemed, being able to do a lot more over the phone. And it's been a lot lower of a cost to these patients because they're just doing it virtually. And then when they need to actually get a treatment or a therapy, they go in and make sure that that's what they need and then receive the care. But that's reduced the barrier to entry. And then more insurances are now covering these therapies without prior authorizations being needed, which I think are completely unnecessary. I mean, somebody needs life-saving treatment, you shouldn't have to go through hurdles to get it done. So I've seen that be pretty successful from that standpoint, lowering the hurdle that way.
Thank you, Josh. I hope that one covered part of the question, okay? We also want to pay attention to the regulatory aspect. And in US, that's FDA. In EU, you also have counterparty either earlier or a little bit one step behind, either way. So what's going on in Italy or EU on the regulatory for the innovative new treatment? So do you have any impression of the trend?
Yes, for new treatment, we have to do all the research, the ethic commitment, and we can start with new therapies.
Yeah, the EU regulation, when the new treatment like this to cancer highly useful, are they make things easier, faster, or they are way too cautious, take way too many time or way too much cost to review the stuff? So what is your take on the EU side?
Nowadays, if I have particular patients that needs a new treatment, the only way is to refer to a big center.
Yeah.
Because we have a lot of hospitals in Italy, and we do all, but there are some big centers that do the best treatment for this kind of cancer.
Yeah.
For example, in my hospital, we don't do surgery for esophageal cancer.
Yeah.
Esophageal cancer is only referred in centers that do a lot of surgery of esophageal.
Right, right.
And I think is a good kind of work, because the problem is not if I can do or not this kind of surgery.
Right.
The problem is if I have a complication, I can treat it or not.
Right.
In a big center, statistical point of view, I do a surgery, I have one complication every 100. If I do 10 surgery higher, if I have one complication, is a problem.
Right.
If I do the same surgery 1,000 a year,
Yeah.
if I have a complication, I can treat it.
Yeah, that's the cost of economy. You lower the cost if you have the volume, right? So which sounds promising because among the cancers, some of them have bigger segment of population. Some of them is more rare disease, which are currently on them. So what I heard from the European regulation, the things going on okay. They may have space to improve, but they are not making things too difficult for the clinician and the patient, right? Yeah. So for the HEOR, I'm not familiar with the scope of your research. So what is your take on affordability? Because R&D manufacture for the latest cancer treatment they are quite expensive. So do you have the feeling that the stakeholder, pharmaceutical company or whoever involved can lower the cost by continue putting to new wave of innovation?
Yeah, as you said that, yeah, R&D cost is super high, and to lower down the cost, it's always going to be tricky because it's not just only R&D, it's also about the barrier of getting the regulatory approval as well, and to cross that particular border is also always a challenge. So in terms of there's a case that it cannot be go down, the cost cannot be go down, then how the innovation can go on and patients can afford those treatments. So that's the question. And from the policymaker side, if I talk about the, say, European setup, a European regulatory framework where it's majorly as a public healthcare system. So in that particular case, what as a HUR we are trying to explore is alternative payment system. So for example, one of the payment system is risk sharing agreement where manufacturers and the payers both are kind of in the same loop of saying that, let's share the risk. So one of the example is the UK, where cancer drug fund is there, which means that the innovative cancer therapy gets approval. Maybe it is not cost effective, maybe it is not showing a long term, maybe the data is very immature, but it gets approval because it has showed in a short term that it is super efficacious and the safety profile is good, and the patient ethical perspective is also come into the picture that it is a rarity of the disease, the rarity of that particular cancer indication, and it has to be good for the patient. So what cancer drug fund do that, okay, for 1 year or 2 years, let's have this particular drug in the kitty, like as a reimbursement. During that particular time, the more real world evidence is getting collected, more data is getting collected to understand the behavior and understand the efficacy and effectiveness of that drug. And if in that 2 years, and here what is happening is a risk sharing happening, like payers is saying that, okay, we are going to reimburse, but conditional on this. And let's see after 2 years what happened in terms of real world evidence. So that's the one part. There is another payment model which is getting explored is subscription based, and in a layman language, it's kind of a Netflix style model, where it is saying that, okay, you show the value of the drug, you show the value of the drug in terms of a long-term effectiveness, you show the value of the drug in the safety. We are going to give you the lump sum amount, this particular for as an annual subscription, and it depends on if it is being given to the patient or not given to the patient, and maybe it put as a reserve. And this particular model, one of the example is again, not from the cancer, but coming from the antibiotic space, where it is very important to keep the drug because more antibiotics will come out, its resistance will be there, and then that will be a challenge. So it is, in that case, you cannot have the volume-based, it can be a value-based, and that is how the whole different kind of model is getting explored.
Exactly,
and
I
we are trying
agree
to do
with
that.
you.
Yeah.
Thank you for your insight, Tushar. We have time, only 1 or 2 minutes, maybe for the last question, please.
Sounds good. Firstly, just wanted to say thank you for the very high-value discussion. That was incredible. My name is Dr. Kandaloft. I work as a primary care attending up in Connecticut. My question, one of the challenges that I see with my patients is, one of the challenges that I've noticed with some of my patients is getting appropriate genetic panel testing as well with the appropriate social history, family history, the structuring itself, but also the screening aspect, even when somebody doesn't necessarily have that family history, either approval in through insurance, going in through the system, or finding a company that's able to do it within a decent time around as well, including the screening that follows. Just want to open that to the panel.
Yeah, I would say yes, genetic testing is very kind of valuable tool, and a lot of insurance companies are not fond of it, and it takes a lot of hard work to get approval for that, especially if you have a high HMO in your community, and that becomes sort of impossible to have. But I think it is becoming more prevalent nowadays, especially for kids and for kind of familiar breast cancers. Like if you have more than one person that in the family have breast cancer, now genetic testing is just becoming more approved for insurance. As being the chief medical officer in our society, it is very hard, especially we have high HMO in the area, and we get a lot of kind of requests by patients and by doctors, to push the insurance. And it depends on nowadays, insurance companies are really reluctant to do it, but they are being pushed to approve most of those. But there's nothing I could say more than you have your medical society have to lobby for that. And you have to have somebody negotiate the contracts with the insurance companies to force them to approve such testing, and not only approve such testing, to approve kind of like, aside from testing, the treatment for those patients. Because like we have the same problems in our county, but we have to renegotiate the contracts.
Yeah. Thank you for the answer. In fact, there are much more detail to continue for the discussion, but because of the time, we wrap up our panel for the moment, and feel free to reach out to the panelists after the conference, and I assume everybody may come back tomorrow and day 3. So get your opportunity to talk to the smartest mind in the room on individual topic, okay? To recap, the innovative aspect of the cancer treatment and other disease treatment, both from regulatory R&D commercialization, it is good and also bring up challenge. The good news is it can treat more and more disease, okay, can satisfy the need for a lot of patients. The cautious side is how about the cost? Who are going to pay for that? So we are not going to bankrupt the insurance for sure, okay? So we need to be reasonable and sustainable. To make things work, there's many factors or gaps we can explore and leverage each other. For example, people in the room are international audience. Part of the world, in some country, your labor cost, manufacturer cost is very affordable. In the United States, we don't have that. What kind of model we can work together to make things more affordable, sustainable? So that's something to think about and also take advantage for discussion. By saying that, we thank you all the panelists and the audience engaged in this interesting discussion. We are going to be happy to talk with you more after this session and tomorrow, the day after. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
That was definitely a very impactful discussion. Thank you so much, everybody. You can exit the stage to your right. And, you know, cancer is such a sensitive topic, and it still baffles my brain how us humans can send other humans into space and they can live quite peacefully in no gravity, yet the cure for cancer still is not there. Or at least we don't know about it, yeah? All right, so next up we have a fireside chat with a question that is bound to get all of us thinking. And the big question that we will be asking is, how does the intersection of racism and gender bias shape health outcomes? It's a conversation that cuts to the core of the most pressing issues in healthcare today. I've got 2 speakers coming up on stage. First up is Dr. Dinakar Panati, Head of Business and Regulatory at the Epigen, and of course, Ms. Stephanie Bush, Founder and Chief Marketing Nerd of Nerd and Chic Marketing. Please put your hands together and welcome them to the stage. You're very welcome.
Good afternoon, everyone. As our hostess with the mostest has mentioned, my name is Stephanie Bush, and I have over 2 decades in marketing management and operations in healthcare. And I currently work with life science companies that are specialized in blood and cell technologies and scale-ups that are focused on AI and cloud-native applications or biomed data analytics. I'm also a member of the Healthcare Businesswomen's Association that was founded in the 70s in the US with a focus on diversity, equity, inclusion, and advancing women, specifically in pharma. And that organization has grown since to be a global organization. And one of the things we focus on is really gender parity, gender pay gap, and improving that diversity, equity, and inclusion in healthcare. So I'm very excited to have this discussion with you. And now I'd like to turn it over to Dr. Panati.
Thank you, Stephanie. Thank you, Health 2.0.
Let me introduce myself. I am Dinakar. I'm heading a regulatory and business at Epigen Group. So we are biopharmaceutical manufacturers. We produce insulins and other biosimilars. So I generally like in the day-to-day operations, like in the biopharmaceutical or biosimilar or like a vaccine manufacturing. So we face a lot of difficulties. So, and by seeing those difficulties and as well as with the cultural differences, racism and as well as the gender bias, so I personally had a thought process, and I thought like to help the employees, I mean like in general employees. So I have authored a book, okay, so on the, like how to make a working place safe better, you know. So that's how like I have been onto this racism and how the health outcomes or the gender bias, how the health outcomes over there. So the solution for that. So I have written all the complete information with the case scenarios and the questionnaire in the book. So right now let us start the topic and we get into the details. So first comes about the cultural racism and as well as the gender bias. So in the current scenario, so it's like from last century, from the current century, so the suppression and the inequality, like it's a common in the work field or at the home, say for example, domestic violence, or when it comes to the office environment or the corporate environment. So people will have a lot of difficulties. People doesn't want to express that. So we face so much of a difficulties over here. So when I personally have heard of few people like how they face it, so they don't express themselves over there, and especially in the Southeast Asian region, so which I have been through. So I have worked in both GCC countries as well as in the Indian companies or the region. So normally the people don't express themselves what they are facing through. So, for example, I mean, I can take an example of one of the people, like, so the people have a palpitations now and then. So they don't know that why they are getting the palpitations. So then when they visit the doctors or any healthcare professionals, so what they normally do is they'll go for the diagnosis. So when they do go for the diagnosis, so then it's a general testing, routine test done, or routine ECG or 2D echo. So these kind of things done, then there'll be some sort of anxiety. So then they push into the anti-anxiety drugs. So when people get those anti-anxiety drugs without knowing the root cause, so there is a lot of difference in the health outcomes, right? Like having those side effects or not properly treated. So that's how the people get into a lot of other trauma. So instead of that, why can't a healthcare professional, I mean, like before getting into the healthcare professional, there should be a certain system that to have a checklist, like mentally, like how they are at their professional career or their offices or at their personal level at the home. So whether they're all okay, is there any disparity or there any differences, or these are all some minor things which are on back of our head, cannot able to realize when you are talking with the people. So I felt like personally, like there should be certain wake-up call for all this. So in a pharmaceutical environment, biopharmaceutical environment, so as per the regulatory policies, we do the health checkups, right? So like these are all like a general health checkups, blood tests, some imaging tests will be done. So along with that, if they can able to add up these things, so how the environment is at your workplace, is there any differences, is there any inequality or the discrimination or the humility? Even nowadays, there's a lot of sarcasm, right? So because of the social media, the trolling, bullying, so these are all something people doesn't want to express. So these kind of a questionnaire people can able to make, I mean, that makes a lot of difference. So before getting into your other diagnostics. So with this questionnaire or with this kind of tools, and a lot of in the conferences, like I have met a couple of startups wherein well-beings, I mean, like they are AI powered well-beings. So you can able to adopt these kind of things to all the organizations. I'm just talking about the biopharmaceutical manufacturers, but it goes to all the other healthcare professionals or non-healthcare professionals as well. So wherein you can able to assess what is happening with them, so how these are. So, and then people try to open up and speak about their inequality or the discrimination which they are facing over there. So personally, I'll take one or two case scenarios. So one of my team member, so he's having a lot of giddiness or the anxieties. So it has been recommended to the physician. So physician has been diagnosed that he has a higher level of anxiety. So he couldn't able to work, and it was almost like a 2-3 companies he couldn't able to work, and he has quit the company. So it has affected very badly into their personal life or the professional life, and he is unable to get diagnosed what exactly has happened. So then through one of the colleagues or the friends, so I came to know like what exactly is happening. So it's about his manager. His manager is very, very very strict. I mean, like a kind of a thing. I mean, he's an orthodox kind of a way dealing with. So he always criticizes in front of the entire team. So wherein he got anxiousness, so he couldn't able to speak out completely. He'll go blank in the meetings or in the one-on-one session. The same thing, he has been stretched to the home, so wherein he is unable to speak and respond to the kid or his spouse. So this is how he has been, and he has behaving weird. So then I took an initiative personally, and I spoke with, I mean, even I'm from the different organizations, so I spoke with this manager, tried to explain him these are all the consequences which he is facing. So he took it in a positive way, and he had, the manager also has changed in the next 2-3 months towards him and as well as towards the other people. So wherein all these palpitations, anxieties, everything has been broken, and he has been awarded as the Best Employee Award in the next quarter. So by doing this, like I got a intuition that why can't I write author a book coming up with how they have to open up at the workspaces or at any sort of a things or the diagnosis. So like see, it is not only about the anxiety or the nervous system, it's about the gut. Some people, example, acid reflux. So the gut gets disturbed very, very badly if you are more anxious, more stressed up, or if you get humiliated, you keep on thinking. There are no sleepless nights, basically. So this all will affect your health in one way or the other. So based on all these theory, like with the questionnaire, I have collected almost around 100 plus survey done from 100 plus employees or the professional personal life. So I have authored a complete book, Unboxing the Ethics. So how to behave at the workspaces, how to behave very well. And along with that, it is not about the behavior. The people should be, the colleagues or the teammates should be open enough to accept what the other people say. So you should hear continuously what the other people say. And so that with a small listening, it's just a listening and patience. With a small listening, you can change the entire thing. Okay, you can stop the suicidal thoughts. You can stop the anxiety. So you can stop furthermore. I mean, like so many things, and you can bring a light into his life or her life. So that is one thing which I have seen over the couple of years. This way, the solution will be much more better. The other thing which I want to highlight is about the gender biased. See, gender biased, it starts from the home, right? So it starts from the home, our mother, our spouse, our daughter, or our friends. So you have to stop from the home. So, okay, so people now we have matured enough, so we should treat everyone very equally. So we need to help each other. You should understand the other person's perspective. You should respect their thought process. You should respect their any decision. So they also should take a decision. I mean, they should be a part of our decision. So planning, decision. So collective decision can able to evolve in a good, healthy discussions or the health outcomes. Otherwise, there's a lot of discriminations which I can see personally. I mean, every now and then about the gender discrimination, especially about their wages. I mean, like the same kind of people like the. Sorry to say clearly, like males in the same position designation will get a more salary than the females. It should not be the case, right? Do you agree with me? So, they have, people, everyone, let it be a male or a female, go through a lot of struggle. They have the, today I just had I heard from one of the orthopedician. See how she has evolved. She has to take care of her home. She has to take care of their family. She has to take care and prove herself to stand tall in the society. So this is very tougher job for them. So we all should encourage them. We all should respect them, and we all should speak out loud without any bias. So they should be respected at their workplace or at the home. So this is what complete my experiences in the professional life and personal life from 15 to 20 years. And I can openly say that even I am a changed man. Okay, it's not like I'm preaching or giving certain sort of a speaking. Even I'm a changed man. Every day is a learning. Whether you are male or female, even we should learn from our kids and our juniors. So normally people will say, juniors, so just don't be a part of a discussion. You are a kid. But you have a lot of learning from them. See the patients, see about their maturity. So these days people are all, you guys have to, everyone, we have to think on that, and we should evolve ourselves. So to accept and to be uniform. So when you are uniform, equally, without any discrimination, you treat and respect the people. In business case scenario, the productivity increases. So the company gets benefited. So the company HR policies to be tightened so that your productivity automatically gets elevated and the business grows in a good way. So that's what the business leaders like us, we all will be thinking. So this, instead of putting a harsh pressure on the sales and marketing team, so we should employ certain well-being consultants or in-house well-being practitioners or counselors to establish this kind of ecosystem checklist. It's not only the physical or the diagnostic thing, there is a mental well-being towards that to change all the perspective. So that's about today I want to discuss.
Thank you,
It's
Dr.
about,
Panelist.
yeah.
What I really like are your case examples, and with your book and how you look at how we take this topic and we turn it into action so that we can create improvements. And I definitely think when you look at different studies, the healthcare industry is one of the industries where we have women in higher positions, where we are closing the pay gap. I think we're now getting better at addressing health issues in cultures and race and for gender as well. And I think when we kind of know what happens, right, when you have these issues, and they seem to be the underlying issues in terms of what we've talked about. So we've talked about having the importance of mental health and how important your health is and how we can address this, how we make the workforce stronger. And when you look at the healthcare workforce is leaving in drones, and the majority are women leaving in drones. We have women leaving the workforce. We end up having greater gaps in access to care when you think about the financials if we're not careful with racism and gender bias. So that means then if people are leaving the healthcare system, it means that we have underrepresentation in our healthcare system, because we're going to feel more comfortable as patients talking to someone who we think can identify with us and we believe is a representation of ourselves. I think then this also leads to lack of treatments. And now we're making strides, right? So we now know that heart disease presents differently in women. We just saw from Dr. Ali today, when you look at the difference with a migraine and a stroke, that a woman could be misdiagnosed with having a migraine when she's actually had a stroke. So we're really starting to pay much more attention to how diseases present differently in people. I think a big one that I had the opportunity to work on was for sickle cell disease, and how we're getting devices to more rural areas to treat populations who can't get in the car, who can't get to a big hospital for a red blood cell exchange, and that's an opportunity to improve their quality of life there. And so, we kind of all know the numbers. The World Health Economic Forum just came out. There's a $1 trillion economic benefit to paying closer attention to women's health. There's the rise in discussion of how do we make work more enjoyable for women in menopause. There seems to be an increase in supplements being marketed to me that I can't say I'm quite on board with. That's a very conscious bias that I have.
Yes.
And I think, a big one for me as well, and something from the US, and I think it's where we've got to get better there. the number of women of color who die in childbirth in the US. So I think that is also a presentation of a problem that we need to look at. But I am happy that we are going in that direction. I think that's what conferences like this can be so important of. And if I share my own personal story, and now, it's not an easy one. The average time for diagnosis is 7 to 10 years, or 6 to 10 years. So I'm within the average range. But I'll share my experience in having a late diagnosis of celiac disease, which is not great, but manageable, right? It is manageable. And so I'll just, if anyone wants to shout a number out, how many doctors told me that getting pregnant would solve my problem? 4 different doctors that I saw to tell them that my gut was bothering me. Not once did I say that I was there to talk about my fertility, that I wanted to have children, that I was struggling. I was there to talk about my gut. 4 different doctors said to me that this would probably go away if I would just get pregnant. They were men.
I'm very sorry.
Yeah, they didn't know. I don't think anyone does it consciously, and that's the issue with unconscious bias as well. I think that comes into play. One doctor thought I had lupus. So we're going in the direction of autoimmune disorders and trying to treat them. I didn't think I had lupus, but I had to have a kidney biopsy anyway. So it took me 7 years for someone to biopsy the thing that needed to be biopsied to have a diagnosis because I didn't present in a typical manner. It was not showing up in my blood. And so I think that I am a small example, to be honest, of what bias and racism can do on our health outcomes. Because of course, going through that, I had to miss work, I had to take time off. Now, in healthcare, I think we're much more compassionate and empathetic with our colleagues and workers and professionals who go through health issues because we're closer to it and we understand it. But I think then as we move forward, we talk about how do we fix it. And I think events like this and the discussions that we're having, the diversity in the room is already, I think, a true testament. And there's going to be a discussion on patient advocacy, which coming from the patient side for me is very important. I think keeping the representation, the diversity in the healthcare workforce, if there's a way to make medical school more affordable so that we can improve that diversity in the workforce, that might vary by where you live. I think that's also something that's quite important. And even training for our medical teams and recognizing our bias, our unconscious bias, and what that does. So I think that for me are some of those key highlights. And I appreciate that I could share my personal story and my experience with this group.
Inspiring, Stephanie.
Thank you.
Very sorry for the misdiagnosis. And did you able to discuss with them all those 4 or 5 doctors after that?
No, to be honest, it's frustrating. You kind of give up after a while, right? I don't know if anyone has gone to a doctor, and I mean, even when you are a doctor, we're all patients at some point, and you've just felt that I don't have a good click. They're not listening. I think the one doctor, which is almost a bit my favorite, versus the 4 that thought that I wanted to have children, told me, you can't control everything. And he wrote me a prescription for Xanax and sent me on my way. So that was, I can admit, I can be a bit type A. I plan vacations in Excel. I organize things maybe a bit more than I need to. But that was really a moment where I thought, I'm really here because I'm convinced that something is going on. And I did try the Xanax. I slept well, but I just did it once.
It's good. I mean, like, you're discussing that, so people will have an awareness on that. So from next time, like, even personally, I had one misdiagnosis in the same way. So I had a complete like a vertigo symptoms kind of giddiness. So I went to the rush to the hospital, which is a very famous hospital at India, Mumbai. So they have done, I have forced them to do the diagnosis immediately because I'm continuously throwing up. I can't able to control myself, I can't able to stand. So they have done the MRI. So it was on a holiday and next day was my birthday. So they have told me like, you had a blood clot in the brain. So it's like a nightmare. I mean, like everyone got disturbed, and we know that if it should be operated or kind of a thing, we don't know exactly clearly. So the next day, whole family came out. I mean, came up, all those. So next day, when they have seen again the image, so they found that it was not the kind of a blood clot in the brain. So it is they have diagnosed as a vestibular neuritis. So, but the whole night and the 24 hours which I have passed through, so it was like like it's a bad dream kind of a thing.
It definitely works on your mental health,
Mental
right?
health,
I think
yes,
that's also,
yes.
and maybe vertigo might not be as common as male, and then there's that again, just, so, no, I think it's a really good story and example of that it's not necessarily just women who might experience a gender bias, and when we start to put things specifically into gender roles.
Yeah, but majorly there is a gender bias, like we have to accept that in the society. So that has to be completely wiped off in this generation.
I think if we think about the future, and it was talked about earlier on a panel, the pyramid, and that pyramid is reverse. We live longer so that we have generations now that we do not have enough younger people in the younger generation to support and take care of the older generation. And then if we do not ensure that our workforce is kind of balanced with men and women, or however you identify, we didn't even start to tackle what's happening now, then we will have serious problems with our healthcare system.
Yeah, it's everywhere, like at home, at office, so they should be equally treated, so equally employed, and from the wages, the treatment, the way how you behave. So it all should be like a man, woman should be the same. And it's not about the man, woman, the new kind of a thing. So everyone should be the same. All the humans are the same. So there should not be any sort of a racism or the culture. See, of course there will be a cultural differences, but you should respect everyone. So that's where like we should start the day. So when we pray, so people who believe God, when we start praying, so we should start with this. So treat everyone equally. So give the energy or the positive way to treat everyone equally. So that's why like the changes can happen. So, or the next generation. So if you behave like this, for the newcomers or the new generations, they should learn or they should come up with this kind of ideologies.
Thank you. I think that's a great point and a great way to close or open if there are questions. I also know that we're running behind schedule, but indeed just the openness and curiosity about cultures and understanding and respect. Very strong.
Yes.
So.
Or you can reach out to us. I mean, like, we can have a discussion furthermore on that.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Making up for some lost time there. Thank you so much. Yes, I am making my way to the stage and continuing our exploration in the healthcare arena. We have our next panel. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, that's definitely helped us to get a little bit more back on track. Now, our next panel discussion tackles yet another complex topic, and the topic is championing patients' rights, enabling active involvement in healthcare and decision-making to promote patient advocacy and empowerment. This discussion centers on the role of patients' rights, healthcare, emphasizing the importance of their active involvement in decision-making progress. So, our moderator, I'd like to welcome to the stage Dr. Osama Kandelaft. And joining him on the panel is Dr. Mangal Kardile, Talia Adika, Nicole Edwards, and Deb, the director from DKI Health. If all of you could make your way to the stage, we are going to be starting your discussion a little bit earlier than planned, but later in the actual programmed schedule timing. Is everyone here from this panel? Dr. Osama, are you here? He was the one asking all the questions earlier. Dr. Osama? Right, who do we have here? Deb? Yes, Deb is here, director of DKI Health. Nicole Edwards, that is this lovely lady in pink. Talia Adika? No, you are Dr. Mangal Kardile. All right, where is Dr. Osama? He's run off to the bathroom. All right, well, you know what, I'll kill some time, why not? So I'm going to make my way around the room because this is our last panel discussion before we go into the awards. So you're in front, I'm going to pick on you. How are you?
Doing great, thank you.
Very well. All right, now from today, you've obviously been here all day, yes? And I want to know what was your favorite discussion that we've had today?
I think overall, because it spoke about mental health, there were a lot of things that covered about mental health. While DKI, we're also focusing on equity, and I think the last fireside chat was really interesting of the unconscious bias. That was interesting. Another learning, I think, was the CAR-T, the affordability in cancer.
Yes.
That was a wonderful session. So these are like top of my mind takeaways for the day. I think wonderful.
All right, so you pretty much covered everything. I like it. Thank you very much. And this lovely lady in green, how are you doing?
Thank you.
All right, what's your name?
Marilyn.
Hi, Marilyn. It's lovely to meet you. All right, so what has been your key takeaway from today's discussions?
I think all the sessions have been really useful and insightful as well. Again, I agree with this lady over here, the mental health.
Yes.
Very interesting.
Yeah, screen dependency syndrome is so real and it impacts us at every moment of our lives. I think if we had to lock away our cell phone for an hour, we'll all experience some sort of anxiety and lose our mind because now we don't wear watches to tell the time. Do we? We use it to read a message really fast. I find it so funny when people are talking into their watches. I'm like, what is this, Back to the Future? I still find it really funny, but it's all good. All right, my friend Kunal, how are you, sir?
Fantastic.
All right, now you're so charismatic, and I think you may be in the wrong profession. You should be, you should be an MC or be on radio or something like that. So I want to know what has been your key takeaway, and I don't want you to talk about your own panel discussion.
Great question. The most important discussion today was I think Mr. Abhik Motre. He started his discussion with dopamine, right? So, yeah. I congratulate him personally. I went to him because that was very interesting and very fascinating discussion, the whole thing. And also in that panel, they discussed about the sleep again. That is the most important thing, a dopamine neurotransmitter, how important it is. And constant pushing dopamine, you become a dopamine resistant. So then after that, you know, the druggist, alcoholic, they're breaking the resistance of dopamine. So that's how they become alcoholic and druggist. Same thing happen if you take this direction in a right way, like a high-class sportsman people, that dopamine works in a positive manner. So that discussion was my favorite discussion. Thank you.
I'm going to agree with that because me, personally, I love sleeping. I can sleep all day, and I have no problem with it, and I have zero shame because after that major long sleep, I feel incredible. I feel like I can take on the world. So, you know, make that extra time for yourself. It's okay to be a little bit selfish, you know? If you're going to be late, what's the worst your boss is going to say? You're late. Okay, listen, if there's surgery, don't be late for that. Don't be late for that, all right? But if you can, spare those few moments, that's all right. All right, yes, sir.
Thank you, Kunal, for appreciating me. You know, we are all here to make some business. Everybody is here, right? We want to either make some business or better our businesses. where the next billion-dollar idea is going to come from. Dopamine, the production of dopamine, naturally. Okay? Because you cannot have shots of dopamine into your brain and make yourself happy and come out of depression. It has to come very, very naturally. And here is a billion-dollar idea right now for every one of you. If I may kindly request all of you to stand at your place. All of you to stand at your place. Look at the person next. Whosoever, doesn't matter. Whosoever is there next to you, and just say, I love you. Just say, I love you. Just simple. These 3 words, I love you. Okay? And see how much dopamine I have created immediately. I love you all. Okay? And that's dopamine creation. These 3 words are the next billion-dollar idea. Anybody who is into digital health, physical health, or whatever health business you are, if you are able to create a platform on which people can say, I love you. Parents to children, children to grandparents, you know, everybody, one brother to another, sister to sister, wife to husband, husband to wife, even to your all exes. If you can just say, I loved you at one point of time, for sure. And that's dopamine. That's dopamine. One single worded answer to the mental health crisis we are facing in this world. I love you. I love you all.
Thank you so much, Doctor. And you know what? I love you guys. I love you. Yes. There's such a stigma around those 3 little words, isn't it? Yeah, we need to get rid of that. Say it more. Spread the love. All right. Dr. Osama has graced us with his presence, so we can continue with our panel discussion. So I'm just going to introduce them all once again. Dr. Osama Kandalaf will be moderating. Yes. Then we have panelists Dr. Mangal Kardile. We have Talia Adika, Nicole Edwards, and Deb, the director of DKI Health. Round of applause. Or do I have to say I love you again? Yes? Are we missing someone?
We are. She wasn't able to make it, unfortunately.
Oh, okay. So this is it. All right. Well, Dr. Osama, the stage is yours.
Thank you so much. We appreciate it. Hi, everyone. Dr. Osama Kandalaf. Good to meet you all. I love you. So today we're going to be talking a bit about empowering patients' rights and championing and advocating for patient autonomy, patients' rights as well. I want to open this up to our esteemed panel as well to just introduce themselves, give us a brief background about who you are, what you do, and why this is something impactful to you.
Hello everyone. Am I audible? Hello? Yeah. I should not love this. Okay, so very good afternoon, and thank you very much, Health 2.0 conference. I work basically in mental health area, but that is for the neurological disability. That is the specialization of mine. We have Mental Health Aims, that is, I'm the founder and director of that company in India. And as far as the mental health is concerned, as I said, that psychology is one thing, but the another part which is very, very deep inside is the neurological disability. For psychology, we can say that the pharma can help it out a little bit, but as far as the disability, neurological disability is concerned, there is a question of capacity of the brain to understand what is happening. And there I found that medicine cannot work in this area. So I developed rehabilitation tools for this, which will be very, very helpful, affordable, because we have millions and millions of population who is in need of this disability rehabilitation and so on. So the population we work in is right from developmental disorders to dementia. And the first ever tool we developed, that is BrainNext, which has been recognized by Indian Academy of Neurology, seeing the positive outcome in the neurological impairment, memory and cognitive impairment. And that's, we started our work, and lots and lots of patients have been benefited with that. And today, when we talk about the capacity, being a person from advocacy in mental health, amongst all of these populations, right from developmental disorder, epilepsy, post-TBI, stroke, and dementia, Alzheimer, whatever name you take, the most important population, what I found, they need their rights to be protected, or they need a lot of help from the law point of view, and also the bridging the gap between the law, policies, and the healthcare. The most population which I have seen affected is the more post-TBI population, because when we see in the private sector, the corporate sector, people work, they are on the very much high scale, skilled jobs they have, and suddenly they meet with some accident, and the whole life is upside down. They lose everything. And in the first hand, it's always a choice that the person should live. So the death and life comes in first. They spend a lot of money in just saving the person. So a lot of the person's money is lost in the hospitalization. The person is live. You'll be surprised to know that more than 65 million people every day, they meet with accident. More than 70% are not lucky to live. It's fatal for them. And whoever remains, 35%, they are under this severe disability area. And for those, we have been doing very successfully this rehabilitation process. Just a little case study I would like to say, that one of my patients, he was working on a very, very high level job. He was in finances, working with MNC. And then he met with a very severe road accident. He was in coma for 1.5 months. They lost whatever the money they had into all of these treatments, and everything was there. He was in a very mid, like 50s or something like that, nearing 50s. So there was a big question what to be done. The company tried helping him for a year, and when his case was very much worsened, again I must say that behavior is a very big part in neurology disability. But this behavior is very different than what behavior we see in psychology. So this particular behavior is, again I must say, that with this memory and cognitive rehabilitation, we have successfully tackled these behavioral issues because we create capacity in the brain, so the brain understands what is going on. So we help that person to get to a certain level, so he was much, much better. And his company was paying his whatever the salary was going on. That went on another year. But then the company started expecting that the person should rejoin the position. And whatever we have been looking at the progress, he could progress very nicely. But the calculations, very, very big, crores of millions of dollars calculations, the person was not able to do. Because the brain's damage is permanent. We can take a little upper level in the cognitive rehabilitation, but we cannot take the brain back which was normal before. So there is always limitation. So we had a talk with the HR department that they should take the person again, integrate that person into the work environment. So the HR department was expecting that the person should be able to do the same $1 million calculations again. Then we try to understand, make them understand that this is the brain deficit, and the person cannot do those calculations again. So what, on the basis of championing rights, what we told them, that you should understand the capacity of the brain, and the MNC should be able to create a job profile or accommodate that person into a lower grade work position to integrate that person into the work environment. So either they have to create that position or take the person, giving him little bit of skill set so that the person can be re-accommodated in the work environment. Yeah. So we had a big fight on those, and I found out that those, even then, everybody knows that UNCRPD is in place. Every country has their persons' rights, right of persons with disability. Every country has it. But then I found out that they can't accommodate the person again, or maybe they have many more people in the line to take that position, and companies are not ready to accept or create the position for that person to reintegrate. Yeah. Yeah. Yes.
I think what you're bringing up in that sense as well is an incredible multifaceted look in terms of a patient going through something absolutely terrible, losing their personal autonomy and who they were, who they're able, or what they're able to perform, their own identity and their ability within the community, the work span of what they're actively able to do, and losing that. You've also discussed the environmental factors that come into play, which also impact somebody's autonomy in terms of the financial obligation of being able to continue with particular therapy, but also losing that. And then also looking at things in terms of health insurance systems, pharmaceuticals that are being used as well. And then also from the medical spectrum as well, what we are capable of doing as medical providers, practitioners, but also as therapists. The other impact as well, which I'm going to pass over to Nicole as well to discuss, is teaching our medical providers what autonomy means and what we're capable of actively doing. So Nicole, take it away if you want to give a brief intro as well.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm Nicole Edwards, and I'm Head of Health and Social Care at Harris Girls Academy Bromley in London. I've been teaching health and social care for a while, and I've been teaching students from ages 14 all the way to 18 before they go to university and study subjects like medicine or dentistry or midwifery. And what I do is enable them with equip them with the knowledge and the skills to be able to be an effective care provider. And a lot of the curriculum, what I teach, is based around patients' rights and advocacy. From the time that they are age 14 to when they're 18 and when they leave school, they have a comprehensive understanding about advocacy, active involvement, and promoting patient rights. So a lot of the curriculum is embedded around things like consultation. How do care providers essentially give the service users that consultation, the right to respect in their choices regarding their care, involving other advocates and family members within that care process, and making sure that they upheld the decisions regarding treatments, care plans, and specific interventions. However, there could be challenges with this, particularly around, let's say, for example, a doctor and a patient in a hospital in a one-to-one context whereby the doctor speaks quite complex medical language where the patient's not able to understand. And essentially, that would mean that they would be confused, the service user would be confused, and that wouldn't be an effective way to consult the service user. So the best way would be to actually use more language that they're able to understand, maybe cues, pictures and imagery, that could be used to that involved in the consultation, or repeating certain bits of information which the service user does not understand. Yeah, thank
100%,
you.
yeah.
Thank
Your description of knowledge, right? What we're able to impart onto our patients, but also what the environment teaches our providers to give on to our patients makes a massive difference in terms of the education and knowledge autonomy of a patient who's able to advocate for themselves, know what the main problems are, understand what the complications are, and know what the expectations lead to, just based on the medical condition or otherwise. Yeah. Deb, go ahead.
Good evening, everybody. Am I audible? Yeah. Thank you. I mean, it has been a fascinating day here. Really enjoyed the sessions with all my learned colleagues. I think I picked up a few keywords here that was discussed. I mean, and just before coming to the dais, the dopamine shot really helped. I mean, we have been here for a very long time. I have a very small question to everybody. What is that aspect that human beings have been fighting for? What is that one aspect which has waged wars, driven people to fight, and what is that? Yes, please. Happiness. Pardon? Happiness. Yeah, what else? I would look at it the other way, fear. Okay. Anything else? Well, I think I was going to talk on this. However, those are valid points as well. I think freedom is what defines us as humans. And the moment we as individuals turn to patients, I don't know how freedom is interpreted for them, let alone the rights. Now, Charles was a corporate employee. We have discussed about corporate employees. And Deb, I've been a corporate employee for the last 13 years. I've been a management consultant. I've been working in the healthcare sector. I understand what are the stresses we go through. But yes, that's a part of life that we can't ignore. And things happen. When those things happen to us, what happens to us? We become patients. Freedom goes away. Our basic rights goes away. I don't know what can happen to us. The healthcare practitioners tries their best. But in most of the cases, it's not what a patient might have liked. I'm not talking about the good or bad of the situation, but that is how it is. I mean, from 2005 to around 2016, there was a lot of inclusivity in terms of patient-reported outcomes. A lot of drugs were talking about this patient-reported outcomes. Then in 2010, FDA came out with this regulations that you can't include patient-reported outcomes for all the drugs. Few of the drugs, yes, they did report and they were quite successful. But mostly, it isn't the case. Now, when we talk about giving a patient rights, their own decision to make a choice, it's a very difficult procedure. It's not easy. Mm-hmm. It's not like there is no intent. It's not like the doctor doesn't want to do that, not that the pharma doesn't want to do it. Everybody wants to do it, but it's not very clear how to do it. That's where the question lies, and that is the most difficult part that I think we should address at Health 2.0 now, because eventually some of us, most of us, at certain point of time will be a patient. And what happens to that freedom, that love, that care, the dignity? What happens to that? And that's a question that I think we should ponder. So at DKI Health, my organization, we have been working on these, working with governments, with pharmacies, to define some of those lines. I'm not saying that those were the concrete lines that we wanted to define or we have cracked the code. But yes, we are working on those, and we're trying to understand that what are those rights with all these patient advocates, with all the policymakers, and helping people get there. I think I'll touch upon a few other points as we progress in the discussion, but now I guess Nicola has something to say. So yes.
No, I agree with you, Deb. Promoting dignity is, I think, one of the most important ways of actually demonstrating patients' rights, the dignity, the respect. And sometimes that often gets missed or lost, particularly when, in delivering care and, you're under time constraints or costs, or there's a lack of staff in a particular care setting, dignity may be lost, and it's important that we uphold dignity at all costs, really.
The definition of dignity, right, in terms of what patients are able to actively do and from what they understand themselves, also needs to be advocated by the providers, physicians, but also the structural sections, the subsections that we have in our society to help build up somebody's autonomy as well, to preserve that dignity, from everything from the pharma industry over to the providers that actively manage our patients' care, to the outpatient providers that manage and monitor, to the education aspect. I think one other aspect as well to chat about would be the insurance and protective policies that are in play as well. What's going to protect our patient that, God forbid something devastating does happen to them and they're unable to care for themselves in the way that they are? How does our society, our community, and the structures that are in play help protect our patient's autonomy and not gradually chip away at it? At least my thought about that is that, removing them as a burden or as the perception of being a burden on the system and
Yes.
more empowering them to do the tasks that they are entitled to do based on who they are now.
Yeah, actually. And to Osama's point, now coming again to the rights. Dr. Sorry.
Yes, as far as the insurance is concerned, I would like to say that there is no insurance for memory and cognitive rehabilitation, which is very, very important. People can get all of the reimbursement when they are in the hospital, whatever treatment they take. But the major part remains for this neurological disability rehabilitation, which is very, very important to integrate that person into the society or whatever the work, the capacity building and everything. They need long-term support. And this area needs to be taken care of, I think so, that the insurance company should come forward and do this. And for this particular, we developed a corporate training program for this, seeing this problem in private sector and corporate sector. We developed a training program for these corporates, and we are going to collaborate with different companies that they should come forward, understand this condition, because there are many, many such people in the corporate sector which have met with such accidents and not been able to again reintegrate into their work environment and have created a lot of financial and personal complications in their life, and there is no way to go. And what we have seen is rehabilitation insurance, if that takes place, many, many millions of people are able to get access to. And as I said that when we talk about children, developmental disorders, there are always parents to look after that. And when we see any parent sees that the child is having problem, already they create the structure around that child, that the child might need this money later on. And even for the 60+ population, what we see in post-stroke, dementia population, and all of these people, they already have had money. If they were in any kind of job or business or whatever, they already created their money for them. But the problem is about the in-between population where they are stuck halfway into their life and they meet with such accidents, and then the whole life is upside down.
Absolutely. I mean, the most interesting thing that you're touching base on is, okay, you have the personal autonomy, you have the environmental and the structural, the medical infrastructure that exists. Under that environmental aspect, we are looking at something called a cultural autonomy, essentially. It's very different from what we have over in the West, which is, the individual matters. The individual is the one who's able to make decisions for themselves. However, in cultures, Middle Eastern cultures such as myself, I'm Jordanian myself, born and raised, Indian cultures as well, there is a lifeline. Patients will stay alive for their family members, and they will do tasks and tests, interventions, based on what their family wants and the expectation of them as well. Now, it's a big generalization just to mention it, but that cultural autonomy is something that often goes underrepresented in terms of the treatment process, how we sit down and think about the individual we're managing, not the patient, the person in front of you, who they were, who they are now. All those features come into play when we're trying to champion for that person's equity, their individual equity that's there. One feature just to chat about, not to take too much time for the rest of the panel too, but my experience at least has been from multiple different facets. In the primary care world out in the clinic, but also in the hospital, in the ICU at the peak of COVID, unfortunately, just the disastrous events that we ended up seeing through there. Our definition of autonomy usually goes to thinking about, yes, mental health, stroke, debilitation. But I think the idea behind debilitation from autonomy also fits into other medical issues, poorly controlled diabetes, heart attacks, congestive heart failure, and all the subset conditions from there. The autonomy is the inability of somebody to do the actions that they want to, their own personal freedom, their priorities. Moving away from that and, again, removing the ability for the person to perform the tasks that they normally do, cognitively or physically, is that loss of autonomy. But again, opening it up to the panel just on your thoughts, even to the audience too, in case anybody wants to chirp anything out.
So, yeah. So definitely that's the loss of the autonomy of the person who becomes suddenly from a person, this individual transitions into a patient. And things turn upside down. And we have, I think in this discussion, we have talked a lot of things. Affordability being one of them, because family and all of the decisions have been talked here. Affordability also plays a lot of important factor in their rights. I mean, if there is no affordability, how do the rights function? And who decides what is affordable? Because in the affordability quotient, not everything is in control. It's not that the pharma can just reduce the cost of the medication. I think that is where we need to get in, and that is where we actually try to protect rights. That's where we start talking about rights. It's definitely not easy. It's a statement that's made pretty easily, but it cannot function that easy. So there needs to be a lot of thought. I'm sure all of my learned colleagues over here, a lot of them are thinking on those lines. I'm just trying to make a statement here. But yes, that is where we are working. That is where we are trying to create models. We're trying to create a lot of financial assistances, market access, talking to governments, framing up policies, talking to pharma, understanding that what is the landscape that they need to operate, working with patient advocates, with patient panels. So this is the whole ecosystem that derives something called patient rights.
It's something you touched base on, Deb, earlier as well,
Yes.
which is to recognize that everybody here at the Health 2.0 conference,
Right.
this is the purpose of us being here as well, is the idea to effectuate real, physical, objective change over to our patients to give them the best type of benefit that's possible. I think individually, even with other conferences,
Right.
sitting down and basically saying, all right, all of us medical, we're going to sit together and, you have insurance over on the other conferences that they have in pharmas in their own separate conferences.
Yeah.
It's one of the few conferences out there where everybody's actually sitting together from different sides of the same coin and looking at it from a different lens.
Right.
What we need is absolutely that corporate and systemic overhaul, the complete change of how things are actively happening. It's highly optimistic, to suggest this and possibly very unrealistic, but small, effectual, altruistic changes in the right direction is probably one of the biggest things that we can actively do, focusing on the qualitative care that we're giving to our patients.
Yes, and as far as mental health is concerned, everybody knows that it has got a lot of stigma around it. And as far as the neurological disability is concerned, I think it is more and more deeper. So because the person is not well, it doesn't look like the same as the person was before. And for that reason, as I said, that doing advocacy and all of these things, I found out that it's necessary to create awareness to prevent these things first of all. Because as far as India is concerned, it's a very huge country with a lot of diversity in everything. It may be culture or it may be socio-economic conditions and so on. So we are doing a lot on this prevention side, that how we can prevent these things first of all, so that nobody should land up in all of this crisis at all. So even after COVID, we started doing a lot of survey regarding that people were not coming forward to understand and to act on it or to see what are the side effects and how we are going to deal with that. And more than 15,000 survey we have been doing with that, and we developed a special screening test that will understand the cognitive deficits which have caused because of COVID. So all of these things, I think on the prevention side, we can do a lot when it comes to neurological disability. So we can definitely prevent it. We can definitely prevent that. So prevention, I think, is a very, very big thing through advocacy and championing their rights.
100%.
We are doing that.
We're going to just, go ahead, Nicole. Yeah, go ahead. But I'm going to just, kind of have our team just wrap up, quick takeaways, one sentence. What's the biggest thing that in your mind impacts our patient advocacy? Or how we empower that? Putting you all on the spot here.
I think it's collective decision making. It's listening to the people who are suffering. It's not always possible. But I'm sure there are a lot of medical practitioners here. how do doctors treat comatose patients? They don't express, but still they are being treated. So we need to hear patients, even if they can't talk. We need to understand what's going wrong. And only if we understand that, we understand the environment, we understand what are the impediments, I think that's when we'll come to the right decision. And no decision is wrong. I'm sure that while walking this path, we are going to fail, but we're going to rise up strong. I take inspiration from one line. I think I've been listening to the song since I was a kid, and it's by Michael Jackson. Heal the world, make it a better place for you and me and for the entire human race. I think it's time that we think on those lines. We need to make this world a better human place, better place where humans can survive. That includes patients and their rights.
Well said. Nicole?
I think the biggest thing for me that would help with patient advocacy is training. I think training around, understanding around equality and diversity, training around choice, consultation, and equal and fair treatment is one of the main aspects I think that we could do to promote patient advocacy. Simple.
Yes, one message I would like to say here, that whichever conferences we go, we always see that there is a huge gap between the pharma and the non-pharma. I think that should not happen. Pharma should equally take the responsibility of what is happening post-pharma. What is happening? So if this, I think the gap bridges very well, everybody will benefit. And I'm sure that even the pharma industry takes a lot of interest into the rehabilitation area. Even that's a millionaire business, I must say that. So that's a big difference, and the patient lands up nowhere in all of this chaos. So I think that has to be done somewhere.
Absolutely. Thank you. Mine would be slow down. Our entire culture and how we're living our lives right now is happening at a lightning fast pace. We can barely take a few minutes for ourselves before we look at our phones, take a look at the next step, what's next, what's the next step. I think slowing down in the clinical setting, taking the time to talk, understand who your person is, who the person in front of you is, and really just taking that breath and say, am I doing something that is going to effectuate a change? Small incremental versus large. That decision plan at least, or giving that breath, that cognitive awareness to say, all right, I need to actually just focus on what's in front of me right now. I think that may be one of our biggest impacts that we can do.
Yep,
all right, guys, I think we have 54 seconds for questions, so. And she's giving me the eye there. Yeah, but. Do we have time for a question?
The mic is in the middle of the room if anyone wants questions.
Okay.
Yes?
The mic isn't asking any questions.
Do you see the mic in the middle of the room? It's there for Q&A.
Hi. I don't have like a question, but I just want to add to this discussion. I think it was wonderful. I'm very passionate about patients and their rights. So some of the learnings that I thought I should share, of course, I'm part of DKI, like Dave, and we really believe in patient centricity, but certain learnings. So one of the recent case studies which was published in AMA, you spoke about patient autonomy. So this was a conflict for a patient who was diagnosed with prostate cancer. He was between, so he had to make a decision whether he has to take an accelerated therapy, or his family members also looking at hospice because they wanted to have him being treated at home. But for him, when he had that confined discussion with the doctor, he said that he's really not ready for all the sufferings that he'll have to go through because of the accelerated therapy. At the same time, he'll have to think about his family members who really want him to have a prolonged life and live longer with them. So it was a conflict for a patient, right? And it was the healthcare provider who will have to really see what is that information that probably he can share with the family members, at the same time allow the patient to make his right or have his decision on his autonomy. So I think these are something that we deal with every day with our families. And eventually, as we talk about patient advocacy, I think it's also about the shared decision making along with the key stakeholders. It could be patient and the caregiver beginning of the journey, right? So this was one thing. The second thing I think is you spoke about slow down, right? I think slowing down is also in the whole healthcare ecosystem, involving the patient early in the journey is the key. It could be right at the drug development when the patient is on the clinical trials, right at phase 1. Why not involve the patient to share their voices, their experiences with the payers, with the providers, and make those decisions, because then you are working as a team when you bring the product out into the market for the patient. I think this is what I think is patient rights.
100%. And your name, please?
Shilpa.
Shilpa. Thank you so much. Can we just give a round of applause? Because I think that was the perfect summation of everything that we just talked about, just put into one over here. I'm going to jump in quickly with this because I've seen so many cases similar to it. We think usually of cancer as kind of the all and be all of torture of treatment, the duration of treatment. You know, is this curable? Is it not? There's a fear about it. I'll challenge as well and say conditions like osteomyelitis, bad bone infections that will persist for months on end, needing IV injections, blood work, going to the infectious diseases doctor, maybe a surgery afterwards, that chaos of care that comes afterwards that we're just unable to really treat properly or unable to really resolve in a quick time span. I think the importance of it comes down to what is the realistic expectation that we're looking at. Certain cancers can stay over on our body, basal cell on the skin. You can treat that and it can last for years before it becomes a problem versus melanoma in a 30-year-old.
Right.
Big impacts in terms of what the decision is a major factor in terms of, again, coming back to the knowledge aspect of how you can impart knowledge on your patient to have them make the right decision for themselves. I think my second takeaway from your comment over here is the cultural expectation that people have. We usually think of it as, you know what, I get to make my own decisions. The decision for me to live for my family is a negative one because I'm not thinking about myself. I want to reframe that thought process and say, if that is something that is important to us as a core value for our patient, and they are living for their family, wanting to be around them, wanting to be persistent, wanting to be present for whatever reason it is, I think we should take that in the same merit for the desire of individuality at the same realm. So thank you so much for that.
Okay.
Thank you very much, panel. Thank you, Dr. Osama. That was very insightful indeed. And you know what? I am going to be with the patients because at no other point will I be a doctor. So I will advocate for the patients. So thank you guys so much. You can make your way off the stage. All right, are we ready? As we turn the spotlight on the remarkable achievements of healthcare experts in its moment to applaud the trailblazers who have reshaped healthcare field in their exceptional contributions. In other words, it's time for you to earn and receive your awards. I would like to ask Mr. Shyam Krishnan, the Director of Business Development at Wearable Data Solutions, to join me on stage as he will be distributing the awards. Please, a round of applause for him. It's a very hard job. We got to make sure everything is in order. Welcome to the stage, sir. Yes, you can just go in the front. Yes, you're in the spotlight now. All right, so I've had this script for a little while, so let's hope it all goes better, yeah? I'll get there, I promise. All right, up first for the Health 2.0 Conference Outstanding Leadership Award, Dr. Dinakar Panati. And my phone just did something weird. Yes. All right, there we go. Dinakar Panati, he's the head of the Business and Regulatory Division at Epigen. Dr. Dinakar Panati is a maven who is known for building long-term strategic partnerships with stakeholders and investors to fuel the smooth running of plant businesses. A budget approver as well. Yes, let's keep that applause going. Thank you so much. I'd like to welcome back to the stage Dr. Gabriele Soldini. Yes, he has the Outstanding Leadership Award from the Health 2.0 conference. Gabriele is a consultant surgeon in general surgery and, oh, I can't read this stuff, Ospedal Sacra, I have no idea how to say it. I'm going to get you to say that.
In English, it's Oli Family Hospital.
Oh, just a family hospital?
Oli Family.
Oli Family Hospital. All right. And he also collaborates as a surgeon at the Monza racetrack, participating in the Formula One Grand Prix. That is epic. Love that. Thank you. Again, for Outstanding Leadership Award, Dr. Hiroshi Shimamoto. Shimamoto, are you in the room? Yes, he's arriving. Since 2021, Dr. Hiroshi has been working on medical applications for 8K technology as a senior research officer at the NHK Foundation. In addition to this, he was visiting a scholar at Stanford University and also served on the technical committee of the IEEE Consumer Technology Society as vice chair for sensors and actuators from 2023. Thank you, Doctor. And Health 2.0 Conference Outstanding Leadership Award goes to Jamima Crescentia. Jamima Crescentia is a self-driven healthcare professional with over 18 years of experience, including 15 years in specializing in revenue cycle management, currently serving as the head of the medical coding and audit department at Cure Medical Centers and clinical documentation improvements. Wonderful. We are moving on. Yes, of course. Be my guest.
This is my first time to attend such conference, and first of all, I'd like to thank this Health 2.0 event team. Thanks a lot. And it's a great privilege and honor for me to stand in front of you. I can say I'm really overwhelmed to see such a talented, genius healthcare professionals over here. So first of all, my congratulations, hearty congratulations to all the award winners, and especially the speakers over here and the panel members. It was like a great, amazing, mind-blowing sessions for us. I really appreciate it, and would like to take this as a platform for my career growth and development. And not the least, I have to say some words of for all our information. From the morning we are hearing all these words repeatedly. So for our body and mental health, many of us, we ignore our food. So in our Indian medicine, we have a golden wordings which says, food is our medicine and medicine is our food. So please, my humble request to all of you is to please take care of what you eat and what you feed your kids, please. That is my humble request to you all. And even one more very important thing, Dr. Tanvir already mentioned it, please take care of your family relationship. It can heal your mental trauma always. So please maintain it. And a few notes of gratitude from myself. First of all, I want to thank Almighty God. And next, my man behind my success, my best half, my husband. And also, being born and brought up in a remote village in South India. I really thankful for my parents for being my greatest support always. And also, not the least, my organization. For the past 12 to 13 years, I'm working for Cure Medical Centers Abu Dhabi. So they gave me a platform, and I was able to perform with the mentors over there and the management, top management over there. So I really appreciate my top managements and the mentors and their valuable support and guidance till now. Once again, I thank you all, and also I thank you 2.0 event team. All the best to everyone. Thank you.
Congratulations. All right, is Hitoshi Nakaoka here? I don't think so. All right, so we are moving on to a different category of awards. This is for the Young Leadership Award. I'd like to present this award to Lauren Pereira Green. Lauren Pereira is a medical student at the University College of London, UCL, and is the co-founder of DEMA. Aside from running the organization, she's also passionate about medical education and to decolonize the medical curriculum in order to minimize health inequities. They are the future. Very good. Thank you, Lauren. Congratulations. Next up for Outstanding Leadership Award, Lavina Lull. Lavina Lull is the head of Quality Patient Safety and Patient Experience and deputy head at the Hospital General Administration at Fortis. Is a seasoned hospital management and quality professional with a foundational background in nursing. She has proven track record in service excellence, leadership, and boosting interdepartmental productivity, fluent in English, Hindi, Marathi, and Tamil. Lavina is adept in building synergistic relationships with community partners and healthcare organizations. Very talented, yes, of course. Lavina, go ahead.
A very good evening. This is indeed a privilege for me to stand here. And I would also, one of the greatest character and outstanding leaders should have is, it's imperative to thank few people who have contributed to who you are. So I want to take this opportunity to thank, in fact, deliver a threefold thanks. One is to God Almighty for His unmerited favor. For our very special spiritual gurus that I have, the pastors who have inculcated the leadership qualities in me, that's Pastor Wilson and Pastor John. And most importantly, my organization. You know, it's rare to have organizations who give you platforms to, prove yourself. But I owe it to my organization because it's not only given me a platform, but it dreamt for me. And from nursing to education, to quality, to patient experience, and now leading healthcare operations at one of the leading healthcare organizations in India. I think it's amazing to be a part of it, more than a decade there. And lastly, I think I owe it to my family, and I dedicate this award today to my husband, who's right there taking a video of me, I guess, and to my lovely daughters who are watching me live today, so Ashlyn and Olivia, the future leaders of Alpha generation, I feel. I think I owe it to them. And I think this is my dose of dopamine. Thank you so much. Have a wonderful evening, everyone.
Thanks, Lavina. Thank you. All right, lovely words there. Health 2.0 Conference Visionaries Award. I'd like to welcome Mandar Godkule to the stage. Mandar Godkule is the chairman of QGenX Pharma PVT Ltd, has 25 years of experience across computer-aided drug designing, chemical research, IP business development, corporate strategy, and strategic alliances. Where is Mandar? Where is Mandar? Oh, he's not here. All right, we'll be moving on. For Outstanding Leadership Award, Michael Tameger. Is Michael here? Yes, he is. Michael Tameger, CSO at Selma Children's Rehabilitation Hospital, has a total of 25 years of experience in healthcare. He is living in the UAE since 2016 and has been before joining Seha and Selma in 2023. Be responsible as the general manager as the Austrian healthcare company for the whole GCC region. Congratulations, Michael. Now, for Outstanding Leadership Award, Mohammed Sabahuddin Rafridin. He is a mental health expert at Mohammed's Mental Health Campaign, a lawyer and human rights activist from London, UK. Mohammed is determined to extend his hand to those facing similar challenges and make a positive impact in the world. In September 2023, Mohammed launched Mohammed's Mental Health Campaign, an initiative that developed in consultation with internationally acclaimed and industry-leading psychiatrists and mental health professionals from all around the world to spread mental health awareness and conquer mental health stigma in society. Congratulations. Again, this is for Outstanding Leadership Award. Yes, of course.
Good evening, everyone. Firstly, I do want to say Alhamdulillah, thank you to God Almighty Allah for blessing me with this honor and this privilege. Secondly, I want to thank my spiritual leader, His Holiness Hazrat Mirza Masroor Ahmed, the global head of the Ahmadiyya Muslim community. It's because of his love and his support and his guidance. He's the one who actually told me to use my experience and expertise in mental health to, provide solace and support to those people who are suffering. And because of his words, I was inspired to launch my mental health campaign and then my mental health helpline, which I launched in December, to try and help people from all over the world who are struggling and suffering with mental health. So I want to give a huge thank you to my spiritual leader, His Holiness Hazrat Mirza Masroor Ahmed, and also my family, my friends, my whole network of my social circle who have supported my vision for making the world a more inclusive place and just helping to try and tackle the stigma around mental health. So I just want to say thank you to those people because without them, I wouldn't be able to stand here and receive this award. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Mohammed. Thank you. Up next for the Health 2.0 Conference Visionaries Award, I'd like to award this to Mohita Shrivastava. They in the room? Mohita? I have seen them. I just don't know where they are right now. All right, we'll move on. Is Miriam Mazza here? Miriam Mazza? All right, moving on. This one I know is here. For Health 2.0 Conference Outstanding Leadership Award, I'd like to award this to Nicole Edwards. Nicole Edwards is a visionary leader and teacher who leads the subject of health and social care at Harris Girls Academy, Bromley, with unparalleled passion with 6 years of expertise. With a heart brimming with empathy and a mind driven by desire to make a difference in students' lives through health education. Great. Thanks, Nicole. For Outstanding Leadership Awards, Ole Permaloy, are you in the room? Yes, you are. Ole Permaloy, CEO of Siemens Healthineers. He truly believes that our differences make us stronger and enable us to continuously innovate. He has served at various C-level roles in the med tech industry across Europe, Middle East, and Africa, and over the last 25 years. Congratulations. Up next for the Health 2.0 Conference Visionaries Award, I'd like to welcome back to the stage Dr. Ursama Kandelaft, Assistant Professor of Internal Medicine and founder of Medical Director at Vitae Medical, aims to disrupt traditional healthcare by offering a global value-based medical model. By combining executive medical practices, advanced diagnostics, mental health, and fitness, they aim to create a universally accessible healthcare system. Thank you, Doctor. Up next for Outstanding Leadership Award, Rachna Mimani. As CEO of Virtue Mind Private Limited and founder and CEO of EasyTogether.com, Rachna Mimani embodies a commitment to empowering and personal growth, stemming from her journey of nurturing and thriving households to becoming a successful entrepreneur and a mother of 2 daughters. Her expertise is professional certified coach, recognized by the International Coach Federation. Congratulations. Up next for Outstanding Leadership Award, Shika Kumari. Shika Kumari is a highly accomplished healthcare professional currently serving as a deputy director in the academic informatics office at the National University of Health Systems. With over 20 years of experience in the field, she has established herself as an expert in value-based healthcare, health informatics, quality improvement, electronic medical record, and process re-engineering. Some of these are quite a mouthful, and I love it. I sometimes feel like I'm on Game of Thrones.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right. Continuing with our Outstanding Leadership Awards, Tahin, are you in the room? Yes, he is. Tahin Sangupta. Mr. Tahin Sangupta is the healthcare management professional, spearheading the chain of hospitals of Burjeel Holdings in Dubai and Northern Emirates. His extensive education and over 18 years of professional experience has transformed his hospitals in some of the best performing units in the Burjeel Holding Group. Thank you, sir. For, again, Outstanding Leadership Award, Tushar Shrivastava. Here? Tushar? Tushar? Not in the room. Continuing with Outstanding Leadership Awards, Umika Vorha. Yes, there she is. Vohra. Dr. Umika Vohra, an accomplished graduate of Gulf Medical University, excels as a cosmetic dentist at Healway Medical Center. Apart from her clinical role, she enthusiastically imparts her extensive dental expertise to students and professionals, guiding them in their professional growth. You definitely brighten the world with your smile. For Young Leadership Award, I would like to present this to Yuna Yoshimasa. Yuna Yoshimasa, team leader at Just Legal KK, is an experienced recruiter who specializes in healthcare industry and assists pharmaceutical medical devices, diagnostic companies, and health tech companies with their legal and compliance hires in Japan. She excels in relationship building, and she's able to offer an abundance of information and connections through her relationships. Congratulations. We move back to the Outstanding Leadership Awards. Zainab Sanesi. Zainab Zanesi is a midwife practitioner, project manager, Ofsted registered childcare provider, and philanthropist. She is the founder and CEO of We Give All to Combat Hepatitis. She's also the founder and CEO of Tip Top Variety, facilitating affordable childcare and event planning in the UK. Zainab has recently completed a structure in Sierra Leone's Kalimat Shazad Hospital with hepatitis prevention and education, amongst many others. Congratulations. You're welcome. In moving on to our Conference Visionary Awards, I'd like to welcome to the stage George Lee. George Lee. George is the CEO of the Mind Synergy PTE Ltd, a mindset and personal development school. He is a mindset and performance specialist who excels in helping clients and students achieve breakthroughs in their strategic mindsets. He's also an accredited licensed NLP master trainer, hypnotherapy master trainer, timeline therapy trainer, and NLP coaching center trainer. Quite a mouthful, and I love it. Like everyone's just got this list of qualifications. All right, I think we're done with that. And now I was asked to invite someone special onto the stage as he has a surprise for you. I don't even know what it is. So Dom, could you please make your way to the stage and surprise us all? A round of applause for Dom.
Hello again, everybody. I apologize for this. I was planning to do it in the morning when I was getting the reward, but unfortunately my luggage was lost. So now baggage got here, so now I have a special gift for you. Whoever wants to try can try homeopathic gel that boosts human growth hormone production. Hormone, yes? Yeah. Yes? Gimme. If you want, come here and I will show you how to use it and you can try it. Also, I have on my business card, I opened dozens of free ebooks, challenges, so you can participate in the challenges if you want.
All right, don't all jump up at once. It's free stuff. There you go. All right, what I also would like is all the award winners, if you could come back onto the stage with your award so we can all take a lovely group photo. Yes, all of you, come on up here with your beautiful awards. I know they're heavy, but... Yes? Can we make way on the stairs, please? Thank you. Yes. Just make your way to the stage with or without your award. We know you won. I'll sing and I'll bring in some ambient music. Da-dun, 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 dun, dun, dun. There you go. Thanks, tech team. All right, let's move up. There's a lot of you. There's really so many of you. So if we could just fill the stage from the left side and everyone can fill in. I need your best smiles. Yes, your best smiles. All right, we definitely need to make more space on the stage. There's not enough space for all of you overachievers in life. Yes, massive, massive smiles. Congratulations. Kudos to the remarkable healthcare leaders that have celebrated for their unwavering commitment and significant impacts. Paparazzi, paparazzi. Fantastic. All right, now I know the next question that you're gonna ask is where can I get the photos that these amazing photographers have been taken? Let me tell you, it is so simple. AI is taking the world by storm. There's a QR code. As you enter these halls, there's a QR code. What you gotta do is scan that QR code. It's gonna prompt you to take a selfie. It's gonna analyze your face. And then it's gonna go through all the thousands of photographs that have been taken, and it's gonna send you your own personal photo album. AI, baby, AI. Yes, it is fantastic. So, the Health 2.0 conference team is deeply thankful and encourages you all to keep illuminating the path forward. A special thanks to our bronze sponsor, Lifespin GmbH, for the continuous support. As we draw the curtain on today's insightful discussions, let's turn our gaze to the horizon. Our upcoming editions in the US and Dubai are your passport to professional excellence. Ready to embark on your next adventure? Don't forget to visit the exhibit booth next to the registration desk for all the details. If you want a speaker spot, if you want to book an exhibition table for the next conferences, those are the people that you need to go and talk to. Let's keep the momentum going and build an even better connections before heading out to explore the beautiful city that is Dubai. I look forward to catching up with you all again tomorrow, so good night and have a great one. You're so welcome, and you know what? Here's some more dopamine. I love you. I love you.